Ladies and gentlebeans, welcome back. We have returned with the Game on 5K charity invitational, sponsored, of course, by our beautiful people at Voxy Tactics. And I've brought the duo back. Pablo is here. He lives still. Just about. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm hanging on for dear life, mate, after yesterday's rollerblading shenanigans, which is why I wasn't here. But, you know, trying to rock the blades at nearly 50s is not a good idea. You don't bounce anymore, mate. It just, you know, you used to just fall and get straight back up, and now it's like potential trip to the hospital. So today, I was like, I'm determined to get back on the cast and throw down with Europe's finest. So it's lovely to be back on, mate.
Yeah, as we start to get older, rather than bouncing, it just becomes more like crunching and cracking, doesn't it? Of various limbs. So it's not
the shame of it, mate. 8-year-olds whizzing past me, and I was just, I honestly, I felt like I was just every other second was like, I'm too old for this shit. But yeah, it was enjoyable. But I'm just happy to be back in a comfortable, in the place where you feel comfort. Back in esports, back talking about other people doing the hard labour, and I'm back with my duo.
Yeah, exactly, mate. Exactly. So today, for anyone who is new to this, we've got a 2-day event. Yesterday's games were all the group games, so we've got 8 teams that are in this Game on 5K Invitational, and we are now into playoffs. So every team that was in groups has progressed into playoffs. Obviously, their relevant placing within their groups has guaranteed their seeding. So I will just show you guys as I frantically try and grab the right button. So our bracket, as you can see on the screen there, this is how our teams are readying up for our quarterfinals. So the Goose House Pabs, they are a team that we're very used to. They're in this one up against Blesma Legends, as they've got 1st and 8th seed. We've then got BAE Crows, or British Army Crows, up against RAF Reapers B. We've then got game number 3, which is the game that we are going to be covering, which is See You Late against Royal Navy Orcas. And then we've got RAF Reapers A against British Army Crows B. So we've got 4 games that will currently be going on. These games will all be best of ones apart from the grand final. So it's pretty much one and done in this one, Pab. So with 2.5k on the prize pool on the line, it's quite a big event where, I mean, on paper anyways, as we kind of talk about kind of favourites, me and Aidan were speaking about Goose House yesterday. They were running through the teams that they had to play. So on paper, they're the favourites. However, in a best of one, although Valorant games are long and you say normally the better team comes out on top, you never know if it's a best of one.
I mean, a best of one is no mistakes can be made. You can't come out the blocks firing slow. You get that with some great teams. You get teams that rely on a best of 3, best of 5 situation where they come out slow and rely on that 2nd and 3rd game to come good. Well, in a best of one, you don't get that opportunity, so you've got to be firing straight. And we know the Goose House, whether they've got the same characters that we've cast over in the past, they always have a very good side. But I mean, we've seen firsthand and played with some of the RAF guys, and they on the day they can be just as good. So upsets can still play a big part of today.
Yeah. And so focusing in on the game that we now have, obviously Royal Navy Orcas up against See You Late. This is how the teams will be lining up. And we've got some great names in this one, we will be honest. So Royal Navy Orcas, the ones that stand out, Gary the Go and Cows Go Shmoo, which the production girls behind the scenes have requested that I try and make some form of noise with Cows Go Shmoo if he does really well.
What form of noise?
A moo, which I'm not really entirely sure if I'll have the balls to do it. But we'll see how passionate we get anyways. And
listen, if you do Cows Go Shmoo, I will do a Gary the Goat.
All right, that's a deal then. Well, if any of them have a really good moment in this game, then we will try our best. I say not to embarrass ourselves. We'll embarrass ourselves regardless, but we'll give it a go. But yeah, Pointless. We've got Max as well, and Spit, which a lot of Call of Duty players like to reference when they're playing. So a little bit back to our roots. But See You Late are going to consist of Patrick Falcor. I think it's Keme. I want to say Kemi. We'll go with Kemi. We'll go with Kemi. I don't know. We'll pick one. Hopefully, if he's in the chat somewhere. Kem, no. Yeah, we'll go with Kem. That's a good shout, actually. Good thinking. See, this is why I love you, Pabs. And then we've got Peyton, or is it Patton? We'll go with Patton, and then Relic to round out.
Like general Patton, but I say it should be Peyton because it's only one T. Not to get all grammatical on people.
God, you're bringing out the grammar.
My mother was an English teacher. What can I do?
Yeah,
it's ingrained. I'm so looking forward to Gary the Goat getting a 2-piece now. This is going to be my day. Just waiting for it to get 2 pieces.
Yeah, guys, I think we are pretty much ready to go. I will just let the squad know. So we're just doing a ready check in the lobby, and we should be pretty much set on which way to go on this one. But yeah, we had a really good game yesterday, Pabs. I assume you were, because you were busy doing other things. And obviously, happy Mother's Day. If there's any mothers in the chat, much love to you. Yeah, we had a really good game yesterday, actually, between the Army Crows and RAF, which ended 15-13. So, as obviously the seedings at the start, so like we've now got first versus 8, so you would assume the Goose House do very well in that one. But we've tried to pick a game where the seedings are relatively close, so we can obviously catch some of that closer action. But yeah, Valorant is a game where you get to see a mismatch of abilities. Obviously, a new character in Pabs that you've not really seen much of in Gecko. You'll see what he brings. He's a very exciting character, actually, to watch. Not a lot of teams run him because, obviously, they're still kind of in that learning process. We're trying to understand the best way to use him. But it'll be interesting to see. You'll see little bro waddling over and planting the bomb. It's like the poor sod gets shot so much, but it should be good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing just how that gets utilised. If it gets utilised, just having a quick look then, it does look like quite a slow but powerful delivery. So it'd be interesting to see if anyone picks him. But I'm just going to be, you know where I am with this. I'm going to be playing catch-up for about the whole day. So anyone in stream or in chat, don't go too hard on me. It's been a while. But yeah, I'm just really excited. A good choice of games as well, so that we aren't seeing that huge mismatch. Because this is one of these games, so you guys know, watching in the chat and watching, at home, that this isn't like other FPSs. If you're not good at this in any way, shape or form, you will be punished, and deservedly so, as I find out to my chagrin all the time. So I'm probably excited to see this particular game, just because when you get these close games in VAL and they can go on and on, you've got to win by them 2 games at the end. It's even a best of 1 can get super exciting.
Yeah, so we are now currently in the hero selection process, and we do have 2 geckos, 1 on each team. Oh, Tina dropping the biddies as well. How are you doing, Tina? Welcome. Oh, I haven't got my stream noises on. Hang on. Let me quickly sort that one out so you can actually hear
make
it.
sure the volume's all right, mate.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much, Tina. But yeah, we are pretty much, I think, ready to go. We're just waiting on one selection of the characters. But yeah, this map, Pabs, is very much A and B, 3 lanes. Kind of traditional layout on this one, isn't it, on Ascent? And it's one where, yeah, defensive heavily, arguably, I suppose you could say.
Yeah. I think what you find for me on Ascent, because this is one of the maps that I tend to favour in this particular game, is that obviously with the defence being so close to the sites, it's easier to gain a little bit of information. But I find personally, especially at my level, where everyone around me is pretty bad, that push over to the left-hand side, where you've got that kind of dogleg area, and it's just so compact. If the attacking team goes there, I think it's a lot more straightforward to defend than potentially going over. I think it's to the B side, to the right-hand side, if you're looking from the defensive end. But again, it's been a while, so it's going to be interesting. Obviously, these 2 teams being closely matched, we should expect to see, hopefully a cautious game with information, and we might even see some characters that specialise in gathering that information as well, which would be nice.
Yeah, so guys, we are now ready to get underway here between the boys of Royal Navy Orcas and See You Late. Thank you very much, Jazz, for letting me know who is on what team, because we do have to double check these things. But yeah, pistol rounds, getting the economy up and running. We'll see how this one pans out. But yeah, obviously you wanted to get underway pretty efficiently on this one. Obviously, pistol rounds, Pabs, something just to get the money flowing, I think, is the best way of saying it.
Like, this is what I like about this game, though, the fact that it's an extra layer. That kind of layer of economy just makes every player just think that little bit harder, or potentially get told off by your in-game leader that little bit more. So yeah, the pistol round, very important to get these picks. And again, you can see a little bit of aggression. It's coming out to See You Later. They're just trying to push forward, and that's not going to be as Gary the Goat, mate, gets his first kill of the game.
Yeah, Relic going to try and push his way through B main. Will manage to grab one. You can see a bit of Fade Util just trying to clear out that market space, but they do have to try and push their way through Spit, who is just lurking right out the back of B's site while his teammates try and frantically get across to him. Spit is very much trapped in the back. They do manage to make light work with him, Patrick, and there's little bro waddling over to plant the bomb, Pabs. You'll learn to love him. He's a new fan favourite, and we can already see the setup on the site. The Killjoy utility ready to go, and obviously they're going to have to try and play this one 2 versus 4, which is not ideal.
No, not at all. This is a very difficult position, and when you've got players with the accuracy of Folklore there just coming out, it's going to be a relatively straightforward win for the attackers. And again, they go over to that bomb site. It just seems to be so favoured for personally, I thought it would be for the defenders, but again, just that control that they get, despite losing that player very early in the round, they just managed to dominate that area, and they've got that one round under the belt. And major, every round here is so important in this best of 1.
Yeah, so as you can see, the boys of See You Late they are going to have quite a little bit of economy to work with, and the boys, unfortunately, of Navy, they are going to have to regroup and try and make work with Classics. But yeah, obviously that mid control that they managed to assert early on in that one definitely helped them out. We can see now that the Gecko utility, the Flash, isn't going to tag anyone up, and this is a really heavy stack in towards the back of the B side. I'll tell you what, if this pays off, this is going to be really bizarre. I mean, you can see the free plant at A is all there to go, but they are not giving them absolutely anything.
That's insane. Someone message you later and tell them to go to A, because then we'll get a chasers on kind of scenario. But that is an insane stack. I mean, they are determined that See You Later are gonna be heading over towards that B site. And again, this is the way I feel about this particular level. And we can see already Relic just trying to get a little bit of information. That is insane. But we're gonna get a big surprise in a second. You can see Cows go smooth, just waiting for that push. I think they've realised that now the teams are about to push out, and insanity is about to commence.
Yeah. Well, Relic's got to be careful here. There's a lot of people there. That swarm grenade might be able to do quite a bit of work if he manages to get anyone with it, but it's surely going to be an invitation for them to maybe wrap this bomb out. They've got no information anywhere out, and Keme's going to manage to grab one, so Max will fall, and that first blood goes in favour of the offensive team. See You Later now going to grab that bomb. You can see Killjoy there on the map. Just going to rotate it out, free plant to A, and unfortunately the tactic hasn't quite gone to plan, Babs.
Yeah, I mean, I go get it myself. If you see, you find when you're in the defensive position, you do want to try and gather as much information as can kind of understand. Want to stack it, but look what's happened. Patrick just going to go absolutely ham with a 3-piece. Is he going to make it 4 major? I think he is. Oh my days! Someone take the gun off Patrick, because he has just dominated that round. But an insane play coming out of the Navy boys. And I mean, you're going to stack a bomb site. I guess get that kind of tactic as early out the way as possible. You're now 2 down, still plenty of time to play, but yeah, I think their fingers are being burnt there, and we can already see that defensive split is a bit more kind of rational now.
Yeah, I think they've kind of gone, right, okay, that was worth a gamble. We'll risk 1 round on it. Obviously, it was a save round for them, so, you know, you never really have too much to lose.
I'd love to have had some in-game comms just there, just at the end of that game, just like, you're never having a tactic ever again.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, okay, we gave that a go. Didn't work. Probably won't be trying that again anytime soon, but yeah. So round number 3. Going to commence a little bit more of a slow approach. Relic's going to be holding the corner alongside his bot, and it's going to actually be Max that gets the first blood this time in favour of Royal Navy. So good work there from the defensive side. They are just going to stutter the push, which is just a little bit slow from See You Late for now. Spit just going to be watching over this middle lane, but that first blood has definitely slowed this this initial push.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, a little bit of caution now. You can obviously feel that caution from the Navy side. They don't want to go too far behind, because this game could very quickly run away from them. We've already seen some incredible plays coming out of Patrick. So, again, they're just a little bit wary. If they're more warmed up as well, this could be a problem for the Navy guys. They're going to need to win this round, I think, just to keep things as tight as we expected it to be. But yeah, that little push over towards that B site as they're just looking to get an angle. You can see Kem just trying to get a little bit more of an angle. We're going to see another big kill, as it is going to be Patton just putting that player down. So it is going to be advantage still with See You Later, Major, as we approach the 30-second mark in round 3.
Yeah, they just didn't have any sort of control over that middle lane there, unfortunately. The boys from Royal Navy, they just kind of let them through straight up into market, and then subsequently those players on the side just got shot straight in the side, so it's not ideal for them. The bomb will go down. You can see that Max, alongside his teammate in, I believe, Kaushgo Schmoot, are the last 2 up. And yeah, you can see this site is well and truly locked down. Whether or not they'll actually try and play for a kill, we'll have to wait and see, or whether they'll just maybe try and keep a bit of their weaponry going, because they are running a couple of Phantoms there, which by the looks of it, they don't want to lose. So a little bit of early economy just being brought in mind here, Pabs. Don't want to waste any of the weapons that they've paid some good dollar for, and I think this round is going to be another one on the board for the attacking side, and 3-0 up, they'll probably end up going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting to see just how they set up to the... I mean, I get that the Navy have decided to back off and just hold on to what weapons they've got, but you look at that setup for B and that they were looking to protect, and it's just interesting that dichotomy between how they protect the bomb compared to how Navy looked to protect the site in that previous round. And you're thinking, you know, no point in that previous round did they give themselves an angle to be able to see a player coming into the site. So again, just maybe a little bit of tactical I don't know, naivety maybe in the Royal Navy boys compared to See You Later, but domination is just so strong in this team. Obviously, Patrick with that 4-piece in the previous round is looking tremendous, but across the board, you know, that's one thing again that you're seeing from See You Later is every player's contributing kills, contributing in more ways than once. So yeah, very, very impressive start for the boys from See You Later. And this is already starting to run away a little bit from the Royal Navy boys. Yep. So this is I mean, we say, you know, you can come back at any time, Major, but really you want a round on the board. You don't want to go 4-5 down.
Yeah, and Kausko Schmoot might be a busy lad over at A. There's a couple of people ready to waiting to push, Peyton being one of them. And are we going to see that potential jet smoke and dash into sight? The first blood not quite coming through. You can see there that Gary the Goat has got literally a slither of HP now. Max does get the first pick, so that's good work from him. And he does lower the attacking side just down to 4 players. But it looks as though A site is going to be the destination, and Relic's going to get another pick there. But this time in favour of his team onto Kausko Schmoo. So sight again is going to pretty much be in favour of the attacking side. And you can see now perhaps those players just frantically trying to rotate over to try and work the site retake.
Yeah, the little wingman there just getting that bomb set up. And this Gecko character is just brilliant. I think this could be my new favourite. I'm absolutely in love with the little characters. But yeah, again, just a nice take of a sight by See You Later, and the boys from Royal Navy just seem a little bit all at sea. And I've got to, you know, get the angles. They do need to trade this effectively, but again, you just feel like the numbers are not in their favour, and especially when that happens, when you've got Relic taking down Max with such ease, this is going to be very problematic. And See You Later, with only one character that they've got to deal with, this could be another round on the board, and it's not looking good. Oh, so close to the 2-piece. Max not able to do it. Major Pan is going to finish that round and put the boys of See You Later 4-0 up.
Yeah, this is looking clinical from them now. You can see the kind of the struggles of Spit and Kausko Schmoot still continuing. Patrick and Peyton doing their work. Everyone, as you mentioned, Pavs on the side of See You Later are pretty much doing what they need to. Just all pulling their weight, all getting the kills. And you do maybe hesitate to think that unless the boys of Nav just rotate maybe just a little bit earlier, something that we flagged up, especially in AVG, Pavs. Me and Aidan were talking about this yesterday, is those teams who are kind of that little level ahead of some of these other teams is when it comes to the kind of the speed, the reaction of some of these rotations on the defensive side. As soon as they get that info, they know the importance. Relic is going to get backed up with a little bit of information, so they do know that there's a couple of bodies here through the boys of Navy, but they're just not going to try and give out too much. Max has got to be careful here, though, not to try and overpeak, because he did this last time and he was punished for it. He does manage to get a couple of shots in and does manage to do quite a bit of damage there. You can see that Falcor running Fade, very, very weak. Again, patient attack in play. They're just looking for the chinks in the armour at the moment, Pabs.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just glad that they've managed to push themselves a little bit further forward defensively, so they are getting the information, and that's going to give them a little bit of a help in at least getting a couple of picks and hopefully getting around on the board. But you can just see how patient See You Later are. They're just quite happy to sit back, wait for that first pick, and then potentially look to kind of use that extra geography then just to get into. This is going to be huge, though. Is he going to peek it? Yep, and it's going to be a big kill for Patton as he drops Max again. That's going to give See You Later another advantage in this round 5. This could be again very problematic for the boys from Royal Navy. Oh my days, his shot is so good.
Yeah, Patton is just lurking and he's just causing such misery at the moment for the Navy boys. Relic is just going to try and push in. You can see the Killjoy utility, though. He's going to force them out of the site, but Patton on the pinch again. He's just mopping through them all. And my God, there you go. 5 out of 5 for Patton as he just chews through every single player over towards Ace Short, pushes himself through up the spawn and just picks them all off one at a time. Ace on the cards and Ace in the rounds. 5-0 now, absolutely unanswered from Navy. And See You Late, they are looking clinical.
Well, whatever Patrick can do, it looks like Patton can do even better at 9 kills. And right now, I feel like the Kausko Schmoo asleep in the field, and the boys of See You Later have pushed him over because on a donut, heavily on a donut with Spit. And again, this is one of the problems that you're going to face if you've got 2 players who aren't contributing. You've got to say Max with 1 kill, and obviously Gary the Goat with 2 kills. There's just not that kind of aggression or accuracy, the basics that are needed. And then you marry that with See You Later's, you know, much better tactics, much better ability to transition when they need to, and you know, have that plan B. Then this is a big problem for the boys of Navy. But can they turn things round, Major? It is late in the day, though.
Patton's doing his job so well. He's just
Oh,
distracting everyone on the side of the Navy that try and take him out. And his teammates just push through and do the damage for him. You can see now that the frenzies aren't ideal in this situation. Max is going to spot one. Will he get a pick onto Relic? No, Relic gets two in towards Tree. And now with a 2 versus 5 and the weaponry lacking, it is looking so unlikely. Spit is going to have to try and do something majestic here if he's going to get something. The peak's coming through. He can't collide any of these bullets, it seems. With some of these players, they're just pinching him from both sides. He's dead to rights, and 6-0 on the cards in the early parts of this half. It is not looking very good for the Royal Navy boys, but you've got to flag up Patton. He's in the sight instantly. He's 11-on-1 at the moment, so he's doing his job by entering, and he's not dying. And that is usually a problem for teams if that's going wrong.
Man, this is the game that was picked based on the fact that these were close. Imagine this is, the Goose House playing Navy right now, because this is going to be the same kind of outcome. This is not a great start for them whatsoever. And, it becomes difficult. We used to talk about this all the time when we used to cast other FPS, that when a team is getting utterly slapped, it starts to become really difficult to cast, because the difference in quality from like Patton and Patrick's, their ability to just dominate the map, to get multiple kills, their reaction times, incredible. And right now, I mean, the Navy boys, they demoralized him.
Man.
Patton taking the mick. The big general goes out and drops 2 more players.
Patton is just having his way with these boys at the moment. It is seemingly boys against men. Max is going to supply a bullet.
Nice.
A 50 caliber one at that, straight into the chest of Patton. And it will manage to grab that kill. So now 1 versus 2. And it is still going to be Max that has to try and clutch up here. He is a little bit stuck in terms of positions. But that bomb in the hands of See You Late hasn't managed to work its way to the site yet. And he might, maybe, get something going for him. But it looks as though bomb's going to be going down at B. And now it's just a case of he's got the operator pabs. They've obviously invested a lot of money into it, I assume. Is he going to try and clutch this, or is he going to try and just reserve that operator for future rounds?
I mean, you've got to ask the question, is he going to be able to get the picks, the kind of reactions needed? There's a lot of corners to check. The operator's not the ideal weapon, but potentially, especially when you've got 2 players that could, trade each other out. Essentially, they just need to have one player that's going to take the bait and one player that's going to get to kill the operator. Probably not the best weapon for that. Does look like he's going to stick with it, or potentially just sit back. I think this is going to be a save round for him. But yeah, I don't think it's an ideal situation. You probably want to go and collect a different weapon if you were going to go and get the 2-piece. A lot of this is down to confidence, though, Major, and the confidence clearly isn't there right now for the Navy boys. So it is going to be another round on the board for See You Later.
Yeah, so 7 in a row unanswered. So a couple of big moments, and unfortunately that round probably just playing the smart play, playing it for the long game there at the moment is Max. So he will reserve that operator for the next round. We'll have to wait and see how his team opt to try and buy potentially behind this, as it looks as though it might be a bit of a half-buy round for these boys, but we'll have to have a look. Anyways, yeah, we are going to get a little bit of a half shield there coming through from Cows Go Schmoot. Obviously, Spit still awaiting his first kill, but yeah, at the moment, Pabs, you do fear if they don't keep Patton quiet, this one's going to be so difficult. He's first one in the site, and usually they're the players that drop first, but it feels as though every single time he flies into his smokes on site, there's just nobody on the side of Navy that can kind of keep him down.
I think you look at the last round, the break in that round was so clever. They used the Jet character to push in after they'd been smoked. They smoked both entrances. They kept Heaven open and just made sure that it was covered and just took complete control. Right now, this is just tactically, it's not just about Patrick or Patton going off. Tactically, they've been, flawless in that sense. And this just puts Navy in a really awkward position. All the players are now doubting their ability to shoot heads, and they also second guessing their tactics. They had a really poor second round. We do see a big kill though, as Max does drop Patton. That could be a bit of a game changer in this round, and they've got a 5v3 advantage now.
Yeah, and they are currently keeping them quiet on this offense. Obviously, we're now going to see the ultimate coming through from Shmoo, and Shmoo gets Patrick there, coming through with the ult from Sova. And it will manage to get another pick, so this is the best chance they have got at the moment now of getting around on the board and maybe getting some momentum going. They are going to have to try and push in towards B. You can see 4 players, pretty much apart from Max over on the other side, are going to be here. And they are going to invest a little bit of that Gecko utility. Spits out the back, though, and he does manage to get one. And Cows go Shmoo with the second, and it will be a first round on the board for Navy. A much-needed one, Pabs.
Right, and we talked about it earlier on that once you get those players that are on 0 kills start to contribute, it's a different game entirely. You know, you're looking at, obviously we know it's flipped and it's an attacking option now available to the boys from Navy. That's the next few rounds, but this is all about contribution. The fact that those two players that had struggled so much on that defensive side are now getting picks. No one on the donut. We've got Cows Go Smooth jumps into the kill lead for his team, and this is exactly what they needed. Are we going to see a complete change? Are we going to see a reversal of fortune? I doubt it very much, but it's a step in the right direction.
Well, we're getting a lot of beautiful Valorant colours over on the side. We're going to see a lot of ults included, and Patton again with the first blood. Just about gets away with his life. That Brim ult is going to be invested, but you can still see that there is going to be a Jet ult on the side of See You Late, and meanwhile there's still 3 on the side of Navy. We're going to see another Brimstone ult just to maybe delay that push, so the bomb isn't going to go just down yet. Gary up towards the top of heaven, going to look to try and make the play, but Shmoo gets shot in the back. Relic gets a pick just from lurking down by A Short, and now bomb down, retake required. These next picks are going to have to be really, really big. Max investing in the knives, though. Can he manage to get the pick? You feel they've got to get Relic out of here. He's going to fly around the corner. Is he going to get the pick? Nice work from Max, but the clock is ticking. They need to go quickly. They're going to invest the Gecko ult as well. They want this round done, but they're still getting picks at the moment. But Max gets one. Spitz gets one. It's now 2 versus 2, and it's now going to be a 1 versus 2. Falcor upside his teammate, Peyton. I think Spitz dead he is, and unfortunately they invested a hell of a lot into that round, Nav, but they just couldn't get it over the line. See You Late take another round 8-1.
Wow, that's incredible play from them in the end. It was absolute insanity. So much invested in that early part of the round, and you don't know whether that's going to cause the Royal Navy boys some concern as well, because they're struggling in terms of the economy, they're struggling in terms of getting kills, and now that investment as well. This makes it very, very difficult for them. 8-1. I think this could be the largest disparity in terms of rounds that we've cast over. It's just been a dominant performance, but again, you just feel that the boys from See You Late have just got that ability to turn things up. They've got a plan B all the time. If they're not cautious, they're going to be, pushing through and relying on Patton and Patrick with those great reactions to get kills. Just really, really good play all round. Max with a great opportunity, Max. And he's going to get the pick on Relic.
Yeah, good work. Good work from Max. Another one. There's another one. Good work from Max. He is really locking down the lanes he needs to with this operator. Fair play to him. You can see why they put it in his hands, because he is really causing the damage. And every single round now is going to be an important one for the Navy. Can he manage to get any more? They are going to smoke him off of that cross, so he can't have much more of an influence. And they are just patiently waiting as to what they try and do with this bomb. Max is just going to back up in towards Treat. But now the question is, where do they try and push this from? You can see that Gary's going to be watching over that middle lane. They are going to invest. But Max has got another one. I think that's 3. That's 4 now for Max. I believe he's on the ace. He's got one more. I hope they bait for him so he can get this one over the line. But he is doing damage with this operator.
Yeah, absolutely. And see, it's one of the things, it's a problem almost in itself that they're having to rely on one player's incredible skill with the operator to give them this advantage. And this is one of the reasons why they don't think they've done as well tactically. So yeah, it's great for them and they're potentially going to win this round. But other players need to look at this and think, we probably need to step up. If he's that good with the operator, we probably need to be that good with the Vandal or whatever weapons they decide to use. Unreal ace right there from Max. Reads the game perfectly and he gets himself the ace. And all of a sudden, this looks like a slightly different game when you look at the kills. Max on 10 from an incredible round major, but they've got so far to go.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. If you need something to get a bit of morale in the boys, that's definitely going to be it. That is definitely
if that's a LAN, that's smiles all round for that round. You got it's straight, your head straight back down to get into the job, but you think, all right, we can actually do something, but it's got to come down to the other players. We saw the difference it made when Shmoo got some kills. It made an entire difference. They won the round. When Spit got off his donut, it made a difference. They got a round. And now that we've seen Max get 4, it's important. The contribution is so vital. Right now, it hasn't been there, but I mean, are we going to see an incredible comeback?
It's going to be busy. It's going to be busy. Max is there. Oh, and unfortunately, he just wide peaked where there were a lot of See You Late boys ready to go. We're going to see that Killjoy ult invested. You can see on the minimap number 5, Spit is going to be inside that Killjoy ult, so he's going to have to either commit to something or he will get detained from it. So he does manage to catch one out. He's going to try and retreat towards the back of the site, but there's going to be no one here to help. They know that he's here, and meanwhile his teammates put Shmoo with a really big pick. He's going to get shanked in the back of the site, so he will fall. Patrick gets 1. Patrick gets 2. The trade from Max is there. But now, 1 versus 2 required
Spike
for
planted.
Max. Different one this time. And he will just shoot that Killjoy utility. He's not going to shoot the second, though. Time is of the essence. Can he clutch up here? See that Relic is investing quite a lot of utility just to try and slow it down, but it's going to be so difficult from here, Pabs. He's got to try and flick onto potentially 2 players.
And it's not something that we've seen a lot of in this round, in these previous 10 rounds. So this is going to be, you know, a big step up. You see that player one with kills. Can he get the second?
Oh!
He's right there. Take the words out of my mouth and squash them up as Max drops that all-important 2-piece, and that's going to put a round on the board. And I'm not being funny, Major, but what was a 7-round differential is now a 5-round differential. This is a different game entirely.
Big rounds. Huge rounds coming through there from the boys of Navy. They needed those ones big time. If they were going in at potentially 10-1 down, it was not going to look great, but really good work there from them, and a huge clutch coming through from Max Payne. Really good work. And now, 8-4, if they take this one, looks a hell of a lot better than potentially what could have been even worse. So we'll have to see how this one pans out. You see Max on Jet going to be over towards that A site, and he's going to be pretty much where the bulk of players on the side of CULA are going to be. We are going to see the knife from Peyton. Whoa! And the operator bullet is going to potentially back him up, and it's going to be a kill that comes through. So Max drops. Are any more teammates? No, his teammate there, the duos of Max, they're just trying to lock down this A main site for the time being. They've got to be careful of that mid control. You can see that there are a lot of red arrows on the side of CULA in mid, and now they have an opportunity to maybe try and switch this bomb site and maybe pivot it, but it's looking as though, see that on your mini-map, Gary is going to be here, but the next pick's huge. He does get one, but Falcon with the trade.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a lot of work to expect him to hold down that mid lane and not get picked, especially on his own when you've got 2 players pushing mid. But it is going to still be parity as we see 3v3 as they're heading over towards. I mean, it's split at the minute. It's just this team to be making a decision. It does look like it's going to be B, and that is not great news for the Navy boys. They have committed a little bit more heavily towards the A site, but you can see the transition is in progress, and what happens in the middle is going to be very, very interesting in the next few seconds.
Yeah, this has come to bite them a few times. Whenever they've tried to transmit through mid, they don't check corners, and I think Cows Go Schmoot is going to be a cow that doesn't. And there you go. First kill comes through. Falco grabs one. The ultimate's going to go through, and it's now going to be Spit all on his own in the back of the site. He's got to try and play this patiently. He might be able to catch a couple. Little bro is going to go and plant the bomb, and it's going to be a good little bait because it doesn't assume that Keme is going to be right round the corner and around on the board for CULA as they edge their way ever closer. And now on the defensive side, they're looking very, very good at 9-3 up.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting though as we see the change, and just to see how they approach the what has largely been a very successful attacking phase for them, how they come out of this in that defensive line. So, and whether this helps the Navy boys, they could be, you know, attacking geniuses. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out at 9-3. I fully expect the See You Later team to absolutely dominate, but again, it's largely been reliant on the fact of 2 or 3 players have been incredible on their side, and we've only had a handful of really interesting moments coming out of the Royal Navy lads. So big time for them. I think they need this next round. I think once they See You Later hit double figures, that's another kind of demoralising point. I think they need this next round just to keep their tails up. Well,
they've managed to get a lot of mid control right off the rip just by forcing Patton to back up into markets, and now can they manage to make something work with it? You can see that Patrick's going to rotate over towards CT and watch that middle lane, but there's going to be 3 players here. They need to check these corners, though, because otherwise Patton is going to punish them from market. They're going to smoke the cross, and now they just need to try and maybe push this as a team. They are going to back up, though, and it looks as though they might try and take this bomb to A. Are they going to manage to get the first engagement, though? Keme's going to be here. This is a really big one-on-one, actually. He gets a little bit of information of one of those players, and now the question is whether See You Late full rotate towards A or whether they just stand their ground. It looks as though, for now, they're just standing their ground.
Again, though, this has been a thing for the boys, especially of See You Late, where they're quite happy to be a little bit more cautious and to try and get information. There's less impulsivity as such, but this does look like it's going to be a heavy A push. There is some utility going down just to try and render the defense kind of impossible, but it is going to be Keme getting that big pick, and that's going to be huge. We do see some big kills coming out of Max and Spit. Finally, Relic is going to drop the goat, though, and it is going to be a 3v1.
Yep, bomb goes down. Little bro doing his work again. So Relic, it looks as though he's probably going to get shot in the back as soon as he doesn't. Oh, never mind. Spit just turns around. He's so weak, and the shots are clean. So around on the board on the offense. Good slow work there coming through from Navy. They didn't just frantically push aside Pabs. They looked for an opening. They obviously kind of toyed with the idea of pushing up towards mid-market, wrapped it back, got the kills they needed to on A, and then it really put the ball in the court of See You Late.
That felt like a different team. That felt like not the same team we've been casting over. That was a really confident, really kind of polished round for them. There was no doubt. They went and once they made the decision, they made good choices. They blocked off the right areas, and they got in and got the kills. A completely sea change in terms of mentality coming out of the boys. And Max goes off. He does get traded out, though. It is going to be Cows Go Smooth drops Patrick. It is going to be Falco with the kill, and it is going to be a 4v3. So again, advantage Royal Navy, totally different side, and to turn things completely around. Keme's going to go and get dropped by Split and Major. This is, I don't know, have they been on the addy in between rounds? I just don't know. It's insane.
Yeah, and obviously they've got those preferred weapons. Pan has managed to retrieve a Bulldog just for now, though, so it will help him. It must be said, those only skins look absolutely unreal. But Falcourt and him, are they just going to try and hold on to some of the weaponry, or are they going to go for this? The time is obviously ticking with the spike being planted. Gary's going to be watching over this middle tree area, and he's just going to slow down that push. I don't think, regardless of how they play this out, there's going to be enough. Maybe they're looking for a couple of exit frags here to see if they can pick off a few players that are going to try and get away from the bomb. They are now in towards tree. In they go. Gary's going to have a free couple of picks here. There's one for Cows Go Shmoo and Gary the go. The animals combine, and a couple of kills mopping up the rest.
Absolutely glory to see so many farm elements doing so well on this map. But it's just great to see Gary the Goat off the mark as well. He's only got 2 kills, but that was such a vital kill as well, teaming up with Cows Go Shmoo. So I just feel like we're seeing a different team entirely. If they can keep this kind of momentum and drive forward, this is going to be an incredible game. The game we expected to see, Major, not the 8-1 that we were at before. This is only a 4-round deficit now, and we've seen a huge slowdown. Though Patton, I think he's had 2 kills in the last 4 rounds. Again, Patrick slowed right down. So this kind of like effervescent, almost unerring accuracy that came out of these players has disappeared.
Well, this is the worry. Patton's got the Vandal in his hands now, and unfortunately, there's players pushing him, and it might end up badly for them. Patton, 1, 2, 3, looking for the 4th. Oh my God! I wish I could shoot like this, man. Holy, he's just cut straight through the hopes of Navy. That is not what you want to see, and oh my God, he is really starting to show up again in the later stages, and he's now 1 off the ace.
Oh, I don't even know where to begin. I'm not going to speak. I'm just going to hold my breath, because I was literally just putting him into the bin, just like he's not done anything the last few rounds. And there he is, absolutely wrecks it with an ace. Unbelievable play. And again, See You Later. I mean, we talked about them relying heavily on 2 players, but when you've got a player that can drop 5 in a round like that, does it actually matter? He goes into 21 kills, more than double of his next nearest comrade in Relic. Incredible performance out of Patton. And he's put 5 rounds between them again, and you know, the deflation, if you are the Navy boys right now, is you felt like you were on the ascendancy. Yeah. You were coming through with some, good consistency, a little bit of momentum, and the door gets slammed right in your face.
Well, there you go. Momentum has shifted back arguably after that one. Patton, as you mentioned, has none of it, and he puts the boys straight back in the driving seat again. Obviously, Navy were running a bit of a bonus round in that one, so they didn't have the best weaponry to boot. But yeah, when you're getting cut through like that, it is not ideal. So a lot of mid-map control again coming through. You can see the smoke there from Patton. Just going to try, or from Max, apologies. Going to try to push in. But now they've got to try and go through Falcourt, holding down this angle. And the operator in hand, it looks as though they're going to try and work behind Max making these picks again with the op pabs.
Yeah, I think that obviously they were very reliant on him getting 2 or 3 with these, and you would think See You Later would be set up maybe to avoid that. They do look largely like they've taken a couple of individual places, so if one player does drop, they aren't in the danger of potentially losing 2. But again, this is going to come down to big individual performances. Falco gets an important kill, Patton gets a big kill. This is not looking good for the Navy boys. It's a very cautious approach from the boys of See You Later, and they've got 2 picks, and that is not good. Big kill, though. We talked about his ability with the operator, and Patrick is going to drop Shmoo. It is going to be a 2v4 and advantage. See you later.
Yeah, Keme's just going to shoot him straight in the back, and then that's going to be an operator now on the side of see you late. That is not what you want if you're a Navy fan, because now they are going to be down on economy, and they're going to be down on operator to go with it as well, so not ideal. And Max still doing his utmost to try and lead the boys through this one. Just going to need a little bit more in terms of just raw kills. Obviously, it's not the most important thing when it comes to it, Pabs, but mechanically, it can be so difficult to try and push some of these sites out, especially if you're not getting kind of consistent kills and consistent trades. And it looks as though that's currently what we're seeing, at least in the last few rounds anyways.
You have this argument all the time, especially we come from the COD background where you can go negative in games like Hardpoint and stuff where it's a respawn game. But in a game like this, you do need to get kills. You need to be able to create the geography and the space for you to control, and the only way to do that is by clearing out that space. If you've got players who aren't contributing, as we see kills go back and forth, it is going to be a 3v3, so the trades are in. If you're not able to get those kills, you can't get that geography, and it's vital. So when you've got players who aren't contributing, you're going to be problematic for you. And it's going to be 2v2 major with Patton dropping spit.
Yeah, Patton's got knives. He's going to maybe cause a bit of damage. Oh, never mind. He doesn't get the kill. But the shorty's out, and his teammate, K-Mate, is just going to mop up what remains. So again, it's now going to be another round on the board for See You Late, which now means they are now on match point. So they've been doing well in portions of this game, Navy, but unfortunately now they are up against the ropes. They now need 7 rounds in a row to force overtime. It is not going to be easy by any means. And now, again, going to have to obviously try and whittle out every single bit of economy that they've got. Gary's got the short straw, I think, in terms of rocking
the credits look like my bank account. It's so bad.
Yeah, that's what anyone looks like after you downloaded Uber Eats or Deliveroo, doesn't it? It's like the money just vanishes.
That's what happens when you're buying skins in this game. That's what my bank account looks like.
Wow. Oh, man. Well, we talk about Max
days.
with the op. This is a man who you don't want to put it in the hands of. Patton's going to punish too. We might have an operator battle in middle map. All the shots from Keme are looking good. It's all falling apart for Navy now. Gary in mid-map. Patton, is he going to chow this operator out? And unfortunately now it is all on Spit. He is so alone in this one. And he now needs a 1 versus 5 to keep his team's hopes and dreams in this one. He does manage to get 1 kill. Is he going to try and grab another one? He does manage to retrieve the Phantom, but I think he might get wigged. Woo! Well, he gets a short back and sides with that one. The bullet goes straight past him. And he's so trapped in this corner. You do feel it's pretty much inevitable for him at this stage. Oh, yeah, he's detained. Oh, no, here comes the knife. Game, set, and match.
Unreal play. The communication there, absolutely. Yeah. Just stun him, get this knife kill. Game over. Incredible performance. The inevitable scoreline happens. At one point, we did think this game was going to be a little bit closer as we saw a little bit of momentum for the Navy boys, but I mean, the damage had already been done once we'd hit 6 or 7-0. It was 8-1, and you just felt like there's too much of a mountain to climb at that point. But you also got the feeling that See You Late, they just could. They had that. We talk about an extra gear. They could go an extra couple of gears there, especially between Patton and Patrick, who just dropped absolute bombs. And obviously, you've got to look to Patton for an incredible performance. If you are from the Royal Navy side of things, though, Major, there are a couple of rounds there where you can go and look back on and say, actually, we probably should play like this a little bit more caution, get information. That round 2 was ridiculous. That defensive stack is one of the weirdest things I've seen on here in a long time.
Yeah, it's like weird and wonderful. I mean, it was obviously a difficult game for them. We will just show you guys the scores just to confirm. It's a See You Late are going to take ascent in this best of 1, as mentioned. 13-5, so really good work from those boys. They will proceed through into the semi-finals, as that one was just the current quarterfinals best of 1. So congratulations to them, and commiserations there to the Royal Navy boys. They will be going home, unfortunately, but I think we will just double check to see if we do have any other confirmed scores. Yes, we do. So the Goose House are going to be playing the British Army Crows A, which, if memory serves me well, that was the first game that we casted, I do believe. Yeah, and it was 13-1 to the Goose House the last time they played each other. So See You Late. We're obviously waiting on the result of Reapers A and British Army Crows B to see who will be playing that one. But yeah, we will be shortly progressing in towards our semi-final matchups, guys. So what we will do is we will quickly cut it to a short break, play a couple of videos as well, because we do need to shout out as well, guys. Obviously, with this being a charity stream, if you use the commands that you'll see in the title of the stream, !donate, it will bring up the links for Blesma and SSAFA, both brilliant causes for the military side of charities. So make sure you head over there. If you've got a spare bit of change in your pocket from last night's session that you don't really know what to do with, please feel free to head over and drop a donation over to those guys. And also, please check out Voxy Tactics as well. well. You'll see them in some of the ads that we roll. Obviously, it's an RPG cryptocurrency-based game where you can actually generate cryptocurrency from playing it. So a big shout out to those guys as they are the sponsor of this event, contributing a whopping £5,000, £2,500 to charity, which is an absolutely incredible feat by no means from them. So be sure to put those tags in towards the chat, guys, to see the links. The Nightbot will be putting them in automatically anyways, but we will just be quickly jumping to a quick break as we get ready for our semi-final. But don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back very, very shortly with semi-finals and another best of one to get us through this tournament even more. So thanks again, guys. Grab some food, grab some drink. We'll be back in just a bit.
Playing Voxy Tactics is super easy. To start, head over to voxys.io and register for an account. You can do this by pressing the login or register button at the top right of the main site's homepage. Once you've created your account, you can go and download the game by going to voxys.io/game download or clicking the link in the description. After installing and then launching the game, you will be brought to the login screen. Here, you can enter your username and password and begin your journey into the Voxyverse. But before you can jump straight into the action, you need to pick 3 recruits to play with. These 3 recruits will be what you use in-game, so picking a setup with a good synergy is paramount. You can read more about the classes and races of Voxy characters on our website, or you can jump into our Discord and leverage the amazing Voxys community to find out more. Now that you have your 3 Voxys recruits, we can look at the party roster and see what we're working with. Here, you can change your Voxys armor and weapons ahead of battle. So make sure you check in here regularly to make any adjustments you might need. So we have our recruit Voxys, we're geared up and we're ready to fight. To jump into the action, right click your mouse to head back to the main menu. Click on multiplayer and you'll be prompted to choose between 2 separate arenas. The first arena is draft, where all players are on a level footing, where they can bring their recruits, potions, and predetermined selection of both weapons and armor into the fight to see who will come out on top. Our second competitive arena is extreme. Here, players who own Voxy characters or an access pass can dive into the fray with items they have earned through battles or purchased from the Voxy's marketplace. When in a game, either draft or extreme, you will begin by being prompted to place your Voxys within the placement phase of the battle. Here, you choose 3 Voxys from your collection and drop them down within the allocated squares on your screen. Some people like to spread their teams out, whilst others like to clump them together. It all depends on the strategy that you, the player, wish to play. Once both players have placed their Voxys, the battle begins. When a battle begins, start by looking on the left-hand side of your screen. Here, you will see the battle turn order. This will dictate who and when each Voxy or player will take their turn. So make sure you plan ahead by looking at which Voxy character goes when. On your turn, you will have the choice between 3 options: moving your Voxy, performing a combat action, and exclusively in the extreme arena, equipping new items to your Voxy. However, you will only be able to use a single movement maneuver and either an equip or combat action. Move, being rather self-explanatory, allows you to move your Voxy across the battlefield to put yourself in favorable positions. A combat action allows you to choose between attacking, using an ability, or using a potion, all of which have their own situational benefits. If you're playing within the extreme arena, you'll get access to the third option, equip. Here, you can change your Voxy's armor and weapons on the fly within your battles. This allows you to adapt your enemy's strengths and weaknesses, but will prevent you from using a combat action for that turn. So make sure you think hard and strategize before making any decisions. An example of a turn within Voxy Tactics would be, I move this black mage towards my opponent's Voxy, and now I will perform a combat
legacy for your life.
My husband was an ammunition technical officer in the Royal Logistic Corps and a member of BLESMA. He was injured in an explosion in Northern Ireland back in '94, and when he died in 2010, I didn't know where to turn.
I was on detachment from 22 Engineer Regiment to the Counter IED Task Force. I was leading a patrol to clear 2 compounds when I stood on an IED. I was taken immediately to Camp Bastion, where they had to amputate both of my legs.
When I got back to England, it was a case of keep going. Any man that's lost a limb, he'll fall. That's why I came to BLESMA, because it got to that stage where I couldn't get up.
With the addition that the handbike that BLESMA kindly donated, it's been a massive influence in my rehabilitation and also being able to get interactive again with my son.
When BLESMA came to see me after Bob died, we were chatting about different things that I was interested in, and they were obviously interested in how they could help me. And one of the things that we were talking about was photography, and how much I enjoyed. I was a happy snapper, and they said that they were going to start a basic photography course.
During my rehabilitation at Headley Court, I got back into sport. I was approached by Prince Harry to be involved in the Invictus Games. It was a huge honour to take part. Being made the captain of the team was the icing on the cake.
I think you'll find there's a lot of other people that lose a limb to full of life. That kept me going for a long time.
Even though I'm still a serving airman, it's nice to know that BLESMA has been there at every stage of my rehabilitation.
I'm really thankful that BLESMA had got in contact with me, and the things that I've been able to do with them, it's helped me to see beyond my own problems.
Leading up to the Invictus Games, I had a lot of problems with my prosthetics, and BLESMA sorted them all out for me so I could carry on my training, and I ended up coming home with gold.
BLESMA supported us.
Now please
Support BLESMA.
That's about what I thought you'd look like. So you want to explore mystical worlds? Fight bandits, kill clan lords, craft godly weapons, and make loads of Not financial advice. Well, hello.
Thank you very much for your patience. We are now pretty much ready to go for our semi-finals fixture here. See You Late are going to be staying on stream, and they will be coming up against the org that we know and love, Pavs, in RAF Reapers. So hopefully we get another close game. I've got a funny feeling this might be a very good matchup, to be honest. There's a couple of talented players across the team. We've just seen, or you yourself have just seen exactly what See You Late can bring to the party, and we're kind of hoping that RAF Reapers can do exactly the same.
Mate, I'm still getting the redness off me slapped hands for calling them See You Later. So yeah, See You Later. Apologies, guys. If there is going to be any kind of mispronunciation, you know it's going to be coming from me. We know what these guys are capable of. We've just seen Patton put an absolute class on in terms of shooting with either the Vandal or the Operator. Do you think he could just pick up any? You think it was a catapult, he'd probably be able to get a 5-piece, but incredible play. But yeah, I know some of the guys, not from this RAF Reapers team, but I have seen some of the RAF guys playing VAL quite a few times, and have been carried a few times in Call of Duty by them. So I always expect these sides to be particularly good. So I'm expecting a much closer game. As much as we did get 5 rounds on the out of the boys from the Royal Navy, I expect a little bit more coming out of the RAF Reapers. So yeah, a little bit more going to be tactically a little bit better. They usually do expect to have a higher caliber of player. So this should be a really interesting game. But from what we've seen of See You Late, the See You Late guys do appear to be in kind of goose house territory of quality.
Yeah, so Owen, Sam, Faded, Mike, and Manos, obviously those players that if you guys did tune in yesterday, those were the boys that were representing RAF Reapers A But yeah, Pablo, that See You Late roster, we've obviously just seen them now. They're the ones that we can kind of talk on. Obviously, Patton is the man who we watched over literally just then, and he was having his way with the Navy lads, to say the same, so to say the least. So he's probably the man on paper, on the outside, from what we've seen anyways, that you would anticipate. He's the man they've got to try and keep quiet, and we know kind of as a team anyways how fluid they were with rotations, with picks, trades as well, very, very quick. Obviously, we're going to be playing Split on this occasion, which I don't think is a map that you've casted over. You'll probably go, don't recognise this one. It was one that was out of the rotation.
This is the one I actually know, like, more than most of the maps, because this is the only one I TDM on. I absolutely love this for TDM, so it's perfect for it if you're just soloing and you just want to get some practice in, or just dominate some rotters. This is an absolutely beautiful map for it. But yeah, in terms of actually playing and being tactically aware of what's going on, just from a quick glance, it seems to be it's a larger map than the Ascent in terms of its the split of bomb sites. Does appear to have a lot more going on. Again, though, it looks like a 3-laner. It's going to be pretty standard in that. We expect the tactics from See You Late to be almost identical. They're going to be, reasonably cautious, try and get information. I do expect that RF Reapers are going to countenance that with a very similar play. I think this is going to come down to who's going to be able to take advantage of quick, aggressive plays. I think See You Late have proven that they can do that, but if the Reapers have got either the countenance to that or they can do it themselves, this could be a grand old game. And this map is definitely, we like to say throw the cat among the pigeons, but this is, definitely one of those maps.
And where it's one of those maps which it's, in comparison to some of the others, there's less long-range lanes on this one. When we kind of compare it to Haven, where you've kind of got that C long lane where you can see a lot of operators have their influence. But on this one, very close engagements. I think one matchup that will be interesting, or one kind of character that will be utilised heavily. It looks as though both teams will be running Jet. So obviously Patton, who ran Jet in the last one, very quick to throw the smokes out, dash in, attract a lot of attention. This map is very difficult to break some of these sites if you don't have Jet players that do that, to my frustration in a game that I've recently just played where the Jet just didn't push the site. So it's very hard to push into some of these bomb sites on this map in particular. But I'm really interested to see, because Manus is the man that's running the Jet on the side of RAF, so we'll obviously have to see how these two teams fare up against each other in that one. But yeah, your duelists, first man into the site, obviously if they can get in and grab a pick or two, you're onto a win for the most part. Usually they're kind of the bait, but in the one that we saw previously, Pabs, in See You Late's game just against the Navy, Patton was the man baiting in, going in and getting 2 kills on top of it. So that's the matchup for me anyways, on the face of it, that I'll be really interested to see how these two fare up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the important thing with Jet, aside from that ability to be able to get into the site, is the support that comes through from players that are going to be able to throw smokes down so that the Jet doesn't just get annihilated on entry. So we did see that from See You Late. They were able to do that effectively. They did get a player to breach that B site in the previous round and got the support in. So the RAF are going to have to be on, top form if they want to absolutely hang with this team. But it's going to be, hopefully we're going to see a little bit more of a higher level of in terms of economy. We can already see, that See You Late know what they're doing. They'll sit back and hold on to weapons. They're quite happy to gift around as well. So just going to be interesting to see this level of tactic as well.
Yeah, and obviously both teams going to go for Killjoy, obviously quite in the meta at the moment, just to try and lock down at least one of those lanes without having to overcommit to a lot of it. So Sam yesterday on the side of RAF, he was running Killjoy main. He's doing exactly the same again. Falcourt is just going to be waiting for this inevitable push down towards A. And he does have Patton with him, with the frenzy as well. So the close engagement's ready to go. The flash, the U2 is out, but Patton just rips Sam's head straight off in the transition. But Falcour's played it patiently as 2 players just walk straight past him. He picks them both off with the classic, and all of a sudden, Bushy Mike, very much lonely Mike.
Honestly, that is like an entire momentum switch across from the previous game. They just haven't stopped. They just walked into this game with the same kind of confidence, the same unerring accuracy. I mean, Patton with the pistol, that's disgusting. What are you going to do against that kind of play? But yeah, incredible plays from See You Late. And again, they're just dominating early on. RAF have got to come back. This is an opportunity now where they could potentially be in the same position that the boys from the Navy were in earlier on, where they just allowed the game to run away with them. And with that kind of dominance, you do fear a little bit. We can see that stack over towards that B site. So, and this is round 2. This is what we saw in kind of a reversal in the previous game. A heavy stack. Thankfully, we're seeing a bit of a transition to get information.
Yeah, Kemi's using that wall, but unfortunately, with the additional use of Spectres and Bulldogs on the side of See You Late. It's going to be difficult to try and push in. Kemi gets another one as well onto Owen. He falls very swiftly, and that Sage Wall over towards the middle lane. A very common approach for teams just to try and block off one of the 3 lanes. You can see, though, that Patton's going to get caught out in mid-map, and Jerome's going to manage to grab him. Meanwhile, it's going to be a few kills that actually come through for Raf, so all of a sudden, this pistol round for them, low on eco, but this is a big set of kills that they've managed to get in Falcor. Now needs to clutch up, and he can't. Good round from the Raf.
Literally, I think this is like a bit of complacency creeping in from See You Late. I think they're very confident. They had a very dominant first game. They've come in and dominated that first round, and I think a little bit of complacency, over peaking, and then getting dealt with. Incredible play from Raf, and they take advantage. This is great to see. We're at parity very early on. This is already shaping up to be a really good game.
Well, you can see the weaponry on the side of RAF. They managed to obviously accumulate the Bulldog and the Spectre, and now they're looking to add a couple of Vandals and a Phantom on top of that. So it's going to be a very difficult round on the side of See You Late. But we won't put anything past them. The Breach utility straight down mid. It's just going to stop the instant push. You can see that Peyton's going to be so difficult over towards this side. He's trying to dash away. Oh, does manage to get a bullet in towards Jerome. So just the one tap is going to be enough with that Sheriff up close. And now the bomb going to be retrieved. And now where are they going to try and take it? You can see that Sam is going to be the man to retrieve it. Relic is still lurking over towards middle. It looks as though the call is to take this bomb over towards the A site alongside Manos.
Yeah, it looks like Manos with a little bit of in-game leadership there, just pulling him across. He is their kill leader. I think he's the kill leader in the game at present. And yeah, just that transition going now. And you could just the patience coming out of Relic. I'm just wondering if that is going to pay off. It is going to be a 2v3. So I think a big pick is needed to even things up. Falco with a big job right now. He's going to peek out of the smoke and just look. He's behind them though as well. This could be absolutely huge. Can he get the 2 of them though? Going to get the visual. No, my days. Unreal plays to drop Falco there, and that is going to be a 1v3, mate.
I thought for a second he was going to do what he did in the first round, just falling under the radar, just slipping through the net. Unfortunately, there with the Classic, he needed more than one bullet to do it, and unfortunately, the reactions that came through there from Bushy Mike was just, instant. So it looks as though they are going to try and at least save some weaponry ready going into that next round. Relic not going to look to try and push this site, and it's going to be a lead on the side of RAF. So obviously first round going in favour of See You Late. Pabs looked as though it might be potentially business as usual, but RAF adapting well, being very, very quick on the offense on this site, which isn't easy to do, to be fair, on split. Offensive rounds and offensive round wins, not exactly the easiest to come by sometimes, and they've just got 2.
Not at all. And the thing is, as well, as you've got to ask the question of See You Late, is there, I think, a little bit of complacency crept in, and we've talked about them potentially having a plan B, and that was against a team that they were dominating. The question is, have they got the intelligence now to sit back and have a different way of dealing with this RAF side? Because right now their reactions have been really good, their accuracy has been really good, and tactically they've just held their own and done well. So right now, See You Late probably having a heated conversation now, because I do feel like they're potentially letting things run away a little bit, especially when they relied so heavily on Patton in that previous game. If he doesn't drop 23 kills, that's a different game entirely. And right now, with him being slightly subdued by a better side, this could be a problem for See You Late.
Yeah, and Kemi's going to invest quite a lot of stuff to try and delay a few players pushing through mid. We saw the wall went up instantly, and the firing squad from Raf just brought it and tore it straight down. Relic, I think he might have just seen the head of Manos there, who is trying to sneak his way in towards Heaven. He's so close. Well, he knows he's there now. He's going to go for the swing. He's going to win the gunfight. Relic able to win it. So Manos with the swing, not quite on top of that one. And it will be first blood this time coming through from See You Late.
Yeah, really nice kill, and that's going to absolutely back up the RAF boys. They're going to have a think, and you can see that transition. They're still going to be looking for information down mid, but they're already considering that transition, and the boys from See You Late are set up perfectly for B. And as soon as that information goes out, it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the team from See You Late, those in mid and those over towards the A-bomb site, how they look to transition, because this could be a problem for them. You can see already getting the pig, See You Late getting absolutely dominated.
Oh, Kemi! He got 4!
Back for Kemi, unbelievable plays right there. They were set up in B perfectly for it, and I think the timing just went absolutely nailed on for Kemi to get that 3-piece, but he's got to do the job, and he does it perfectly.
Yeah, he just got 4 through all of that, I think. He just absolutely chewed through them. It looked as though the RAF were having another round where their aggression waiting towards the later stages of the round was going to pay off, and then Kemi just shot every single one of them through as they tried to cross over towards the site. That's the difficulty of split. They didn't have really anything to cross over with. And it was just a case of 1, 2, 3, and then drop the 4th as well. So a huge round there coming through from him to drop him on the leaderboard right on the top. And the RAF are going to take a bit of a painful round in that one.
This transition from A to B from see you late was like overcautious, and it's completely paid into their favour. Kemi gets to see these players from behind and gets to kill. If they transition any quicker or they panic in any way, that opportunity doesn't arise, and this could be a different round. They're seeing a much better game than we saw previously. This is what we expected out of the previous, best of 1. This is going to be an incredibly exciting game.
Well, Relic's going to try and dip out. He does manage to avoid it. But now you can see the positioning that is kind of gifted the RAF over towards this site. Relic just forced to hold the angle. Keme and Patton are going to be up top. The flash comes through, but Patton, is he going to try and get aggressive and push through here? That's the question. He might be able to catch a few players out here if he does swing it at the right time. They're looking to try and push up towards Heaven now. Patton's going to have a gunfight any second, and it might be a couple. Spots one. There's one pick for Patton. He's swinging onto some more. There's going to be the whole firing squad, though, and even a man of his talent can't get any more. But Kemi's going to do the damage. Mike, though, with some big kills, and they're still waiting to try and push out towards the site. Relic's going to push himself straight in towards some RAF bullets, this time in the form of Sam. And now 3 versus 2. Not going to be ideal. Sam gets another big pick, and all of a sudden, Falcor on his own.
Yeah, absolutely. Bushy Mike dominating the proceedings so far with some enormous kills. And again, just a little bit of an overchill coming out of the boys from See You Later. And that speaks to panic, the idea that, they're used to one player getting kills. Do not do that. Do not do that, Falcor. Owen with a very important kill, nearly a 3-piece for Falcor there, but Owen in the end just getting that kill. But again, that over challenging, over kind of aggression just speaks of panic, and a little bit they're relying on Patton especially to just go out and try and get this enormous amount of kills, and it's not going to happen all the time, especially when you're against a team with players like Bushy Mike and Manos who are going to get the trades and be effective, and that's what we're seeing right now. Still, the game is incredibly close. No one really, reaching out like they did in the previous round, but you do feel in terms of tactics and in terms of just that caution and confidence a little bit on the side of RAF right now.
Whoa, this might get messy. Patrick's in mid, and there are players everywhere. You can see all the util that's flying in his face. Patton's able to get one with knives, but it is very red, and it is red on the floor as well, as every single player, apart from Relic, will drop in middle map. And now he's in a position, unfortunately, where he's not really got the weapons. He's not got any friends with him either. And now he's going to have to try and work some magic. So the bomb is going to transition over towards the B site. So one advantage that he does have, if he gets some good timing, he might be able to catch a couple of players out. You can see, though, no, they're going to smoke that cross. And unfortunately, Manos is right up his trump here. So this is going to be a potentially brutal end to him. And he's going to get shot in the back. That's exactly what happens. And the RAF trading quickly, Pabs, using numbers well, and they counter that one. Although they did have the save round, to be fair, to See You Late, it was just very clinical from the RAF. They're doing exactly what they need to at the moment.
I just need you to explain to me where Manos was, mate, because I just want to know where this Trump is.
We're a PG-friendly stream.
His what?
Yeah,
his pardon?
He's right up as Donald Trump, yeah.
Right up his couch goes. But yeah, again, we just seen, obviously, it's always the problem when you're a player. It's going out to the site on their own with an operator or with the marshal, and you're going to be left last alive, especially if the other team push heavily to the other site. It leaves you with just no real advantage. So yeah, really nice win for the boys from the RAF. We are starting to see that confidence and the better tactics and the better ability to trade just to go to the fore. I just think the boys from CU8 just need to be a little bit more cautious and not rely on getting 2 and 3 pieces, but get those individual picks and be there for the trades.
Yep, well, Killjoy ults out. They're going to look to try and at least segment off a bit of B. You can see that it is also going to transmit in towards Heaven as well. So you can see those green arrows on the side of See You Later, forced to back up. Sam grabs one. Relic will manage to reply with one himself. And now Falcor out the back. You can see now they've got complete control of the site. The Doge is going to go out the back. And I don't think it got any information there. So they might not anticipate that Falcor's here. The smokes are obviously going to segment off the site accordingly. Bomb is down, and it looks as though it might be Relic to try and make the play. You can see he's so weak, though. He's got to be careful that the turret doesn't kill him. He will be knocked down to 30 HP, and they're going to invest the ult to try and push the players back off the site. So now, can they manage to strike quickly? Falcor's in. Everyone's in garage now for the boys of RAF. It's going to be difficult for them to get in, and they're getting pictured off here. They're defusing the bomb. They're going to actually send the ult back in, so it's going to be another Rolling Thunder this time coming through from the boys of RAF, and it will be Bushy Mike with one. Relic gets it. They've half stuck it. It's ults everywhere as there's one for Relic. Can't get the second though. And now it's 1 versus 2. And I think they might. Have they done enough? Yeah, okay. I thought for a second it was going to get a bit mixy there, but luckily they managed to just delay the bomb long enough with that Brimstone ult.
Absolute insanity towards the end of that game, and a flank coming out of Relic. I thought he was going to be able to turn things around, be able to get a couple of picks, but only able to get the 1 kill. I think that obviously not the time it took him to be able to get into that position really didn't help. The push came way too late, and that plays into the hands of the RAF. But being able to play so concisely in such a small space, be able to get the picks that they needed while, you know, utilizing the kind of armada of weapons that they had, are just incredible plays. Already looking like a very strong side, and see you late, just looking at a little average at the minute.
Yeah, well, I didn't appreciate that they would have invested that many ults to make sure they held that one. Obviously, we saw the breach Rolling Thunder flying through the site to stun everyone, and then they obviously used the Brimstone ult as well when they managed to get it half just to get them off of it again. So really good investment of the ults there. Obviously on split, those attacking rounds, if you can get them, you take them, and that's exactly what they've invested. We are just going to have a little bit of a tech pause while the guys sort out a couple of bits. But yeah, as you mentioned, Pabs, the boys of RAF, they're doing well. They seem to be very, very efficient and very coordinated in what they're pushing. And See You Later have obviously come against one team previous against the Royal Navy boys, but they're coming up against a different animal in RAF in this time.
I think efficiency is exactly the word to use. It just seems to be expedient. They're there for trades, which means if the player that gets the first kill isn't dead from a trade, then they've got 2 players to take up geography, and that's so important in this game to be able to utilize the space that you create with the kills. And they're doing that effectively and getting site control, and they're getting it quickly, and it's just played into their hands time and time again. When See You Later have done well, it's largely been on the back of an individual performance. Obviously, we see their first round that they were able to get on the board on the back of that 4-piece from Keme. So again, they're relying on really big individual plays, which they did in the previous game, and an incredible performance coming out of Patton. But now that they're playing a team that aren't readily going to give their lives up just as easily as the previous sides of the Navy boys, then they're in trouble. And I can see this game getting away from them, because I don't think the RAF are going to change up. They're not going to get complacent. They're going to stay efficient and determined.
Yeah, Manos is in. Falcor managed to make light work of him. He gets a second as well with the Sheriff. Didn't potentially anticipate that one. Is he going to get a third? No, Sam is going to mop up what remains for the time being, and Sam gets 2 as he drops Patton as well. So now 2 versus 2. Up towards heaven they go. The Flash is going to slap Kemi straight in the face, so he'll do well to stay alive. He's not going to be able to, and the RAF mop up again, up towards top middle.
That's the thing as well, is when you've got a team playing as effectively as the RAF are, when a player does go big, like Bushy Mike has done, you know, as we've just seen from Sam, and when they get a 2-piece or a 3-piece, it's game over. It doesn't matter what players you've got left, because the rest of the side, they're going to mop them up anyway. So, you know, at the minute, the See You Later in a really awful predicament. They're either going to get dominated by an entire side playing very efficiently, or they're going to get a player who drops a 2-piece, or 2 players dropping 2 pieces, and they're just screwed either way. Right now, they need a full reset and a full regain, because they are slowly but surely just absolutely losing this map. And again, you just feel like I can't see, outside of Patton going absolutely insane again, I just can't see him getting that opportunity. The RAF lads don't overpeak, they don't overchow, and they just seem to be very good in tight situations.
You can see the quick rotation from a little bit of info that they found. It's only going to be 1 man on the side. Obviously, you like that he's actually over towards the site, so Relic is all on his lonesome. He's obviously got a lot of Killjoy utility on the site. Keme, though, just working his way up mid, manages to sneak his way through. I was about to say that the Sage utility that they've been using in middle map every single time, it seems like the default RAF position is just to tear down the wall as soon as possible. Manos is able to get one, but Patton has now got the operator in his hand, and we know what he can do with that. So he is going to be over towards the A site, and it looks as though with the bullet that just whips past and takes out one of the RAF boys, they're going to look to try and work this one out, but Falcor, big pick over towards the B site, just stops the boys from RAF getting that early control.
Oh, this has been a much better performance from See You Late. If they are not able to see this round out, if they allow these 2 RAF players to get these picks, absolutely awesome performance from See You Late. The difference there was they had a player in Keme in mid who won his fight, opened mid back up. He retransitioned over to A. It forces the transition from RAF over to B. In that process, they get a couple of picks, and the See You Late guys are left in a 4-5v2, and it was really nice performance. But that all came down to getting information, getting the important pick, then getting back, relaying the information and transitioning effectively, which is something See You Late haven't done really well in this game so far. So hopefully plan B is in action for this team.
Yeah, and Falcor. Whoa, my God, it's like a jump scare.
That's right.
Just looking very pretty up close and personal. Holy God. Yeah, no, it was definitely Falcor just playing patiently as well. Just lets that first player obviously go past before he then decides to take the challenge to the second as well. So just a little bit of experience there coming through for him. But the potential ultimate abilities on both sides have obviously they've still got that fade ult alongside Jet do Raf, so they might potentially use that to try and punch into one of the sites. But they've got the opportunity. On the defensive side, anyways, to See You Late. They've got the Brimstone ult to potentially delay the plant. They've also got the Killjoy ult as well to retake the site. It's a very common approach, isn't it, Pabs, where they put that Killjoy ult down to get the area back. They force the attacking players out of the site once they planted the bomb and just try and work the retake that way. So it'll be an interesting kind of combination to see how they try and use these ultimate abilities in this middle portion of kind of the opening first half, if it will.
Largely for me, mate, using the ults is like black magic. I just it just the players that are able to utilize the kind of powers that they've got, it's insane to me how they're able to do it. It's a level of complexity that a dumb COD player like me just can never completely get their head round. And the fact, you know, they were able to use players like Jet to smoke out areas to get the site control is just fantastic. But right now, I just really want to See You Late to just get back into that stride and get that. It does look like it's a really nice defensive position that they've got up. And again, we're seeing a little bit of green go in that. Patrick does get taken down by Owen, so the trade is going to be there. And that's exactly what See You Late need to do themselves, is to be in that effective position. Major, it is going to be 4v4 as we hit that 1 minute mark. I do feel like this is a swing round for See You Late right now. Yeah,
Relic's not giving them anything just yet. He's just waiting. Got to be careful, though. There's a lot of players around him. And when that smoke goes down... Oh, nice flick, though, to take down Manos. Mike will make the trade. So we are still left with even numbers. And there's a lot of control in towards the top side of 8. And Peyton, though, with the sniper, can he make the play? He is obviously going to have to go through zip wires and work his way back up again. It's not going to be easy for him. And there is a little bit of a pinch now. So Raf, they've got to be careful, because I don't know if anyone is currently watching the push that Patton alongside his teammate might make. Falcor is out the back. He's going to get stunned, so the site control is going to be in their favour, and now it's going to be a question of how they work the retake.
Yeah, absolutely, Major. I think the one thing for me that separates this game from everything else, although that is appalling by Falcor, is 0-1 absolutely destroys him. It's a big kill for Kemi, though, as he takes down Bushy Mike, who's been a player who's been absolutely on the ascendancy. So See You Late kind of with an advantage. Yeah, it is going to be advantage. We can see there that the player from the RAF had hardly any health, and a really nice retake. We did think this was a swing round for See You Late, and they've managed to get that with that pattern diffuse coming in, and that's going to bring this back to 2. That is so important, and you feel like See You Late have kind of maybe broken the enigma or the mystery that was RAF, because for a long time at the start of this game they just appeared to be getting dominated with the pure efficiency. But I want to say is one of the reasons I do love this game is that you can't the pure adrenaline of that flick when you get a headshot so quick, the reaction time just makes you jump out your seat. Incredible plays right there, and See You Late making a hell of a game of this.
Yeah, and Keme just adjusted what he was previously doing with that wall. Rather than just kind of blocking off the whole of mid, he put it just blocking off towards that top heaven side, and it managed to mean that the fade ult that they invested, Raf, just didn't really do much. They got a pick, and then the teammates dropped as well, but that fade ult, I assume, didn't really come through as they might have hoped. So now it looks as though A is going to be the destination, so they are just going to switch it up here. Manos is going to look to try and claim a lot of space here behind these knives. He will get tagged up a little bit by the bot, but now he's so advanced, they're not going to anticipate he's here, but he's winding quite a lot of shots here is Manos, and Keme's going to punish him. Relic grabs one in the meantime, and it will be Jerome to answer back for the Raf, but unfortunately there, the knives just weren't quite as efficient as they want, as Keme is just slicing through them one at a time. The bomber's been planted, but Owen so alone in this one, and they are swarming round him. They get the pick, and it's going to be another round for See You Late.
Well, I did not see that coming from Manos, who had an absolutely impeccable first few rounds with some unerring accuracy, and then just throws away the ultimate like that. Well, utterly surprised. But again, See You Late just appear to have had to put themselves in a different gear. I have no idea what's gone on there, but this has become a bit of a comeback. We were looking at like a 4-round deficit at one point. Now it is only 1 round, and the ascendancy, the momentum, whatever you want to call it, is now firmly in the hands of See You Late. And Keme, you know, we talk about that flick, we talk about that 4-piece. This is a player who's slowly but surely starting to take over this game. And what worries me now for the RAF boys is we know Patrick's got a shot in him. We know Patton's got a shot in him.
Oh,
this could go south. Patton proving the point. Thank you. Drops Owen, who's himself has had a couple of last-minute clutch kills. But yeah, huge play right there.
Yeah, the Killjoy ult's out though. They're going to try and get this B point again behind it. They're not going to chow that middle lane again, I don't think, anytime soon. But now it depends how they're going to try and grab it out. They're desperately trying to get out of that ultimate, and it won't detain anyone. So now, can they sneak out the back? You can see the Patton's waiting with knives, though. As soon as this smoke goes down, you can see they're so ready. Out comes the peak, and it will be a knife straight through the head of Manos. Sam will grab a pick on towards Patrick. But now we're going to see some more ultimates. The Brimstone ult comes through, and so too does the Rolling Thunder. Out goes Patton and Falcourt. They're going to have to try and push these players out of Garage again. They tried doing this last time, but they managed to hold on. They don't have the ults this time as Mike grabs one. Relic gets a really important pick, though, and now Sam, so weak on his own, is going to fall, and it will be a clinical retake of that B site coming through from See You Late, and we are tied at 6 rounds apiece.
That was beautifully cast, that Major and Clinical. Entirely the point. See You Late have gone from looking almost amateurish to the point of looking absolutely efficient and just on point. Right now we're seeing some absolutely awesome plays coming out of Patton and Keme. If they start to take over the entire game, and this is a worrying time now, we know how many kills Patton can get. We saw him drop 23, I think it was, in the previous
26,
game.
26, I think.
Was it 26? Yeah. And he hardly... I mean, there's a few more deaths in this one. I don't think he barely died in the previous one. But now when you've got that assist coming through from Keme, Patrick, I think, had a really good game in the previous one. Very quiet at the minute. You know he can potentially get kills. But it just looks like that impetus that RAF had at the start of the game has completely dropped off. And if Bushy Mike isn't getting picks, I just don't think the rest of the team are going to be able to get the trades in or do anything effective. So right now, See You Later with what appears to be and what feels like a really big dash of momentum.
Yeah, well, here comes the players on See You Late, straight through mid in towards top heaven. You can see the Killjoy utility's been invested, but he's going to manage to dash across. Sam, though, really good work to help keep Manos alive. He's going to put one bullet in. Can he flick onto anyone else? Manos, no. Keme, apologies, is going to manage to grab that, and he's going to wall off that CT push as well, so it makes it a little bit easier to try and defend this site. Really good work from Patrick, though. Mike will manage to kill Falcourt in the meanwhile, but now utility in. They're going to try and punch in relatively quickly. Jerome can't seem to get the kill, though, over the line onto Patrick. Surely going to get it. He will. That right click just going to donk him straight in the face. But now, retake required. Can they do it? More classic shots being exchanged. Keme again comes out on top. And he's going to get a second as well. Oh, so close to getting the kill onto Mike. He's the last man up. And he knows this last man is so one shot. And he's not going to do it, though. Mike managed to hold the ice, gets the defuse, and gets the round.
For me, that's the clash of the game so far, is Bushy Mike versus Keme. We know that Bushy Mike's got a really good shot on him, and that is super important that he gets that kill in the end and keeps the RAF, you know, flowing. They you know, as much as they've dropped off in the last few rounds, they've still, you know, they were still only parity, and now they've still got that 1 round lead. So important that they maintain their own confidence, because, you know, you get those 4 rounds on the bouncer are no joke. You know, that's a problematic moment. You're in game, you've got your comms, you're kind of like, what the hell is going on? That's a really nice bounce back right there, and that's going to give them that 1 round advantage. They can't rely on Bushy Mike, though. They need players like Jerome and the other 2 players to step up and start to get into double figures as soon as possible. Because for me, I feel like See You Later, confidence is back up.
Well, here they come. Here's confidence. They're all going up top. Oh, I was going to say they all might go in the blender if they're not careful. Owen is able to get one before Relic trades, but again, the Spectres are just going to command a lot of control up top here. It's so difficult to win this one. Keme with a right click, I think, straight into the face of Manos. Is going to shut him down, so we're still tied at numbers. Mike is going to be forced to push the molly out just to slow down this original push coming through here, but nice shots from Jerome and Mike. Now leaves Patrick all on his lonesome. It's going to be difficult. Both players are weak, though, so it is doable. The right click, though, not going to combine with anyone there. But you can see Sam is just going to be working his way all the way around the back. And he's very, very trapped to his Patrick. He needs to try and take out one of these players. Otherwise, Sam is just going to tickle him and he'll fall. Feels as though it is pretty much inevitable now. Yep, and really good work there from the RAF. 2 strong defensive round holds.
Yeah, really nice play from them as well. Very, you've got to look to them to be able to regain kind of their confidence, regain control of the map as well, and they've done that with some. And more importantly, we can see those three players that are kind of just lagging behind Sam and Bushy Mike just starting to really contribute. That's Jerome Manos and Owen with some great plays. We know Owen's had a couple of big kills in the previous rounds, but they get that 2-round buffer. And for me, right now, See You Late are back in that position where they've got to unlock the enigma that is this side. They did well for 4 rounds on the bounce, but they've got to do it now. And this is again another swing round. I don't think if they allow the boys from RAF to get 3-4 rounds without response, this could be a problem for them.
So Manos, big engagement, takes up the bar, but he doesn't anticipate the Relic's going to go for the peak. So first blood comes through. You can see though that the weaponry that they're working with at the moment, See You Late, obviously, with the bonus round that Rafa are aiming for, isn't going to be ideal. Kemi's going to put a final bullet straight towards the top of Bushy Mike. 2 very swift kills. Sam, all on his own up top. He's going to have to do a big job here and try and stay alive.
Yeah, nice little bit of use of the alarm bot, but he's not going to get the kill. Patton there again with another huge kill. But it is going to be 2v5, and you can see all those red arrows trying to converge. You think potentially be a nice transition, but I think they know they've got the players trapped into that B site, and they get the kills, and it's going to be another big round. See You Late go absolutely flawless, and they're going to bring it back to 1 round. It's what we thought was needed. We need, I think again, if they allow themselves to get too far behind, the confidence goes. They start to make. One thing you've got to say, the difference right now between the RAF and See You Late is RAF maintain a kind of stability regardless of what's happening or regardless of what the score is. You feel that when See You Late get under pressure or get put behind, they start to overchild, overpeak, or potentially do kind of a more wild tactic. But again, when they need to, they step up, and their players do tend to get the big picks. But we've talked about it before. They seem to rely on the likes of Patton and Keme to get these big kills.
So middle looks as though it's the choice of direction. Now, how will Raf try and play this? They've got a lot of control. Mike is going to be hanging around. Is he? No, maybe not. He's just going to reposition. And Patton, he knows likely that somebody is going to either be down there or waiting for him on the other side. It's not usually you tend to see players trying to push down that zip wire side, because as soon as you crop up the other side in towards top A, you just get your head cleaned off. So
yeah,
just a little bit in a position where they're obviously in mid-pabs, but now they've got to try and make a decision as to where they try and push this.
They need a pick. Then more importantly, I think the RF guys they're going to hold tight and force See You Late to over peak and try and get a pick. This is going to be hugely important, but they've been so successful so far at being able to just get one kill, very first kill on the guys in the RAF, and that's how largely how the last few rounds have gone. They need this though. You can see already they're just trying to bait them out a little bit, but yeah, information gathering in mid is just all important for the See You Late guys. And you can see that transition already starting as number 2 there is going to be heading back.
Oh, good work from Owen. Oh, we can't get the kill though. I was going to say the utility thrown at the floor is going to make it so difficult for those players to push in, but he manages to get the pick. And unfortunately now they're falling by the wayside. Jerome with 1 pick though manages to make it 4 versus 3. He gets another as well as Sam combines for 1, but Patrick and the boys, I don't think they've got enough time to plant the bomb, and we're going to actually see a rolling thunder invested here, so I didn't anticipate that one. He manages to throw it out there, doesn't get anything from it, and it will be around on the board for the boys of RAF.
Yeah, if anything, I've said See You Late can be a little impulsive. They were maybe overcautious in mid. They didn't really push the agenda. Very difficult for them to get into that A site from mid. It is dangerous to drop in, and you are potentially just going to get cut to ribbons. So interesting that they decided to do that. Largely, they have been pushing A bomb site. If you were going to ask me who would push mid to get info, I would normally say the RAF. But yes, See You Late try and give it a go, and it doesn't work in their favour. They've got 2 rounds behind now, so again we talk about this point where I don't think it's a good idea for them to get 3 or 4 rounds behind. This is a big swing round, but on the offense, it's up to them to push and to create the holes, and right now I just feel like the RAF have got a little bit too much.
Well, Sam has dropped some of his killjoy utility quite early on. Now where do they try and push it? They've got to be careful though, because they are waiting right around the corner with the judge over towards B. It looks like, again, it's going to be another middle push. They are just going to leave that bomb, though, over towards that CT lane, which means that they have an opportunity to maybe try and stick or twist onto another site. Patton is going to get tickled for the time being. Got to be careful of Jerome, though. He's just sneaking up, but nice shots there from Patton. He just manages to clean him out with the one tap there. Manos is going to get a pick, though, in towards Garage with that judge. Falcor has got him a little bit dead to rights, though, and it will now mean that Bushy Mike is last man up. 1 versus 3 needed.
Yeah, this is going to be, even for Bushy Mike, this could be a push too far. Oh, the shots are not accurate. I think he maybe should have left that and maybe tried to follow him up. Again, the reactions there from Bushy Mike, great, but the accuracy just not there to follow it up. They're going to have an idea of where he is, and that's going to be Bushy Mike getting a big pick. He has only got, it is a 1v2, but you've got to look at the player there, only half health. So, again, this could be absolutely huge. If he gets a pick on the player with full health or able to get the shots, this is going to be huge. Bushy Mike, just enough in the end from Patrick as he drops that player, and that is going to be a 1-round deficit as the See You Late guys manage to bring it back. And again, great play from them. They're not allowing the REF to get too far in advance.
No, so it's usually quite a CT heavy side, this one, but they are both teams making it very, very difficult on the defensive side. As I think Listo's going to try and make us hungry here, because now I really want some food. So thanks, Listo. And okay, while we do quickly transition in, we've got to shout out Listo and Jasmine in the background, our beautiful observers who are making us hungry currently. So yeah, thanks, Listo. But anyway, I digress. Back in towards round number 18 we will go, and it looks as though it's a very, very heavy mid push here. The knives are out. You can see the angle from Manos. He's going to look to try and ping a couple of heads. There's one for him. So this round is looking very, very good in the opening parts of it. He's going to get a second as well. Manos, what some shots they are. Is he going to get the second in the smoke as well? Oh, no, the right click doesn't hit anything. It literally must have cut off Keme's hair. And he gets a third as well. Nice work from Manos. The damage is done on an eco round, which is looking very, very good for them so far.
Yeah, absolute work. Manos with a lot of work to have to pick up. Falcor is going to drop him now. It is going to be 2v3 at the minute mark. Manos needing to pick up from, improve from his previous performance with that ult, able to get a couple of picks and put their team in that kind of advantage. It is only 3v2 though. And again, you would have to worry. Sam is able to get some big shots. So RAF still not done. This game, this round is still not over. Yep. Plenty to play for, Major, at the 40-second mark.
Well, see you later out. I said see you later, as you like to call them, as they just went straight over towards the A side. No messing around, and they managed to bait out the brim ult, sorry, from Mike. So that doesn't catch anything. So this might be a really big round here for See You Late if they can get this one. They do have to be careful of Mike on the flank though. Falcor. Is he going to be wise to it? He's got a second. Little fifth sense into him, and he gets it. Falcor with a big pick. 2 versus 2. Patton is a little bit trapped here, though. Needs to try and get away with his life. Does he opt to invest knives, or is he just going to try and work this one out with the Vandal? Jerome's now on the defuse. He's going to look to try and invest the Rolling Thunder. You'll see Jerome's going to get taken off that bomb. He's surely dead to rights. He's going to go and stick it, but the bullets are good, and the shots coming through, and the teamwork, more importantly, from See You Late means that they tie this one up 9 rounds apiece.
Absolute awesome play to come from that 2v3 position. They were in really nice setup in terms of the map. They were able to get a little bit of a pinch on there, but at the end of the day, you've got to get those kills, and you've got to utilize your ordnance correctly, and that's exactly what they did. They've brought it back to parity in Major. This has been a fantastic showing so far. Kemi having to go huge along with Patton in order to keep this as level as possible. But again, this is still all to play for. You know, I honestly couldn't call it now with the ability of See You Late to just unpick the enigma that is REF. Yeah. But the REF just have never looked, you know, they haven't flapped, they haven't looked panicked, they've maintained the same kind of play that they've been doing. So, you know, I'm going to ask you to plant your flag, mate, but where do you see this going?
Well, you can see at the top of the screen those nice little golden glows to each of the characters. They've got 4 ultimates ready to use, and my God, you might as well have a separate one for Patton when he peaks, because he just gets the kills so frequently. First blood on the cards again, courtesy of him. See You Late. Now going to see where indeed they go. They've got the bomb over towards that B garage side, so they do have a bit of a split push here. A couple players wrapping over towards mid, Patton being one of them. But do we see that Killjoy ult to maybe try and section off this B site? That's what I would anticipate at first glance. Just waiting for a little bit of help before they do it. And Kemate just holding the angle. Next kill's going to be big. Good kill there from Manos as he gets away with his life as well. Here's the Killjoy ult over towards the site. You can see on the minimap where those players cannot stand. And Bushy Mike, though, with a really big pick. I tell you what, the Killjoy ult is out, but they've not got a huge amount to show for it. But surely now, in the site they go. Bomb surely will get planted now.
Yeah, 4v3 again, advantage RAF, the same position they were in the previous round. The next few picks are going to be absolutely vital. We can see Patton there going to get a couple of big pills. Patton going to go absolutely huge. Sam is going to take down Patrick. It is going to be a 2v2 with 11 seconds remaining. The plant is going to go down. Are they going to get it? Yes, they are. So it is going to be absolutely on RAF now to do a job. They're going to go behind for the first time in this series.
Yeah, Sam's now got to do a 1 versus 2. The stim has now run out as well, with Patton out the back. Is Patton going to get a second look at this? He's going to shoot just to try and bait out a couple of maybe doubts in the mind of See You Late. He's running out of time though. Patton's holding the cross. They're holding both angles. It's going to be so hard. You do anticipate Patton is peaking any second, but Sam gets one. Has he got time? He does. He's got to push this quickly though, and Relic's playing Ring Around the Rosie with him. He's just going to bait him out. Is he going to find him? He gets the kill.
Oh, my
but I don't think he's got enough time. No, he doesn't.
Oh man, that's incredible play from See You Late. So close to be able to get that for Sam from Raf, but the margins in this game are incredible. He's able to get the 2 people. They're able to play time like absolute troopers, and that's going to give them Major, more importantly, the lead for the first time in this game. You come out to the back of the other game, no Major, and you're like, what? They're only the lead at 10-9. You do not see that coming, and testament to the RAF for doing so well. But the game is not over, and you just know the RAF aren't going to be flat by that whatsoever. They're going to come back with the same kind of efficiency, the same kind of caution, and they're going to look to get these picks.
Yeah, and the economy on the side of RAF is absolutely shot as well. They're running marshals, stingers, anything they can get. We're going to see the knives from Patton as well. Is he going to try and clear out this ace site? In he goes, claims the space, and up towards top heaven he goes as well, I think. Got to be careful here, does Owen. He's got to flip. I know Patton's going out the back. Oh, here comes the knives. A shot from Owen,
nice shot.
Straight into the jaw of Patton. Is the first blood on the cards. That ultimate, they get absolutely nothing for it. Oh, I thought he was going to get a second as well. He can't get away, though. He's so weak. But more importantly, the one thing they do have, Pabs, is control of the ace site.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice play by Owen, managing to keep a little bit of distance between himself and See You Late, and it is going to be really difficult for them to try and get this fight back. RAF, though, 2 versus 4, as we see Patrick and Relic put the Kosh right onto the RAF. Very difficult retake now, and not very much time to do it.
Well, they're all the back out of CT. Oh, Jerome's going to grab a bullet to the face as Falcor grabs 2 of them. Owen falls as well, and 11-9. And now, with an opportunity to really get this one wrapped, you do feel for the RAF if they don't win this next round and they burn all their economy in this one. Unfortunately, it's going to be even more difficult to stop the boys from See You Late grabbing the subsequent winning one. So now, a lot invested into this one. Manos going to opt to go for the operator as well. So can he make the play to maybe hold down one of these lanes? Because to be fair to him, perhaps See You Later have played this impeccably on the offense. They were obviously struggling at phases of it, but recently they just seem to have their number.
Yeah, they've completely unpicked the Enigma, and this is the other thing. When you've got Manos with a big kill, though, that's going to be advantage to the RAF, and that's important as well as he drops Patrick, one of the better players from See You Late. But again, it gets Patton there. He's incredible. He's an absolute monster. To think he's not even the kill he did in the game. Oh, they're just allowing him to run riot. Patton drops Jerome. Manos is going to take things to a 3-all, though, and that's really important for the RAF. Next kill is all important, and the RAF are going to need this desperately.
They're rotating. Sam is playing this perfectly. Is he going to strike at the right time? They're going to res on to Falcor. They don't anticipate he's here, so Sam's now in the back. Sam is the problem that they've got to try and deal with. He's actually going to dip back for the time being. But now, what do they try and do with this bomb? They're up towards that heaven side of A. Do they try and go through CT to wrap to B and try and plant it? Or do they just try and stick to their guns and clear these players off of A? Because there are a lot of players, a lot split out. It's going to potentially depend on whether they can win these individual gunfights. It looks as though the call is head over to B and get that bomb down.
Yeah, I think they've got enough information to realise that there's potentially no one over at B. You can see that confidence. They've just rushed into the site. So they're going to try and get this down. The setup, though, needs to be quick. I get a feeling that the boys from the RAF are going to look to try and get picks as quickly as possible. That's a huge kill from Pan as he drops Manos, and that's all important. But Sam getting a huge kill. It is going to be 1v2, and RAF still with the advantage.
Patton's got to go big.
If there's one player that can go big, it is Patton.
Oh my god, and Sam's one shot. Is Patton going to do it again? Sam is so weak. He needs the flick of his life here, potentially. The one tap needs to connect. Is it going to do it? No, it won't. And Patton again for the ace. The teabag and the bullets to boot as well, as he puts his team one round away from match point and securing their place in the grand final. It's just Patton things at these points.
Mate, the big general himself, if you're going to pick a player when you were in this previous game that was going to go big in the next one, you were going to say Patton. Again, dropping, 24 kills, potential to get more in this final round. RAF have just fell completely off. If you want criticism, you could say is they've been so efficient, they've been so unflappable that they've never really stepped through the gears. You've never felt that they were going to get aggressive and maybe take a risk. Unlike See You Late, will over peak, over challenge, and sometimes it doesn't work out. And then you look at Patton and Keme and you think, well, sometimes it does when they can get 2 pieces and 3 pieces. So great play from See You Late, but the RAF just again maybe a little bit too efficient. Maybe just need a few more risk takers in the side.
Yeah, and they've got the force by. Big kill from Mike though. They needed that one after they dropped the first blood. They reply with 1. But now 4 versus 4. They do have that Rolling Thunder to use. Mike's going to get spotted, though. The Tracer, they're good enough. Manus with a huge 2-piece. Shuts down Kemi and Patton. So they both fall. And now they're going to look to try and raid over towards this B site. There's going to be 2 players up. Heaven, is the flick going to be good on? Somehow Manus doesn't win that one, though. A huge 2-piece from him prior. And the shot's a little bit windy in that occasion. Isn't going to be enough. The Killjoy over towards the A site does absolutely nothing as they switch over towards B. And now 2 versus 2. The RAF, they have an opportunity here because Falcor, he's going to invest that Rolling Thunder in towards top heaven, but does he go for it as well? He does! Oh, but Jerome with a huge kill now leaves Relic on his own. 1 versus 2. Ring around they go. Can he flick? Oh, there's 1. Can he do it again? Oh, Relic just puts the nail in the coffin when RAF look like they're about to do it. They don't. And the boys from See You Later say see you later. And off to the grand final they will go.
Well, that is blowing my mind. I mean, at the end, Relic with an absolutely incredible 2-piece kind of sums up See You Late as a whole. A player from nowhere comes and gets this incredible 2-piece to see them through into the next round after a battle for the battle of kills between Keme and Patton in a game where they were 4 rounds behind at one point and they brought it back. Incredible performance. I gobsmacked. I mean, you go out of the previous series, they had such a dominant game. You come into this, you think they're going to be good. It's a big job for the RAF, and they just look like they're behind. They can't break the RAF enigma, and then just from nowhere they just seem to step through the gears, and Patton steps up, Keme steps up, and then at the end we see Relic as well. This is an incredible side to see. I'm just gobsmacked.
Well, our best of ones are done. We now have our grand final pretty much ready and waiting. Now you can see that the Goose House, they are waiting as expected. That's probably one of the favourites going into this one. They knock out British Army Crows and they plonk themselves in grand final, and they're going to be up against the See You Late team, who do have the wind in their sails, that's for sure, after taking down RAF Reapers A. But that is going to be a game and a half. We will be throwing it to a quick break, guys. And remember, this is all for charity as well, so a big shout out to Voxy Tactics. Feel free to drop the commands in chat, !donate and !sponsor. You'll get the links to the various charities. If you do want to drop a 5 or a 10 or whatever you feel comfortable with, please make sure you go ahead and drop them for Blesma and SSAFA. They're both incredible causes for the army side of things. So make sure you head over and donate to this beautiful cause, because Voxy Tactics, they're dropping £2,500 alone from this one and $2,500 in the prize pool. So a very, very tippable amount from those guys. So make sure you do stay seated for now, guys. We are going to quickly cut to a quick break. And when we are back, we will have the grand final ready and waiting to go. See You Late versus the Mighty Geese in the grand final just after this short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit.
I was lying there on a road looking up. My map was out to my right, my GPS to my left. I went to reach over to grab my GPS, and that's when I noticed that my arm had been blown open. I could see right down to the bone. That's when I knew it was me that had been hit. I didn't know at this point, but both my legs had been blown off. My right leg had been blown off up to my ankle, and I had just bone from my ankle all the way up to my knee. My left leg was then blown off straight up to my knee, with nothing else below it. And I had to put tourniquets on the tops of my legs. So we get back and we go into the base, and then lads from another platoon pick me up on the back of the stretcher and run me onto the back of a helicopter, which is there waiting for me already. On the back of the helicopter, there's a doctor on the back, and she tells me her name, and I'm like, please just put me to sleep. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. And she's like, yeah, I'm going to put you to sleep now. Don't worry. And that was it. That was the end of my time in Afghanistan. Fast forward 3 weeks, I wake up in a hospital, QE in Birmingham. I'm there lying there with tubes coming out of my mouth, wires all over my face, wires all over my arm up in a sling. And my dad's sitting at the end of the bed. And my dad looks really emotional. He doesn't really look emotional normally. He's a bit of an old school bloke, doesn't show his emotions, never seen him cry or anything. But I could tell while he was sitting at the end of my bed that he'd been crying. And I was like trying to get his attention, Dad, what's happened to me? I couldn't talk because I had these tubes in my mouth. I was like looking at my arm that was up in a sling, and I was like, is my arm okay? He's like, we don't know yet. We don't know what's going to happen with your arm. I was like, okay. I was like, my legs? And he was like, no. I was like, one? He was like, no, both legs. I was like, okay. And then I go back into unconsciousness. Then I wake up in the middle of the night, and tubes that were in my mouth just feel like they were suffocating me. So I start trying to bite them, I need to speak, I need to talk, and I don't feel like I can breathe properly. So I start biting through these tubes, and biting through, and then all these alarms start going off because I bit through the valve and the air's not going into me. And all my vital signs are starting to go down. And then I go back into unconsciousness, and they wake me up that night. And they're like, you're very lucky. You bit through your tube and there's no air going through into your lungs. I was like, okay. I felt really sore all the way down my chest. I had scars on the ends of my lips from where all the tape and pipes had been through me. And that night I was lying there, and there was a nurse at the end of my bed. And I didn't really remember what had happened with my dad at that point. And I was like, okay, so she was talking to me normally, like, how do you feel and things like that. I was like, yeah, can't wait to get out of here. I just want to go and play football with my son. And she's like, you do realise that you've lost both your legs? And my world just fell apart again. And that is the most vivid time that I remember being told that I've lost my legs. So I'm absolutely distraught, crying. She's distraught after telling me, and she's crying. She'd been told that I'd already been told, but she could tell from my reaction that I just couldn't remember it. And that was one of the longest nights that I remember after being injured. She's there sitting with me, comforting me. And it's a really rough night. While I was at Headley Court, I got with my girlfriend at the time, and we'd moved in together. I was at Headley Court, we got a house up in Birmingham. And then, as things started getting serious, we got engaged. And when we got engaged, we decided that we'd like to try for a kid because of my injuries. I couldn't have kids naturally, so we had to go to the Birmingham Women's Hospital to have IVF. Now, IVF is one of the most stressful things that you'll ever go through. But we got very lucky the first time, and we had a little boy in 2013 called Alfie. Alfie was our miracle child. We can't have any more. We haven't got any more tries left for IVF, so he's sort of like our world. And in 2017, me and Rachel went off and got married with our close family at Disneyland in Florida. And we had Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and Beauty and the Beast there with us while we got married. And that same year, I went to Toronto, Canada, and took part in the Invictus Games in the wheelchair basketball, where we got a bronze medal. Absolutely brilliant time over there. We had such a laugh, all the different countries coming together. It was just the best atmosphere that you could actually imagine.
Ever wanted to play a fast-paced, free-to-play tactics RPG game where you can complete quests, defeat your enemies, and battle in PvP arenas whilst earning cryptocurrency and in-game items that you truly own? Then Voxy Tactics is the game for you. Voxy Tactics is a retro-styled RPG that is heavily inspired by the classic tactics games of the 90s and 2000s, but with some modern twists sprinkled in to make the game feel both nostalgic and modern at the same time. Voxy Tactics has gameplay for everyone, with its exploration and arena game modes. Do you want to venture out into diverse lands, discover ruins of fallen kingdoms, battle monsters, and learn the rich lore behind the Voxyverse? In exploration mode, you will embark on an epic, story-driven adventure to freely explore the Voxyverse and encounter many unique experiences as you uncover the backstory of the game and explore its vibrant world. There are many hidden surprises to uncover, as you complete quest lines with multiple ways you can approach different problems that you will undoubtedly encounter in the world. In exploration mode, players will be taking part in battles against computer-controlled monsters and villains to earn voxel tokens and wondrous NFT equipment rewards that can be used to enhance their gameplay. If exploration is not your jam, then enter the PvP arenas where you take up arms against other players in competitive multiplayer matches. The Voxy Tactics PvP arenas will consist of two PvP modes, called the Draft Mode Arena and the Extreme Arena. Each mode will have its own benefits and prize structure, allowing players to compete against their friends and other competitors from around the world to see who is the fiercest Voxy Tactics player of them all, whilst winning amazing rewards along the way. Are you ready to take on the challenge? Download now and play for free.
Abash! Abash! Abash!
Look to whenever necessary. They are concentrating on keeping people in their houses, and that's what I would want to do more than anything else. I would really want to stay where I am, and I would approach Blesma to see if they could help me to do that.
This is no surprise that they've got themselves to the final. See You Late have been incredible. Obviously, they had an absolute storming performance against the Royal Navy Orcas. A little bit more of a difficult game against RAF Reapers A, but they just They seem to have that really nice mix of like good control and good efficiency, but when they need to, they can really get aggressive and step it up. Hopefully, they're going to be able to put some real pressure onto the Goose House again. This Goose House side is looking extremely good, but these are both leaders of their respective groups, so we're expecting some fireworks. Man, I mean, I just love the Goose House. They're just such their social media is amazing as well. We've cast over some absolutely incredible sides of theirs, but you know what, see you late, they've proven the last 2 games that they can hang, so hopefully they're going to just, we're going to see the same out of Patton, we're going to see the same out of Keme. Hopefully they don't get overwrought by the occasion, or don't get kind of like a little bit kind of scared of their opponents, but hopefully they can just dive in with the same kind of confidence that we saw coming out of that RAF game.
So guys, as you can see, Goose House being represented by the same roster that we saw yesterday: Scythe, Amari, LSD, Pegasus, and Danny. And then obviously See You Late. You guys saw them in the series prior: Patrick, Falcor, Keme, Patton, and Relic. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys fare up against each other. But our series in this one, as mentioned, guys, is a best of 3, and we've got Haven, Ascent, and Icebox to cover us across potentially these 3 maps here. So we've got a nice split of some maps that we know and love in this one, but we are now loading in very, very shortly into map number 1, which is going to be Haven. So, I mean, I like to put you on the spot, Pabs. You haven't seen Goose House, so I'll put you in it regardless. What are you saying? Pick one team, I'll pick the other.
Mate, I'm going to say See You Late just because I've seen them, because I've seen what Patton and Keme can do. I love the Goose House, but I just want to... You cast over the Goose House yesterday, so you know what they've got, and I'm going to leave you that option to go with them. They are, normally the strongest side in any VAL tournament that we've casted, but let's go with the underdogs. I'm going to go with See You Late.
Fair enough, mate. Well, I will stick my flag with the geese. I say I'm really interested again. We kind of flagged up the playoffs between Jets in the previous one. We've obviously got double Jet set up here again, so Patton's going to be running Jet, as we saw previously for See You Late, and then you've got Pegasus who's running Jet on the side of the geese. So we've got a nice little match-up on that one. Both teams, I believe, are running Killjoy. Yeah, so both teams will be running Killjoy. We've got a Brimstone on the side of See You Late, and a Brimstone on... sorry, not a Brimstone, an Omen on the side of the geese. So I think we are now pretty much ready to go for grand finale time, if I am not mistaken, and I think we are. So here we are, guys, in the grand final again. As mentioned, this is obviously for charity. If you guys do have any spare dollar that you do want to donate towards SSAFA and Blesma, feel free to put !donate in the chat. And also, if you are looking for a new game that you want to be playing, a nice little RPG game that can earn you a little bit of cryptocurrency, I know a lot of you young lads love repping a bit of the old crypto, head over and plonk !sponsor in the chat, and you will be transverted over towards Voxies, who are sponsoring this tournament, and they have donated an incredible amount of money to both charities and to the prize pool. So please make sure you use that, have a look at them in the chat, and download it. It's a free game. Why not? See if you enjoy it. If not, no worries. If you do, you get some crypto out of it. But grand final underway, Pabs. We know the importance of getting these ones underway in a good fashion, and pistol rounds, obviously, the greatest way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this layer of economy that just makes this game so much more interesting than most of your FPSs out there. I'm probably one of the few people that really do like this map. I like that middle section where you can get a lot of action. It might not be great in terms of its tactics and the kind of the balance of the map, but as a player, I do enjoy just getting into that middle section and trying to peek window and get some kills. You can see 2 players do look like they've already tried that. Does look like they're pushing around the back, actually going towards that far B site. So yeah, this could be very interesting.
Well, it looks like pretty much free plant at the moment for See You Later. So they've got a lot of players. Patton's already pushed up. The aggression that we're used to seeing him run is very much there, and the first blood actually will go in favour of the Goose House, so they're going to try and opt to go for the retake. Patrick's going to be watching down A short here. There's going to be 3 players, though, on the side of the Goose House that will transition past him. There is a lot of info coming through from that Sky Flash, though, so everyone will know. But now here come the geese in numbers. Danny's going to grab that pick on the site onto Keme. There's a lot of geese arrows. Pegasus is going to grab one. The geese are looking very clinical, and the team chows are going to leave Patton alone. No one drops first round on the board for the geese, and it's an emphatic retake of that site.
It almost looks like they gifted them the ace sight. You always felt like they were funneling them in, and just the accuracy coming out of the shots just felt like that the geese were just there to slaughter CU08. And they had a good option to get it down. They had a little bit of time to get themselves set up, and they still weren't able to do that. Again, very difficult for the attacking side, and the Goose House looking very strong already without a single, response right there. That is everyone, already on the back foot.
Well, the geese looking good. I'll be interested to see if they opt to just keep allowing CU8 that site control over towards A and effectively just retake it as a team. But there is a heavy garage push over towards LSD. And now, can he manage to grab a few picks? They're straight on towards the C site. Pegasus is very much on his own here. He's going to try and dash away with some smokes, and the shots come through. He will get one. Falcor, though, with the shorties. Patton's going to grab a pick as well, but they've got to be careful of the pinch. Syph is here. This is what he did so much yesterday, just lurking in the back, able to take down one. There's going to be another one in Patrick here. The flash is out. Patrick will fall. The geese are looking to try and converge once again as Syph gets another double, and Patton grabs one. He's trying to get away with his life somehow. Oh, the movement is beautiful, but I think there's still one on the bomb. Is he going to get the pick? Patton! There you go. That's what we've seen all today, and he's going to do it again, and he has officially arrived to the grand final.
Welcome to the grand final. Patton, 4 big kills. Whatever Syph can do, Patton can go one better. It's something that they've relied on wholeheartedly in this run of the last 3 games. Is Patton or Keme going absolutely ham in a game? Well, it's brought them back to parity, and again, in a round where it did look like again that the Goose House were kind of giving them a free lane to get down. It's a tactic they just appear to be using, corral them, and then get the kills. Well, you know what? See you late said, no, we're not having that, and got the kills. Incredible performance coming out of that team right there. Parity restored. This is already looking like this could be an incredible grand final.
Yeah, okay. I think I might need a
major, we're pumped.
Yeah, I think we might need a few more drinks, and God bless our voices after not being casting for a while. But look at the aggression that those players are showing in towards window on the side of the Goose House. They don't need a second invitation to push up, and they've got a lot of control. Patrick's going to have no idea that he's going to catch a sheriff bullet straight to the back of the head. You can see that Relic's going to try and play the anti-flash. He's done a good job of doing it, but meanwhile, Keme's able to grab a pick, so it will even up the numbers at 4 apiece. We are going to see the Doges out and the subsequent birds as well for a little bit of information. The eye coming through off that backside of the spawn. It's going to be Relic with 1. Gets the second. Nice work from Relic. And Pegasus is going to manage to repinch him down that C long side. So 2 versus 2. Bomb in the hands of CU8. And it looks as though A site is going to be the destination.
Well, this has been a frenetic Mother's Day so far, but CU8 have announced themselves, and the Goose House know they're in a game now. 2v2, 40 seconds remaining. Keme is going to get the plant down, so there is going to be quite a bit of time before we see the Goose House get themselves over towards A. This little transition and setup is going to be very interesting. You can see both players kind of trying to watch a lot of angles, but you can see the Goose House looking to come right the way around the back and potentially get that trade. And I think they've read this already. You can see those players from CU8 just starting to peek together, and you can see that's quite a lot of room they've given themselves there. This is going to be huge, though, Major.
Patton's got to make
time at all. My days, Pegasus goes big.
Nice work. Nice retake there from the Goose House. They're happy to do it. We've seen it in the opening 3 rounds now, and they've done it again. Nice retake there coming through. It thought for a second there that Patton might be able to at least take 1 down, but unfortunately
Patton
not.
Seemed a bit wide to you. He seemed quite open. He didn't. I would play an angle personally, and he seems super open. I mean, the guy's got an incredible shot, but left himself in a really odd position and was super wide towards the end of that round, and he made himself an easy target, especially for a 2-piece coming into trade.
Yeah, I think he was maybe just trying to hold an angle. Obviously, when his teammate dropped, maybe trying to play something a little more unorthodox and maybe catch them out by just swinging it. But unfortunately, he is up against another very talented Jet player in Pegasus, so it's going to be, again, a matchup that I flagged as being very, very interesting to see how this one goes. And it will be first blood this time for Keme, opening up the round. And that is not ideal for the Goose House if they're going to try and work a retake. But Syph just replies with 1 clean pick straight into middle map, 4 versus 4.
Yeah, an incredible play, Syph. And Patton, this looks like it's going to be the battle of this game so far. We can see just how tight it is. Only 1 round between the 2 teams as we approach that 115 mark. And again, a little bit of caution coming into CU8. You know, they have been known to be a little impulsive and a little aggressive. Well, I think you can see the respect, Major, that they're giving the Goose House right now. Yeah. And look at that defensive spread. Anyone who pushes any of the lanes, they're going to know, and you could potentially see a convergence right now. Again, that little bit too respectful. Patton does win that fight, though. That kind of that war that we talked about between Patton and Scythe. Patton wins in this round, and just how much damage is that going to do to the Goose House?
Yeah, well, they're going into site. Bomb will get planted. This B site, though, is difficult to hold with the pinch players you can get from both sides. So they do have that man running Brim in towards middle map, just watching over towards garage as well. Keme's going to look to try and invest the dog to try and get a bit of information. And he will know that one player is out there. Pegasus, though, gets one. Here come the geese again. 3 will fall. And now, all of a sudden, you can see Patrick so alone. Are they sticking the bomb here? They aren't. They're going to look and try and hunt for the kill a little bit here. Can he get the kill? Patrick with a big kill. Can he swing onto the last? No, again. It's going to be Pegasus who gets the kill and gets the round on the board for the geese.
I think it's so unfortunate for Patrick. That was a player that we saw in the very first game that we cast over them today. He managed to get himself a 3 or 4 piece in the round, and he was consistently getting kills. And I just had high hopes for him to potentially clutch up there. Not able to do it. Does eventually fall, and that's going to be the Goose House going 3-1 up, and now 2-round deficit. I almost feel like they don't deserve it in a way. This game has been so much closer, but right there, Pegasus, you can see that difference maker right now. We thought it was going to be Skyve and Patton, but Pegasus with those 2 kills in the end of that round gives himself that 8 kills, and he's the kill leader in the game. Incredible performance so far as we hit round 5.
Well, let's see if he can keep it going. There's going to be a lot of info for Amari as he lobs that down, mate. There's a lot of players starting to push up. They've obviously got the ability of Sky to be able to entry, and the knives are out as well from Patton. How many can he grab? Can he snap onto a few? Danny's going to get hit just for the time being, and now in goes Patton. He can only grab one, though. Are the trades clean? Keme is able to reply with one. So too will Falcor. So the red arrows, they've got the site. The bomb is now being planted. LSD alongside his teammate in Scythe. Going to have to try and retake the site. Not an easy one. You can see they've got players littered absolutely everywhere. And LSD with the first engagement, but he's able to open it up.
3v2 with so little time remaining. This is going to be huge right now. If the Goose House get this, we could be looking at potentially a confidence killer for the CU8 guys. They have got the slight man advantage, but right now the momentum, the quality right there is with the Goose House. Falcor at the back, shots not good, go into the wall. Scythe already on the defuse. They're going to hear that. It's going to potentially push them out. Patrick and Relic getting up to all kinds in the corner. Doesn't check the corner. Relic able to get the kill. It is a 1v2, and I think Scythe will still be on the defuse. Is he? I can't see.
Nah, he's gone.
It is the attack. He's gone, yeah. Unreal performance in the end, but yeah, Patrick and Relic just taking the time to basically sit back, and they bring this back to 1 round. So really nice play from CO late, and it's that little bit of having a plan B, or that ability to kind of change mid game that's kept CO late in this tournament so far, and it's keeping them in this grand final.
Well, important round. Deficit back down to 1, and it looks as though the boys from CU8 are just going to completely switch it up and head straight over to C. So they are going to have to deal with the man who has been doing absolute carnage to them. It looks as though he is going to invest knives. Yes, he is. So Pegasus has got knives down this site. They've got to be so careful. He's got an opportunity to grab a few of them. He's going to fly across the site, but the wallbang comes through, so nothing comes out of Pegasus's knives, and they fly straight into the site. Flashes out. Bomb is going down, and again, the geese are going to have to work another retake, Pabs.
Yeah, Keme's got some really important first kills. Again, he's just able to drop their most powerful player, so they've got themselves really nicely set up. The question is, are they going to see this flank? What is
Battle of the Killjoys.
A beautiful bit of OBS right there from our girls in the background. But yeah, just... you know, this is about their ability to hold on to this and get these important kills. Patrick and Falcor and Relic are going to be teaming up, and Major, this is very much like it's going to be going to a 3-all. This is what we wanted to see. We were so worried potentially about the Goose House, you know, we just walking away with this. Well, CEO later turned up and said there is absolutely no chance. We're in grand finals to win, and we want that money.
Yeah, we saw the battle of the other Killjoys there. Obviously, boys from See You Late put their one down, and the Goose House tried to reply with one of their own. Unfortunately, though, every single kill just seemed to go in favour of See You Late, and it will be a round that ties it up to 3 apiece. So the mix-up by going from A to C on the most previous rounds have paid dividends there for See You Late. Nice work, good teamwork, the abilities coming through. And this is where, obviously, at the beginning of the tournament, perhaps we were kind of flagging up the Goose House as being a team that's obviously going to be a favourite. They've had some incredible games so far. Obviously, the semi-final game that they did just come off the back of was 13-6. And obviously, they are coming against, arguably, on paper, the toughest team. So it seems only fair that they're trading blows at the moment with See You Late.
That's exactly it. You know, you felt there was a weight disparity. Well, See You Late have turned up and said there is absolutely zero chance of there being any weight disparity. They've come to win this. And they've got players that have got on-air and accuracy. They've got reasonably good tactics as well. So when you've got Keme and Peyton both going off, or Patton both going off, and they don't look as... they have been known to be a little more impulsive than previous teams. They just look unflappable right now. Good confidence coming out of them. But again, this is a little cautious now. You can see the player over towards mid. Looking for information. This could be bad. What an absolute performance there. Patrick drops Pegasus, and that's got to be a huge kill in this game. That is, you know, the big player for TGH right now, as Patton backs it up. Major, See You Late. I'm going to have to say they're looking like favourites. I planted my flag, hopefully in the right place.
Yeah, they're looking good. Patton sees the double peak and rips the head off of that man on the second ask. Danny is in garrison. Is he going to catch them out? This is a big kill. Gets one. Quick trade, though, from Falcor. No hesitation in spinning round to take down Danny. So it will be 1 for 1. Again, bomb going to be going down on See You Late. They've had a lot of rounds. I think maybe apart from one round where the bomb has been planted. It is planted for the long side of C. You can see that Patton is right tucked up in that corner. The garage push looks as though it's going to be the choice, though. Can they get the picks? Amari will trade one out, but it looks as though with a 1 versus 3 and a sheriff to his name, not going to be an ideal setup here. Can he flick onto a second? No. Relic mops it up, and See You Late take the lead 4-3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if Relic doesn't get that kill, number 9 there, it flanked all the way around the back and was ready to pop in from behind to get that kill. So already See You Late looking like a completely different side. They look like they've got good tactics. They've got a plan B. They're transitioning really well. The shots are on point across the board. Everyone appears to be getting involved. You've got Keme and Patrick. Now, you look at that. Patton's on a 7. We know Patton's, you know, inevitably going to be the kill leader for the boys from See You Late. Keme is there on a 3, and you've got to think to yourself, this is someone who can go and drop 17 to 20 kills against anyone. So this is already a problem for TGH. This could already be an issue for them as we see the fight go back and forth. Patton is going to get traded out, though, so that could be a blow right there for See You Late.
Oh, the shots, though, not going to be quite enough. Keme gets out, and the heel on towards his teammate will come through. So 4 versus 3, and with the bomb still in the hands of See You Late, they are going to just try and wrap it. Looks to be potentially through garage. They are going to have to try and work their way through LSD, though, who is waiting for anyone, and you can see that Killjoy utility is put into place to slow down any potential push onto the site. So he is going to invest his own Killjoy utility there. The nade coming through from Relic, and the flash is going to come through as well, but it doesn't connect with anyone, so they might not suspect that LSD is still lurking here. And maybe a bit of a switch up here. They've invested a lot here. Syph has got the information that one player is pushing through mid. You can see that Pegasus watching the cross is going to be a handful. He's going to be difficult to shift out now with this operator watching the cross. Going to make light work of the dog there, throwing himself at him. But they've got to try and clear these players out of backside. And Syph wins another one. Kemi with 2, though. Really big kills from him. And he's going to manage to allow his team to plant that bomb. And it's going to be down to LSD to try and work the retake.
Yeah, this is huge now. Big clutch moment. We talked about how vital Kemi would be, only on 3 kills, but we know he can go huge. Well, he proves it there with a beautiful 2-piece, but LSD going to have to absolutely go off. He gets 1 big kill, though, and makes life really easy. He's going to try and bait the player out with the defuse. He knows where he is now. He does get taken down, Kemi. A little bit too, savvy, too capable to allow himself to get killed in that position. See You Late with a two-round lead. We did not see that coming at the start of this game, and this is largely on really nice performances across the board from See You Late. Everyone contributing, been a really nice affair so far. Question is, Major, do the boys from the Goose House have a plan B? We know they like to have really quality sides, intelligent sides that can switch things up and can break these kind of enigmas. The question is, are they going to do it now? Because right now we're at that position again. Do they want to allow themselves to go 3-4 rounds behind before they step it up?
And this is the beauty of that. Well, there you go. There's a beautiful shot. Speaking of beauty, Pegasus is going to clean out one. Falcor and Syph, though, good work from the Goose House. They managed to grab 3 kills right off the start and put See You Late straight on the back foot. So some opportunities to maybe pick up some weapons. And it looks as though that's exactly what they're going to do. Patrick, alongside his teammate in Relic, going to try and get this bomb down at A. But the Goose House have done the damage. They've retrieved those Vandals. And now, going to go off the back of another retake. The Goose House do love a site retake. And it looks as though that is exactly what might happen here. Patrick's got a couple of players ready and waiting. Nice shots, though, into the face of Pegasus. So he's going to fall the top fragger at the moment, will now go straight into the death cam. Relic is going to be pinching a few players. So it looks like both players are going to be pinching this from long. They might have played this to perfection. They've cleaned it out. The Brim ult is going to manage to take them off the bomb as well and milk a little bit more time. This is looking absolutely perfect so far. Patrick gets another one, and See You Late just can't seem to put a foot wrong at the moment. Patrick with another kill, and he's going to be Cypher sticking the bomb, but that is an attacking round win in a 2 versus 4 situation for See You Late. They look impeccable.
They've made the Goose House look like fools. They've made them look like chickens, not geese. See You Late with an incredible performance there in what has been one of the larger end of round deficits in terms of players that we've seen. An incredible 2v4 defense, just unreal plays coming out of that attacking side. We talked about Keme and his potential to overtake a game. Well, he's gone from 3 kills. He's now joint kill leader for the boys at See You Late with Pat. An incredible performance. And Patrick again reliving that. We know the first game of the day he looked incredible. He fell off a little bit in the second game, and we know he's got the kills in him. When you've got the likes of Relic and Falco backing things up, the Goose House now starting to look, just very average. They need someone to step things up. They're probably going to have to look to Pegasus or someone like that to get the big kills. Someone like Sive maybe, but I just can't see it coming right now. Major, it's a 3-round deficit.
I just don't think they anticipate that See You Late are going to be this quick to adapt to certain plays. As soon as Goose House got information that those players were down a short, I just don't think they anticipated that the rat was going to come from long, and then they just get shot straight in the back. That was absolutely pinpoint perfect from See You Late in that round, and it now sees them 6-3 up. So the Goose House having a bit of a regain there. The timeout is called in, and now they're going to have to try and shuffle themselves about and maybe regain a little bit here, because they now find themselves 3 rounds trailing. But really good work there from the boys of See You Late, taking nothing away from that. And the grand final favourites arguably on the back foot in the early stages of map 1. Remember guys, this is a best of 3 in the grand final. All the games previously have been best of 1s, but this one is going to be decided over 3 maps potentially. So Patton and the boys looking very, very good at the moment. They are going to try and sneak their way up towards the A site. You can see the Killjoy utility is going to be there, and a lot of information is going to come through. They know that they're ready and waiting. The ult's going to come out through from Sky, and it's going to be LSD. Surely going to be dead to rights there. So nice work there with the ultimate. Keme sacrifices himself. Control of that A site is going to be there, but you can see the players carrying bomb pads just a little bit further behind, just playing it a little more slow.
I think they realise that they need to push through. There might be 2 players on site, but there's always going to be someone in that mid area to get that quick transition. So really nice use of the smoke just to give themselves the opportunity to get that bomb down. And now it's about getting set up and making sure that they're going to be able to repel this next incoming wave of defence from the Goose House. A really nice site take, but now is the big time. They 4v4, they've got to get these picks if they want to take this land any further. For the Goose House, this is all about effective retake. We expect them to be able to do it. Can they do it though?
Oh, the fade ult's out. 1, 2, 3, and 4 will fall in the space of a second as Patton grabs 3, Falcor grabs the 4th, and another round on the board for See You Late. The Goose House are really struggling with some of these site retakes now. See You Late have got their number, and the man who was good in the previous series is leading the charge once again. Patton in the right place at the right time, chews through 3 of them, and the Goose House, even after the timeout, find themselves on the back foot. They're struggling for funds as well, which means arguably, unless they have a huge round here, Pabs, they're going to struggle, and we might see 3-8 in the next after this one.
Well, I think people are going to have to sit up and take note of Patton and Keme, because they have been absolutely incredible today. So far, they've given See You Late, a resounding comeback against RAF, and they've got this great lead now. So big moment right now for those 2 boys. The Goose House have just got so much work to do. They just seem off the boil. Their shots aren't accurate. They're not trading effectively. So many problems right now for the team with such a good pedigree. This is a nice, strong defensive setup. It's shots like that, though, how that Patton just destroys Danny. Incredible plays, and, it's not necessarily that quick hit onto the head. He's getting a lot of body shots in to no response. Patton going absolutely AWOL, and Major with Keme at the helm.
Trades and more trades. The knives are out though from Pegasus. He doesn't want anything more. Whoa! I'll tell you what, if he got that second kill, he might have been able to work that one out. He's not going to be able to though, and it will indeed be an 8-3 deficit that the Goose House find themselves on the back of. I think now, if my maths is correct, I think they have dropped 6 + 3 is 9, 10 rounds, I think, throughout the entirety of this tournament. So they are now on the back foot, incredibly. 5 rounds down. They're going to have to work something on the offense because at the moment, Pabs, they can't deal with what See You Later throwing at them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just been an absolute nightmare for them so far. They've just not been able to get themselves into any kind of momentum. They haven't got a player who's necessarily going to take over the game. Pegasus back on the sniper to try and get a pick, and that's just really to suppress more than anything else. He's literally only going to potentially be able to get 1 pick, and this could be a problem. Pegasus definitely got to get that pick, and that's going to be huge. He manages to zip himself back out, but Danny there is going to take down Patton Major. That could be a big kill for this round, though.
Yep, that's a huge swing there from Danny. As soon as he realises his teammate was in trouble, he had no hesitation in helping him out there. And unfortunately there for Falcourt, he tried to work his way up towards B in the instance that they might have rotated over, but no, Scythe ever lurking, as always, as we've come to see from him. And they will look to try and take garage control, but over the top rope goes LSD, but maybe a little bit of an overchow there where they might not necessarily have needed to. They are going to invest that Killjoy ult, but now the teleport from Scythe going to send himself down towards C Long. Are they going to anticipate that he's here? They've heard the teleport, and Relic and the guy in Patrick going to try and snuff him out here. They don't anticipate it, though. Scythe is in the worst place possible. Patrick, even with his talents, is going to struggle. He falls, and the Goose House with a much-needed round before the half switch.
Yeah, this is one of the problems that we've seen with COL8 is that they can get a little overconfident, they can overchow, and they tend to be a little impulsive. They got a little bit too aggressive as well, and that's just going to allow a team like the Goose House to get some easy picks. A little bit of a confidence booster as well for the Goose House, but again, this is this question that kind of question mark that hangs over COL8. Do they really have like a really solid kind of transition mentally in the middle of a game, or they just keep doing the same thing over and over again, largely relying on Patton and Keme to go big in the kill feed? I mean, it's been a tactic that's worked for them so far, but again, they're a 4-round deficit. They're still in the driving seat, but you just feel that if they don't get this plan B together, the Goose House will start to get their foot back into the game a little bit more. This attacking side still proven to be very difficult for the boys from the Goose House to deal with. But I just think CO8, they need a bounce back from this, or I feel like the Goose House could step back into this.
Yeah, so now they're going to have to test their offensive strats against CU8. Because, as you can see, with a 4-round deficit, they're now on the offense. Pegasus, no hesitation, straight through he goes. Can he catch a second as well? Relic gets him so 1 shot. Nice trade, though, coming out from Relic. There's still going to be 2 more players ready and waiting, and they do have full control of that C site. We're going to see some investment of utility just to try and maybe fend off some players, but they do now look to try and stick that spike. It will go down. Scythe gets the bomb down. Keep an eye on number 7 on your mini-map. Patton has got himself all the way down to the bottom, and he might get a free pick, Patton. He's ready and waiting for it, and he gets it. Nice work from him. First pick to maybe converge on these players on site. The next one onto LSD is going to be big as well. Can Patton do it again? No, the team shots are going to be too much for him on that occasion. Amari, alongside his teammate, is able to grab one, but Falcor and Keme do the damage. And now LSD all alone, sticking the bomb. The turret's out. Can he manage to get the kill? No, he can't. And it will be another round on the board for the boys of CU Late.
Yeah, that combination of Keme and Patton able to just cause so many problems, get picks, and that then allows Falcor, Relic, and Patrick to just get a couple of simple kills towards the end. Really nice play from COL8, really nice defensive retake, and that patience that we didn't think they necessarily had. I mean, they've just constantly surprised us in this tournament so far. But yeah, just a little off the boil at a point where we expected maybe the Goose House now to be in that attacking zone. They might do a little bit better, but again, just proven that they're just not with the program at the minute, and we're back to a 5-round deficit, and this is proven very, very difficult for such a storied side.
Patton's managed to edge his way up. I don't think LSD is going to anticipate this. Oh, the Windies!
What the hell?
Window was a little bit open on that one, but he gets the kill nonetheless. Amari and Relic will get kills for their respective teams. So now the deficit favouring them again as another kill comes through for CU Late, and Relic's mopping up players left, right and centre. Scythe will reply with one, but off-screen Falcor mops up the last one. Scythe drops 4-10 now, the Geese trail. And this is really going to have to be something special, because it doesn't look as though they're going to knock off CU Late off their perch any time soon. You can see Amari, LSD really struggling as much as Pegasus is leading the charge. They really need something special, and at the moment, they just can't seem to find a way through.
Yeah, it's been really, really difficult for them. They don't seem to have any kind of answer at the minute. They just the choices that they've made in terms of the sites that they've chose, the transitions they've made. There's been an answer, and it's largely relied on Kemi and Patton get the first few kills, and then the rest of the team in Relic and in Falcor just clean up the mess at the end. And it's been really effective. This is the first time I think we've seen COL8 starting to look like a very efficient, very capable side. So a 6-round deficit, I would suggest that this, you know, if they can maintain this kind of accuracy, this kind of intelligence, this is going to be game one in the bag. It might be a little bit too early to talk about it, but yet the back foot is definitely there for the Goose House. We are going to see Patrick with a big kill as well. That's a first blood for him, which is something we don't see very often. Danny is going to fire back and drop Patrick as well, as we see the kills major going back and forth, 3 to 4 in favour of CUL8.
Yeah, and now looks as though they're a little bit stifled as to what they do with this. See Falcor waiting patiently over towards the C site. Do they try and push their way across and work into B, or do they try and take him out of this position? It's going to be so hard with the weaponry. They're going to need these sheriff shots to be absolutely clean. Pegasus, is he going to get it? They all line up. There's one, there's two. Is he going to get the third? Falcor in the blender. Go the geese. Feathers everywhere. And it's going to now mean they trail by even more. 11 plays for here now for See You Late. Nothing looks as though it's going wrong for them at the moment.
Honestly, if you've got Falcor dropping a 3-piece on your head, you know that you've got problems right there. An incredible play right there, puts him on 13. Has only Patrick not on double figures, and you know, this is a guy we largely see towards the end of the game trying to mop things up, so it's not that surprising. But really, the Goose House have surprised us more than anything else. It's just been very sloppy play. You know, they're not trading effectively. The shots have been so windy, we're practically getting the clothes on the washing line to get them dry. It's just been incredible.
Oh my goodness. Patton, if he plays this carefully, he might get 2. Is he going to wait? There's another one ready. There's the first for him. Is he going to get any more? It looks as though surely the trade comes through. Scythe just plays it even more. He lurks past the lurker. And it's going to now mean that 2 kills go in favour of the team in red. TGH, they managed to get it. The Geese get an important set of kills and potentially an important regain round. It now sees Patrick, as you mentioned, unfortunately the last man standing. He's had a dog slap him right in the face. He manages to catch Scythe out, though, as he tries to just obnoxiously TP into his face. But Danny swings, and the Goose House get a much-needed round on the board. If they drop that one, that was probably good night Vienna, because they were struggling for currency beforehand. If they drop that one, it looks very bad.
Well, it had been a minute since they'd won a round, so yeah, this is hugely important for them. Bring it back to 6. It's still an enormous gap to climb. They've still got so far to go, with COL8 only needing those 2 rounds to take this to a game 2. Incredible performance so far out of the entire side of COL8, but a very important round nonetheless, largely on the back of effective trades, which is something we haven't seen out of the TGH guys. Again, that's a big pick. Do not jump out and overchow Patton like that. Show the man some respect.
Yeah, I think the little jump peak just went a little bit too far for him there, and he caught a 50 caliber bullet straight in the dome for it. So first blood in favour of COL8. That's exactly what they want to see. Patrick's holding the angle here, and he's got his teammate with him. If they swing, it might be 2. There's 1. The sniper shots aren't clean enough, though. Pegasus is going to manage to catch out Patton, who just misses that op shot, I think. So it will be 3 versus 3. You can see how incredibly weak he is, though. At the top, Pegasus is going to have to do the Lord's work if he's going to potentially get another one. He does manage to retrieve that operator. And now, with his teammates over towards the A site, it looks as though that is going to be the call. You can see the quick adaptation, though, coming through from CU-Late. 2 players going to look to try and help out, and there's all the info that they need. And Pegasus, meanwhile, catches the lurker. Falcor tries to rotate, and it now sees the boys of the Goose House on the brink of getting another round on the board.
I mean, as much as this is a 1v2, we know that one of the players in the Goose House is on absolutely 0 health almost, but it's too little at the minute, I think, maybe. Is he going to be able to peak that? There's a lot of work to do. He is going to be a plant coming in from LSD with 20 seconds on the clock. Well, strike that. 1v2 clutch in this situation with a player on so little health. He just got to get the hope that they're not set up perfectly for the trade.
He's got to try and get rid of the bot. That's the first stage. But you can see now the split that they have got. 1 up short, 1 up long. If he gets the kill on towards LSD, This will be big because you know that Pegasus is one shot. They're going to invest the Killjoy, though. This is a really big gamble. And unfortunately, the gamble doesn't pay off. Relic invests it. Pegasus just instantly peaks it with the op. And the man that we flagged up as being one shot manages to put 2 players out of that round with so little HP by just putting a single bullet through them with the op.
Sensibly done, though. Pick up the operator. You've got that distance. You've got a better opportunity to get that shot off quickly. You're not going to get into a windy gunfight with so little health. Plus the fact if you win the round, you keep the operator. So really clever play from Pegasus. Brings it to 5-round deficit. And the Goose House slowly but surely seem to be coming into their 4 right now. And this could be a very dangerous moment for COL8 in this game from a position where they look very strong. They're still largely in the driving seat, and with picks like that coming out of Falco, we do see that go to a 4v4, but this could be a very important round right here. I think they bring this back to 4. It could be huge.
Oh my god, he was blooming stunned as well, and he's just put a sheriff bullet straight through 2. Not a 3rd! Oh my god! Stop challenging him, please! He's just cleaned out 3 players over towards window. Oh my goodness gracious. Pegasus was completely oblivious. He was looking down one way, but the other 2 players he picked off. My goodness, take a bow for that. It puts his team on match point as well. That was an eco round that came through from See You Late. But oh my god, it might as well have been an operator because he just absolutely slapped 3 geese in quick succession by window. And now TGH, they need every single round now to force overtime.
Unbelievable performance. And when we talked about Keme and how capable he can be, he's one of the scarier players in the side. But that is just what a response that is. That is a straight slap back in the face of these 5 geese. It's back to a 6-round deficit, match point on the cards, and you can almost feel the effervescence bubbling out to COL8. If they take this game 1, I think their confidence going into game 2 is going to be sky high.
Well, they're looking to try and plant. They do manage to plant. They've got to be careful of LSD, though. He's on the pinch hit because he might be able to make the play. That's a huge kill from Falcor. Now that threat has gone. They just have to focus on everything in front. We're going to see the blind coming through, and we're going to see that fade ult coming through as well. How many can Pegasus get? It's only 1 because Patton and Relic do the damage once more. Now it's Amari and Scythe in the 2 versus 4. They do manage to hit a lot of bodies on site. Can they get the kill? It's going to be so difficult for Amari here. The second he pushes out, he's getting sprayed through the smoke, and it's going to be the kills, and it's going to be the defuse coming through for the boys of See You Late, and they draw first blood in the grand final, 13-6. I'll be honest, I did not see that one, Pabs.
That's a statement round right there. That is a statement game that says, you know, COL8 they've done everything imaginable, and today they've, you know, been efficient, been consistent. They've been impulsive and aggressive. They've had incredible plays across the board from a handful of players. Obviously, you know, highlighting Patton and Keme is really easy, but at times Patrick's been really good. Relic's there to, you know, Falco getting a 3-piece. These players have been unbelievable so far. You know, I just think they just a very difficult enigma to unravel, and the Goose House have been largely appalling. They've not been very coherent as a team. The trades aren't often there. They've pushed it linearly into areas as a 3-piece where they've just been cut down, and that's happened time and time again, and I don't think they're using their utilities correctly. So it's been a really difficult game for them. Is it going to change in a sense? I just can't see it right now. COL8 just looking very strong.
Oh my goodness, well, what a map that was coming out of See You Later. We'll just quickly update that scoreboard to indeed confirm that we have potentially a bit of an upset now. The Goose House in the best of 3 in this grand final. If they do want to take home that first prize pool of 1,500 quid, they are going to have to pull something out of the bag here, and maybe a little bit of arrogance coming through from those guys. Maybe they just didn't expect that See You Late were going to come through with that much gunny, that much ability, because that looked very, very convincing from their part. But yeah, we are going to quickly just take a quick break, guys, as we get ready for map number 2. The guys are just going to have a quick check of the fuel, energy, and a bit of grub as well to go with it, potentially for a 5-minute break. But when we're back, we will be in map number 2, ready to go between the Goose House and See You Late. Are we going to get map 2 only, or are we going to get map 3 on the back of it? We'll have to wait and see, guys. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the Game On 5K charity invitational sponsored by Voxy Tactics in just a second.
Jim and I were standing right next to each other, and it was only a matter of milliseconds, but we had sufficient time to look each other in the eye, and that was the last time I saw Jim alive. Then there was this whooshing sound, and it's just like two trains passing at high speed where you get that build-up of pressure, and then the blast hit us, and I was flown through the air. I now know we were both hit by one of the hatchway doors being blown off, one hitting Jim fair and square, killing him outright, and the same door taking my left arm off of the shoulder. My name is John Phillips. I'm a former Royal Engineers Bomb Disposal Officer, and I am 79 years of age. In 1982, the Argentines invaded the Falkland Islands. Mine and Staff Sergeant Jim Prescott's role was to deal with unexploded airdrop weapons. HMS Antelope had been hit by 2 unexploded bombs, and as we approached her, we could see the hole of entry, which is a side in the ship, where the bomb had gone through. After the 3rd or 4th time of trying to extract the fuse from the bomb, it exploded. I was conscious the whole time, flying through the air, and hitting the bulkhead with my backside, fortunately, instead of my head, brought me to my senses. I then started to feel around for further injuries, worried that the ship was on fire, filling with smoke, and I didn't know how to get out. One of the crew came down, put his hand on my shoulder, told me that Jim was dead, and told me to follow him. As I escaped the ship onto the flight deck, I was holding the arm in my pullover. Because of the weight, I realised it had been detached from my body, and I was watching aluminium burning like paper, just floating down. And then I eventually abandoned ship with the rest of the crew. I then began to suffer from severe shock, and I just kept saying to myself, you're not going to fall asleep, you're not going to fall asleep, you're going to survive, you're going to survive. I now know I lost an awful lot of blood, as you would imagine, but the surgeons in Ajax Bay were very good and obviously took my arm but saved my life. In those days, there was news reports every night of what was going on in the Falklands. And it came on the news that HMS Antelope had been hit by unexploded bombs and had sunk. They also said a bomb disposal officer had been killed and one had survived. It was 2 days before Christine knew that I was a survivor. So I managed to ring her a week after the injury to tell her that I've only lost my left arm, but there's no burns involved. And that was a relief to her. I was very proud to receive the Distinguished Service Cross. Jim Prescott got the Conspicuous Gallantry Medal, which was the only one issued for the Falklands campaign and the only one I understand issued in the Queen Elizabeth II reign. So an extremely rare award. Blesma have helped me a great deal since I've been a member, in various degrees, but mainly they helped me when my wife was seriously ill. She was in Woolwich Hospital with cancer, and we had Tilly the dog then. I had to put her in kennels for a month. Blesma paid for that. They paid for my transportation up to London and back. They supported me for a month. Yeah, Blesma have helped me in many, many ways. In addition to the gardening grants, of course.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. Welcome back. One map down, potentially 2 more to go. We'll have to wait and see. But the Goose House, unfortunately, fall in map number 1 against See You Later. I will quickly show you, Pabs, the other scoreboard as well of that game, because Patton and Pegasus, both Jets leading the charge. Patton 21 and 11 up against the Geese. That is no mean feat, but obviously 13-6 in that one was pretty much the wow. Something that we just didn't really expect, to be honest, did we, mate? I mean, I know you planted your flag on the side of See You Late, but wow, we're not used to seeing the Geese get thrown out that much.
Listen, you could hear the kind of uncertainty when I said, I'm going to go with See You Late. I did feel like, the Goose House that we're used to casting over had turned up. That would be a totally different game. But you've only got to look, at the difference makers, really. We obviously got Patton and Keme going off at the start of games, getting them set up nicely. Pegasus getting first blooded a couple of times has really helped them out. So the Goose House lose that big player. And then you've got the 2 players kind of bringing up the rear in Relic and Patrick. Well, they're outslaying all 3 of the other players in the Goose House team. And that's largely at the end of rounds. Falco's, probably, outside of that random, like the 3-piece that he was able to get. He's going to be in and around the same kind of scoreline as Relic and Patrick without that. And that's still going to put them having 3 players who are mopping up the end of rounds almost perfectly. So just nice plays from COLA, just looking very efficient. They've got, the thing I like about them is that they've got the ability to just get aggressive. On the back of Patton and Keme's accuracy, they can just deal with any of the players. You've got to hope that the Goose House, though, can, in good Goose House tradition, can get themselves back onto the momentum, get themselves, getting kills, and largely doing what we expect from the Goose House, which is dominating the map tactically. We just haven't seen that come out of this 5-some.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how it pans out in map number 2. We are now loading into map number 2 on Ascent, so we can get this one underway very, very shortly. And yeah, I mean, bit of a shock. One thing I would say, though, is from what we've come to learn with the Goose House Valorant rosters, obviously not the one we're used to seeing, but the talent on the rosters is never lacking. A quick shout out to my good mate Luke for the sub. Thank you very much, Lukey. Been sub for 12 months. Mr. Lukey Pookie, thank you very much, mate. Much love, brother. And yeah, we are now loading into map number 2. And as we load in, obviously, guys, we do need to plug the charities and our beloved sponsor as well today. So if you use !donate, you will see both the SSAFA and Blesma charity links. Feel free to head over there and donate as you see fit, because obviously the sponsor in Voxies have incredibly been able to donate £2,500 split across both charities. So a huge shout out to them for making this event possible, because yeah, that is incredibly generous of them. But we are now loading into map number 2, and I mean, I could say take your pick, Pabs, but realistically, do we know? Probably not. As long as we're in for another stellar one, we'll be more than happy.
Oh, this game is by no means done, mate. So don't, let's not be surprised if the Goose House suddenly turn up and absolutely dominate this particular map, and we find ourselves in the, the frozen waste of icebox. But, at the minute, COLA just look really, really strong. We've seen them on this map before, and they looked really good on that map as well. So right now, I just feel that they've got the momentum. They're in the driving seat. They've got players who are absolutely frying at the minute. I think if they get themselves a couple of rounds ahead, this could be a different game. Pegasus really needs to lead the charge of these boys. I think he needs to stay alive. He needs to stop getting first-blooded. And the Goose House just need to get themselves a couple of rounds on the board just to get their confidence back up.
So, ready and underway. Here we go. Map number 2 between these 2 teams. Are we going to get an absolute banger here again between these guys? The Goose House.
My phase was like 7 years long.
Yeah, yeah. But we're now ready, and we're underway, and it looks as though, obviously, just the early rounds, just the ones where the teams can just try and put a bit of a feeler out for each other, Pabs, see what their tactics, their strats are looking like, and obviously the boys of See You Late are going to be on the offense first. They are going to drop that bomb just outside of the B side, so it looks as though they're going to try and push their way up mid. Keme's going to drop that first blood. Pegasus will manage to reply with one. Falco, though, quick to the trade as we're used to.
Yeah, absolutely. Some windy shots coming out of the Goose House, boys. It's going to be backed up there, so Amari is just going to sit a little bit further back. It is going to be a slight advantage to CO Late, although we have got one player on partial health, so very similar kind of situation we've seen in previous rounds. And Goose House with a big opportunity, though. It is a slight advantage to COLA, but whether they can make this work for them, Amari is going to get surprised from behind if he hasn't got some help coming in there. A big moment right there. Can he get the kill? That's huge, that Major. As he drops Patton, Falco falls, and Relic. It is going to be a 2v2, though. Major Bomb still yet to go down.
Yep. So Relic obviously running Killjoy again. Bomb will go down, and Keme going to be running KO this time. If he peeks his way through, he might catch both out. He's going to get some shots in, but he's so weak. So both players able to just spin on him and put a single bullet in. 1 versus 2 for Relic. It's only the opening round, but each one is going to count absolute dividends for them here. Do they anticipate? He's here. He's got both players. One in the back. Can he get the kill? No, he misses the shots. And Scythe is able to punish him for it. First round on the board for the Geese.
Yeah, just a little bit kind of, there was too much to do for him. He gets that first kill, but again, you know how it is when you kind of spam the button to get the shots off and you just go a little windy, not able to get it was a big ask of 1v3, so in the end, it is going to be the Goose House who take the lead. Now, we did see this in the first game. They took the lead, they brought it back to 1-1, and then we did see this back and forth for a handful of rounds, and then it slowly started to get away from them, but that's exactly what you want to see. This is almost a replica of that map 1, though. Scythe going big. He did go big in the first round. Can they maintain, though? This is the key. Maintaining that consistency, maintaining trades, just playing really cleverly. Goose House still a long way to go. See you late on the back foot. Major, this game has been incredible so far.
Oh my god, the conga line up towards Tree. And they get the kills. Blinding comes out. There's so many players out there. Whoa! He is met with a lot of shotgun shells in the face there. Amari's able to get one. He needs help desperately, though. He's going to grab potentially another. No, he's not. Patton must be so weak as he eats more bullets. Pegasus going to look to try and clean up. No, Keme replies with one. And it's a little bit of a pinstripe kill feed as it goes back and forth. 2 versus 3. Now, Goose House lacking in 1 player. So, Danny up top here. As Patrick is going to be watching top heaven. Is he going to manage to get the pick? Look how weak Patton is, though. Nice shots to take down one. They know that Patton's here. He daren't peek. Otherwise, he's going to catch that 1 bullet. Literally a peanut away from death. And Danny gets 1. And now Patton's in a difficult spot because he's got to try and swing as soon as he hears this bomb. But you feel with the health that he's got, it only takes a tickle. And that is that. The Goose House looks as though they're stamping their authority on this one, Pabs. Early stages 2-0 up, looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was probably a little bit of an odd one to have Keme kind of tight to the bomb and Patton so far away. You would reverse roles and give Keme the opportunity to potentially just get that peek in. But again, just really nice plays from the Goose House, and they're just very nice retakes. Now, don't get me wrong, I did love the way that the CO8 guys took that bomb site. It was kind of the most FPS-y kind of Call of Duty way of doing it, bouncing on the jump and get the trades as quickly as possible, really overtake the site. But then when they've got to do that much more difficult job of protecting themselves using the utilities to keep cover, then they just got outgunned and outplayed by the Goose House. So nice to see them on the rise, and this is the Goose House we're used to seeing, just a little bit more efficient, a little bit more capable.
So, to try and switch it up a little bit. I'll see you late. We've got a bit of a split though. You can see that Patton's all the way over towards the A site. And Bushy Mike with the follow. There's a name we know and love. Thank you very much, Mike. Much appreciated, buddy. But now, round number 3 is going to have a very slow start to it. Danny is just waiting to throw that nade to delay what could be an inevitable push hit. Or are they going to try and wrap this? They are going to retrieve the bomb. It looks as though they might be heading in towards mid. So it's been a very slow opening to the start, but you just feel any second now it's going to start to open up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the first blood's going to be absolutely vital in this particular game. It's going to determine, I think, where CO8 decide to take the bomb. Again, they've been teasing over towards B, but a very slow transition. I think you had that player in number 2 just out towards the very side there below A and from the Goose House. And I think if he's able to get picks, that could be huge. Not able to do it, though. Amari's going to fall to Patton, who needed that kill. You felt he needed to be able to shake things up. Again, Keme's going to fall to Danny. Major Danny's had a great round so far. He's had a great map thus far, and this is looking still, the power is still with CO8, but we've seen the Goose House, what they can do in this position.
Obviously with the bonus round, it's not ideal weaponry that they've got to go, so any single pick that they can manage to get here will be big for them. LSD though, whip, honk. Oh, maybe not. No, Patton is able to get the kill over the line just about, but now Danny obviously retrieves a Vandal off of one of the bodies of CO8, so he's not going to gift that one away anytime soon. It looks as though he is going to just accept the fate of that round, and it will be a round on the board to see you late. So obviously running the more preferred weaponry, Pabs, so keeping hold of it. Pretty decent round there from see you late after dropping the first opening 2.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice comeback from them, nice and composed as well. Something we're not used to seeing them. We've seen them very kind of aggressive, spontaneous plays. That was a lot more, on the back foot. It was a lot more thorough, thought out kind of play from them. So a maturity that we've not seen in CU8 play comes to the fore to bring this back to a one-round deficit. Incredible plays, really. Patton, again, though, at the helm, and Kemi, we're seeing this almost the same. I'd love to go back and see the leaderboards because I think they're going to be almost identical in terms of their order, with the possible, Relic, Falcor and Patrick just shaking things up a little bit towards the bottom. But there largely being a bit of a fight between Keme and Patton, who's going to be the kill leader. Right now, the Goose House still got the advantage in this. Pegasus. Danny gets a 2-piece incredible plays. That's exactly what the Goose House needed if they want to bring this game to parity.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone get hit by the Fade utility and then shell out and no-scope to see if he hits something. I thought for a second it was him that got the kill. Luckily, it wasn't, though. He spares the blushes of a few players. It was Danny, as you mentioned, who manages to get some big opening 2 picks. But, my God, balls of steel coming through from Pegasus there. And then he gets another one onto Relic as well. The shot is clean, able to take him out over towards B main. And now they're just waiting for the right time to push. Are they going to work their way in? Sife's going to be here. The dash across is in. But he's going to get shot in the side here as Patton and LSD mops up 2 players. One with the Phantom and one with his beloved bot to make it 3-1. And the Geese looking very, very good here in map 2 on Ascent.
Yeah, we talked about that little bit of aggression and a little bit of impulsivity where you can see that the dash straight into a bullet. A nice calm play coming out of the Goose House. Obviously, they're afforded that position in the sense that they are defending, and it is about the CO8 having to come to them, but it's largely been a problem for them, particularly in the previous map. They've got themselves that 2-round advantage, and they just feel like a slightly different side. You do feel that if Keme starts to get kills and starts to, get that little bit of a kind of a challenge going on with Patton to see who can get the most kills, this could change on its head. But right now, the Goose House, they needed to respond. They needed to answer back from map 1, and they're doing just that. So you can't really fault their commitment to this.
Yeah, going for a default push here at the moment. I'll see you late. They have got the knives in the hands of Patton, though. You can see over towards the A site, Pegasus is waiting and potentially licking his lips at the opportunity of maybe slinging a 50 caliber bullet through a player on See You Late. But now, can they manage to pick a bit of timing here? Again, the spread on the defensive side from the Goose House is all across the map. They do have Scythe watching over towards Tree here, but meanwhile, the swarm of bodies you can see going all the way around the back. Going to try and push towards B. It looks as though the call will be, and a lot of engagements are going to be pending here for Danny. He's managed to get a 2-piece in the rounds prior, but the Killjoy ult is now in. Are they going to try and push this, or is Danny going to try and call the bluff? He's waiting for the right time to throw the flash. Flash goes out the smoke he goes. Can he catch out a couple of players? No, he's going to opt to try and dip out just in the nick of time, but look at the control that See You Late have of that site, Pabs. It is all theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. A really nice bit of patient play. I'm surprised that the Goose House didn't try and transition any quicker. That's allowed COLA to get into that position, and this is going to be huge. And the question, this is going to come down to some, incredible gunplay. So are they going to, who's going to get the first blood is the real question. So much to go by, but it's going to be big. And we can see Pegasus predictably with the big kill. It is going to be a bit of a trade out as Falcon and Kemi drop 2. The kill feed goes absolutely insane. CO8 in a 1v2.
Well, there you go. Scythe kills 2 down towards B main. They mop up the players. And the Geese, we saw it in the early stages of Haven Map 1. They were very, very good at retaking the site using their utility. They obviously invested quite a bit into taking that site. The Killjoy ult came out as we came to see. No inevitable picks, though, as they got it. They just played it safe, TGH, and they managed to take that round. 4-1, they will now lead. Looking very, very good here in map number 2. Potentially, perhaps map 1 just gave them a little bit of a nudge to say, okay, might need to focus up a little bit more against these guys, because as of yet, they haven't really been pushed so far, and it looks as though the boys of See You Later have just kicked them into extra gear.
Right, I mean, you would hope that a team like the Goose House would have had an answer mid-game in map 1, but they just didn't. They just got blown away. I think they were completely taken by surprise, and they lost the rhythm of the game more than anything else, and just meant that they weren't able to get picks. But yeah, this is looking like a completely different side, and yeah, you would hope a foot firmly up the backside. But some picks going to come out. Pegasus again with that first, but more importantly, on Patton. Is he going to get the second? No, the shot is off. 1 minute 20 on the clock, and see you late down to a 3v5.
Oh, Sife's got 2 picks as well. They're really struggling to get over towards his ace side. Yep, you're dead. Bomb goes up in the air. Looks like he's playing volleyball. And Pegasus is just putting bullets through the see you later. Lads, see you later is the phrase on that occasion. He's chewed through more players down A long again, courtesy of the operator. And he, again, alongside Sife, topping that leaderboard. They're going to have to try and do their best to keep him quiet, because at the moment, these two, they are having their way. Patrick, we kind of flagged him up. Pabs obviously running that controller role with Smokes, usually the last to have an engagement, but he is struggling ever so slightly at the moment, still waiting for his first pick. And at the moment, the Geese are looking impeccable.
This has been a problem for them. Relic, Falcor, and Patrick normally getting those last, 1, 2, 3 kills towards the end of the round. Largely have not been able to get involved in the game, with Pegasus getting so many first bloods, obviously having a stellar round previous, but that has been, the Goose House just completely changed up. The Pegasus, been playing his life more than anything else. In the previous map, he got killed often as the first blood, so this has been the difference maker, is in playing his life a little bit better and then getting their picks. Again, it is going to be advantage to Goose House. It is going to be parity though, as 4v4 as we approach that 1 minute 10 mark.
Oh, Patton. Sife manages to try and peek out the smoke, but only to grab a bullet straight to the face for his troubles. Patton's going to try and work his way in. The dash might not necessarily have been the cleanest from him, as we're used to seeing, but nonetheless, they are on the site. See you later. And this is a really important round for them here. If they trail 6-1, it looks as though the next round's going to be more difficult. Patrick's been spotted, though, and his troubles continue. Patton, though, with a quick flick, able to trade him out. And Patton gets a second as well. So now it's all on Danny. We've seen him grab a couple, but the dash away is just enough to distract him for long enough. And Falcor comes around the back, cleans him out, and it will be a much-needed round on the board there for See You Late. They needed that.
Yeah. Patton, though, having to go big again. He's having to get 2 pieces to drag that team through, and this is something we saw against the RAF boys, where he largely relied on his ability to get many kills in a game in a particular round. So again, they're relying on that fact, and you just need the boys like Patrick, Relic, and Falcor to start stepping up and getting some picks. Again, we know that these can go off, but the Goose House have largely been, negating that with some great first bloods and then really good control. Right now, it is only a 3-round deficit. So we're kind of back to that situation where this game can get tied up pretty quickly. It is going to be TJH still on the defense, but yet this has been a much better performance from the Geese all round.
It looks as though they're opting to play how they did previously, See You Late, by just leaving that bomb over towards the B side of the map, but not committing it far enough so that if they drop it in a really precarious spot, it's difficult to get out. And now, patience is a virtue. Sife, Mr. Lurk, is going to be over towards Willow. Is he going to be able to get this pick? Pan's waiting. Is his centering perfect? Oh, I'll tell you what. He absolutely whipped that bullet past him. He's now got one of those little the little shaved indents that kids like to have in their hair nowadays. But it's going to be a close one nonetheless. And Falcor, oh no, the flash. Is he playing anti-flash well enough? No, he's not. Amari, first blood on the card. Goose House looking to try and stick their feet in the mud here and not move.
Yeah, big kill for Amari as well. That's someone who doesn't often get that first blood, so that's going to put CUA right on the back foot when you're a player of that caliber getting that first kill, and that's going to give the Goose House a really good bump as well. Pegasus still to get a pick in this round, so you would expect him to get a kill, so this could eventually be a very difficult game for CULA, who are going to have to go big right now. Alarm bot's being triggered. Relic is going to be planting, so it is going to be down to the Goose House to try and get this retake. You can see the numbers just totally pushing through that same area.
Yep, they're going in through Willow. There's a lot of information for Keme there, who gets every single bit of it with that knife. Pegasus is going around the back, but it looks as though the core gunfights are going to be going down over towards Willow. They need to try and get this pick quickly here, because time is not on their side. Patton's watching the flank, but Pegasus is going to manage to clean him out, and now that might be the green light for them to converge in. Danny grabs one as well. There's going to be 2 more players ready and waiting. Patrick being one of them, and he finally gets what seems to be one of those kills that he's been struggling ever so much to get. He gets a second one. He can't get the third, though. Everyone is cleaned out. Have they got enough time for the defuse? I think they pretty much do. Yeah, they do. So it's going to be another round on the board, another retake, looking very clean from the Goose House, and that deficit pushed out even more. 4 rounds now. The boys of See You Late will trail.
Is everyone's tech still working?
Yeah, absolute plays again. The Goose House do exactly what they needed to do. They're very dominant again there for the trades. Got themselves a 4-round deficit, and it's just been a totally sea change in terms of the performance from the previous map. And again, what we needed to see was just that a little bit more from some of the players at the lower end of the kill feed. And Amari getting that first pick signalled a really good moment there for the Goose House. You felt from that very start of that round they were going to get it. And again, the whole team, though, I've seen them largely relying on the likes of Side and Pegasus, but everyone's stepping in. This has been a very aggressive push over towards this B site, though, from CUL8, looking to get aggressive. We say they've got this impulsiveness in them, and we're seeing this in action right now.
Yeah, well, now, the one thing they do will, the one thing they will have to be careful of, though, is that Killjoy ult. Are they going to invest this? They are only down one man at the moment, are the Goose House, but are they going to use that Killjoy ult just to try and clear off as many players off the point? There's the first pick as well that they managed to get on site. Are we going to see it? This seems like the perfect situation for them to use the Killjoy ult. It looks as though they might be lining it up here. Are we going to see it, or are they going to decide better off against it? It looks as though, nope, Killjoy ult's out. This is where they go. This is where they fly to manage to get these players out. The bot's going to be shooting a couple in the back, but there is going to be a defensive Killjoy as well. So now, offense and defense both using Killjoy ults, and there's going to be a few players remaining. Are they going to manage to get it? They're on the defuse. Is it going to be enough? I'm pretty sure that one's going off, unless I can hear. Well, no, detained. Good round there from the side of CUL8. Oh, CUL8. As they
Mate, that was entirely manic towards the end of that round, but really nice play. You talk about them having something that we haven't seen on a lot of the other sides, which is a really hyper-aggressive impulsiveness. They just, storm a site, they'll bounce in and try and get kills, knowing that their site's probably largely protected by one or maybe two players with someone trying to transition from mid. They get control of the site and they make it as difficult as possible using that utility for the boys from TGH to get control. A really nice round, and this is what's made the difference. This is something I don't think that TGH have faced at all in the tournament so far. They've largely had their own way of things. Well, CUL8 have already made the statement in the first map, and now they're trying to bring things back. And TGH, they got 4-round deficit, but they just cannot get any further.
Yeah, you could argue as well on this map, quite CT heavy. It's difficult to push in with certain abilities. And now Scythe again in his beloved position down towards Willow. Ooh, Patton though, just checking all his respective corners before he inevitably takes this Chow. Is he going to manage to clean one out? He's going to spot Pegasus. Oh, but the shots of Patton again. On the site he goes. There's still going to be one man to his right. Is he going to anticipate there's going to be another one? No, he doesn't. So Danny peeks out, and Danny gets two. So he does manage to delay it just for the time being. He will be able to res his teammate, though. You can see they're resing over towards the corner. Keme gets another go at this. The knife is out just to try and get any sort of information. But now we're going to see the fade ult through. Nightmares out. How many can they get? There's one man underneath Hell. They know he's under here, and unfortunately Keme, he's rezzed and he drops yet again. 3 versus 2. Site retake needs to be quick, but it needs to be clean. Falcor's up top as well to help out. You can see that Scythe's going to turn around at the worst time, and he manages to get spotted. But no one is dropping as of yet. Surely it's going to all come to an absolute bang at the end of it. There's a trade that comes out, and it will be a round on the board for CUL8. They're slowly etching their way back into it.
You've got to tell Keme to get out from under heaven like that he's been killed so many times in there. Please go somewhere else. Please go somewhere else. Incredible round from CUL8, and in the end it comes down to a frenetic, round 10. It's 6-4. They've brought it back to 2 rounds. The Goose House, you can feel those feathers starting to shake and quiver a little bit, because this was a 4-round deficit. It's now a 2-round deficit. We're starting to see players that were on donuts that were doing badly before starting to get onto 3, 4, 5 kills, and that is exactly the position that CUL8 want to be in. They want everyone contributing, and the Goose House right now,
wow, this is bold.
They still got the lead. Oh my days, and that's the other thing, Major, that we haven't really seen Keme go big yet, and we know that he's got that in the bank.
Yeah, well, Pegasus, that was balls of steel. There's a fine line between stupidity and bravery, and I think on that time it favoured on the side of stupidity, because he just flew in, and it was pretty much an obvious ending to him there. But now in towards B site, they will go once more. They don't have the utility really to fight this, but there's going to be one. Falcor, though, with a swift trade. Unfortunately, the frenzy not going to be enough to clear out one man and grab the second, as they will now plant the spike. They're getting set up now. All of those Killjoy nades ready to try and delay what could be a pinch coming through. One from Market in the form of Amari. And the other in the form of Scythe. Can Scythe get the kill? No, he can't. Last man standing now will be Amari. He'll do so well to get this one. He knows that Falcor's here. Can he flick onto him? He's got tagged up and he's been bodied. So it will be another round for See You Late. And they only trail by 1.
And I think that's Patrick with 2 in that round, so he's took himself on. He's just got the 1. So again, you're starting to see the players that aren't necessarily the show kind of pony superstar players of the team getting those last round, those end of round kills, which is what we saw in the previous map. From a 4-round deficit, we're back to a 1 round. That's 3 on the bounce for the boys in red, and that's an incredible performance for See You Late. So what we've seen from them so far is they can be cautious, efficient, they can be aggressive and impulsive, and they've got mid-game kind of regain. They can retransition. They've got a plan B. They've just seemed to had everything today. It's been an incredible performance so far. The Goose House got to answer back because I feel like the momentum is shifting.
Well, Pegasus is forced to back up. They know he's here. Do they know how much help he's got? He's only got 2 players helping him as of yet. You can still see Amari's lurking in mid. 4 out of these 6 rounds that Goose House have won have come from defusers. So we know their site retake is clean. They do have the bodies to fight this if they choose to. And there you go, Patton over the top. I think he updrafted straight over the top and he manages to cling Pegasus out of heaven from that position. In he goes, the distraction's in, takes out the turret, but there's still going to be players over towards heaven. And can they get this bomb down? That's the question, because the pinch is going to come through from Tree. Can they manage to get the next pick? LSD is up towards heaven. When that smoke fades, that's surely going to be the green light for these players to go.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can see, I think it's a change. It is going to be Keme not going underneath there, so Patton going to take that responsibility, hopefully with a little bit better reaction time. Keme's going to be down towards that long area. Is he going to get any? No, he gets absolutely bodied by Scythe. It's going to be 3, and Mari gets a 2-piece. This is incredible plays, a 2v3 towards the end of this round. It is going to be Patton. Relic left. Relic's going to fall, I think. Is it Patrick now?
No, he's on it.
Can he go big? Can he go big? No, the defenders have got it. It is going to be 7-5, and TGH, again, Major, you pointed it out before, so clinical in the retake.
Yeah, Patrick was just waiting. He was waiting so far away to use his ultimate, but I don't think they anticipated that they'd already halved it. So as soon as he put the ult down, that Brim ult's gone, because they managed to get the defuse through quick enough before it could kill the man on the bomb. So that's not ideal for the boys of See You Late. They've now dropped that Brimstone ult, and they didn't get anything for it. But we are now going to switch sides going into round 13. As we see in VAL all the time. So now it's going to be down to See You Late to see if they can hold as well. Or more importantly, see if they can retake the site. Because as I said prior, Pabs, look at those rounds that they've managed to get. There's only been 2 rounds on the side of the Geese where they haven't actually defused the bomb alongside it. So 5 defuses out of 7. Their site retake is absolute perfection for the time being. But they only lead by 2. And now can See You Late manage to dig their feet in on the defense side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the signifier there for that the fact that they diffuse so regularly is the cleanness of the retake, and the fact that they're not necessarily kill whoring or trying to just destroy the other side. They just play so effectively. It's given them a 2-round lead. You always feel like they're on the precipice of losing it, but I think that largely could be a bias based from the previous map. So right now we're going to see a bit of frenetic action going down. No one drops despite the ordnance. And the shots fired. It is going to be again another slow retake from from See You Late, who can be a little cautious, can be overcautious in these situations. So it is going to be a big kill. There is Kemi and Falco get the shots down. It is going to give them the advantage, slight 4v3 advantage. They have got one player very, very unwell though. It is going to be LSD who gets the pick on Patrick, but the trade Major is there. That bomb is down, and it is a 3v2.
They got to hurry. Time is of the essence. They know that these both players are out the back. But can they do it quickly enough? Nice shots from Scythe. He takes down one. Scythe gets a second as well. So all of a sudden, it's one man. That one man is Patton, though. Can he do it? No, the trade from Amari is clean enough. And they will take the opening pistol round after the half switch. So good work there from the boys of the Goose House. They managed to take that and push that lead out just by 3.
Yeah, it's really nice to see as well that the Goose House have got that kind of hyper-aggressive nature in them. It's something we haven't seen from a lot of the other teams, but this is the first time I think they've really effectively employed a quick site take, get the bomb down, and then defend it effectively. A little bit of caution coming out to See You Late. And again, one of the kind of weaknesses you do see in them is that they overchow, they leave themselves open to easy picks, and oftentimes there's no one there to trade, so it makes it really difficult for them to get that site retake. What has just gone on there? Why?
Single file, ladies. Take a ticket, take a seat. Oh my God, they've all just gone straight out of B. And unfortunately, that has just meant they've all just been butchered as they did. Oh my goodness. Conga-like music, please insinuate that was, yeah, not ideal. That's a round that's gonna unfortunately leave See You Late with a few blushes on their faces after that one. I mean, they were on the back foot, but yeah, we saw it not necessarily from the POV, but you could see it happening as soon as those green arrows were pushing out. You could see it on the free cam. It was going to just end one way and one way only, and that was with a lot of See You Late blood on the floor outside of that. So yeah, not ideal. And
they must play they must go on the target practice and realize that if you funnel out of there, your heads are like everyone's in a line, or their heads are only separated by millimeters. They're all at the same height. They're gonna get destroyed. It's insane. Danny gets a free 5-piece. His stats are going to look insane. TG8's get an extra round on the board, so what was a 3-round deficit is now a 4-round deficit. See You Late have just made it. Remind me again, was it those guys who overstacked B in the previous game or the first game? They like hard stacked the back of B. Sometimes I think they just lose their mind. Insane plays.
Yeah, well, they like to risk it for the biscuit, and unfortunately there was not a biscuit in sight. I say it was still at the shops. They hadn't even brought it back. So yeah, not ideal, but they will now have a numbers advantage, managing to take down one man on the side of the Goose House. So can they manage to push in towards the A site? Patrick is here on his own, but he does have the Vandal. Is he going to manage to clear out a few players? You can see Pegasus going to dash on. Can they catch him out? Yes, he can. The Spectre is going to be enough. He's going to retrieve the Vandal as well on top of that. So that is not going to be good. Going to get a little bit of a spray through. Obviously, we can see Kemi through the walls. Pegasus can't, but he is going to manage to just fly some more bullets out. And it's going to be a little bit of an exchange where he actually ends up on the worst of it, as he's now down to 30 HP. He's desperately going to need some help very shortly, though, as those players are going to try and push through Heaven. Falcor, though, alongside Patton. Can they make this one work? Patton with one. This is a much-needed round here. And he's going to manage to throw the utility in towards Hell, and he gets the pick up, and the kill feed lights up red. And now it's a 1 versus 1. But look at the health. It's going to be so difficult to swing this for Kemi. Can he win it? Can he get the gunfight win? No, he can't. And the Geese keep flying high, 10-5.
Absolutely, formation, everything for the Geese. They managed to get another round on the board after being given a freebie. And See You Late have just started to throw things away. Momentum is absolutely with the Geese right now. 10-5, 5-round deficit. I mean, the conversation See You Late need to be having now is probably one of calmness, because they are so prone to just over-challenge, to just pushing out too aggressively, that this is the kind of situation where they would normally be in, that they would overstack an area or they would over-defend. So right now, I think caution is the name of the game. They just need to defend effectively, make sure they utilize what kind of ordnance they have got to get information. This is something that they don't seem to rely that heavily on, is information gathering. They're relying on the quick skills of Keme and Patrick, and that's what happens.
Well, Relic playing with fire, and he got burnt pretty significantly there, as his head comes straight off from his shoulders.
That area, it's going to be so heavy.
Yeah, he was kind of gambling. Obviously, they don't have the weaponry in this round, as they're forced to save, and they fall very, very swiftly. Patton's going to try and work some magic, but he has to unfortunately dip out. He looks as though it's going to be the site of choice. Oh, but Kemi with the judge is going to put it straight through the face of LSD. He is the weakest on the side of See You Late, and unfortunately they catch out Patton in transition, so the A site now open and well and truly free for the plant here now. So bomb will go down, the door is closed, and now it's going to have to fall on another retake. It is going to come up from top Heaven though. Keme, is he going to get the pick here? He is, he gets one, but the trade comes through, and now last man standing will be Patrick. And unfortunately with the Marshal in his hands, not ideal. Time is ticking. I think this round is pretty much done unless he works some absolute wizardry here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he'll be aware that they were already in a transition against a 2v4. So again, probably better to maybe try and get a pick from distance. Time's not going to be his friend. Swap the weapon out maybe and try and get something. But the Goose House are going to be set up, ready for trade. So this is going to be a very, very difficult retake. Again, he gets a freebie there. Absolute freebie. Is he going to get the second one? No, he's not going to be able to do it. Side is going to be a little bit too much for Patrick in the end. And it is going to be 11-5, 6 rounds restored for TG. TTH, 2 now away from being able to level this game up in what has been a fascinating matchup so far. But Major, we talked about it before the game started. Goose House were very much favoured. COL8 went absolutely huge in map 1. Is this starting to shape up to be the game that we kind of expected?
Yeah, COL8 are struggling ever so slightly with the pushes that they're throwing at them at the moment. Goose House obviously investing their utility incredibly quickly, but they're also baiting out quite a lot of utility from CUL8. As Hayden likes to call them "see you laters." Oh my god, that's a beautiful sight. Isn't it? Anyone want to kiss? Jesus. Now timeout going to be called from the defensive side, so CUL8 they're going to invest that, look to try and regain a little bit here. But you would just anticipate, Pabs, that with 11 rounds on the board and the Goose House looking good, we know comebacks are obviously very, very frequent on Valorant, but at the moment you can't really see past the Goose House. I think we're probably going to end up with a map 3 in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be going to Icebox as well, unless the boys from CULA can completely change their attitude and the way that they play this particular map. I think it's been very difficult for them. They've largely lacked getting some of the first bloods. They've overshelled and been slightly complacent in the way they've played in the last few rounds, and TJH have just taken complete advantage of that. Please let's remember that 3 rounds ago they single file conquered out to a 5-piece for Danny. So again, yeah, just I think they just need to take it a little bit more seriously and just have a little bit more. I don't know whether they've got an in-game leader that just doesn't take no for an answer, but yeah, they just got to be a little bit more consistent. Right now, 6 rounds on the clock. It is going to be a very cautious approach from both teams. You can see CLA very spread defense, but again, transition just across from B, going back over towards that A site. And it's going to be number 5 there, just watching for any mid flank. But this is going to be a bit of a fight over towards that A zone by the looks of it.
Yeah, there was an opportunity for them to gain quite a bit of space in mid. They backed up Patton with some utility as he wrapped all the way back round to CT, but now we see the KO ultimate coming through. It's going to be difficult for Patrick now because there's nothing he can do about this. He can't put smokes down because that KO ult has just stunted him completely from offering any utility to maybe retake the site here. Do they wait this out and wait for the KO ult? First of all, the shot's a little bit windy, and unfortunately Relic's not going to still get the kill onto LSD, so he's still weak, but there are 2 players on the chase here. Is he going to manage to catch these one out? You can see LSD's tucked in the corner. Can he get anyone? There's one for him. Patton, though, flies at him. And I think the right click was the demon there to get that one over the line. But now 1 kill comes through from Keme. It's going to be more on potentially on the board. No, Danny and Pegasus get them. And now Knives of Patton. If anyone can do it, it's going to be him. There's 1. How many more can he get? He's got to check so many corners. He's got no time to do it either as well. His teammates coming through. With help is Danny and Scythe. Helps him out, and it will be a round that puts them 1 away from tying up the grand final.
I'm like shouting in my head, why are they chasing them through mid? Why are they running out of the area they're trying to defend and chasing through mid? They could potentially lose a player to a trade. They could potentially lose both players, and they're going to end up with a player who's not going to be in the position to defend. Insane plays, as far as I'm concerned. I thought that was a wild. I would probably have just held off and let them re-push and try and get the re-control of the site. But they don't do it, and they get punished for it in the end, and now it is going to be TGH at match point and just looking very strong to take this to 1-1.
So it'll be difficult. Not a bad little streaming room, that one, by the way. You could set up in there. So,
it'd be warmer than Sheffield. It'd be colder than Sheffield.
Oh god, yeah, could you imagine? Anything I think would be colder than that room. Holy, that was something else. But 1 round away, and we will get map 3 here in the grand final. What is going to be the move here from the boys of See You Late? The bomb is just all the way back, still in spawn. And they will now retrieve it. So Pegasus has been so good so far. Can he keep this going? Relic is just waiting for the right time. And there is a lot of Killjoy utility on this site. Pegasus is going to just dip over to the wrong side. Oh, he's getting slapped up with bullets here. Relic's really weak, and this is not an ideal gunfight to take. Falcor's going to help him out, though, as he makes it a little bit easier for now. Plays 4, though, as Pegasus grabs Relic. Patrick gets 2 really big kills, though. The man who's running the Vandal is able to get a pick. But now they need to try and invest. This is exactly what they're going to do. Scythe is out of there. He's teleported off the site. He's the last man up. He's so weak. But 1 versus 3. Can Scythe work some magic? I don't think they're going to hear he's on the defuse here. Nice work from See You Late. And that will be a round that maybe buys them another lifetime. Or lifeline, apologies, as we get ready for round number 19. Jesus.
That lifeline is 6 rounds long if they want to bring parity back. So it's a shout, like, but it's a big one. CO8 have left themselves quite the mountain to climb. TGH still in the driving seat. I think at this point for TGH, this is where you can experiment a little bit with tactics, or try something a little bit more controversial when it comes to getting the plant. So they know that they've got this 6-round buffer, and I'm sure they don't want to spend any time messing around or doing anything silly, but they have got that little bit of a buffer. CO8 on the other hand has just got to play every round perfectly if they want to see this grand final out here. Firstly, think it's going to Icebox. You can see just how closely matched the teams are in terms of kills, but again, there has been CO8 Rear 3 that did so well in the previous game, not doing as well here, and Pegasus and Cypher's been absolutely huge in this game so far.
Oh no, they know he's here. They know that Relic's here. They're investing a lot into it. Can they get him out the backside? Oh, the jump shot! No! The shots go here, there, and everywhere. Amari gets the kill onto Patrick. Is this the final nail in the coffin in map number 2? 12 rounds, 1 needed. It's going to be so difficult now to retake this site. They've got no ultimates to try and do it. They've not really got the numbers either, as it's now 3 versus 5, and you can see the attacking side have got a Killjoy ult and the knives to work with as well. Pegasus is going to drop Chemic, and now surely this is going to be GG's. The Killjoy ult is going to be done. They want this done. Patton's going to peek the corner. Same result for him. Falcor's going to swing, and that is going to be that in map number 2. Flawless on the screen, flawless on the scores. It is going to be the boys of the Goose House that take it, Pabs, and we get our beloved Game 3.
This is, I honestly think CO8 will probably think of going into this game. The Goose House are going to be favourites. Let's try and get it to a map 3 at best. I think they had an incredible map 1. This is starting to look like the Goose House's game to lose. It was such a dominant performance. They play the same all the time as well. It's just so patient. There's no, I think they had 1 round in that game where they were hyper aggressive. They had 1 round which was thrown away in that insane Danny round where he gets the 5-piece. But again, they're just so fluid, they're so consistent, whereas CO8 just seem to be all over the show. Sometimes they're hyper efficient and they get around, sometimes they're over aggressive and get absolutely destroyed, which we've seen a couple of times. But right now, 13-6 for both teams. Very dominant performances in either map, but going into Icebox, I mean, Major, we're basically in the same position we were at the start of the game. Both of the teams have got the same amount of rounds on the board. They've both got, great star players doing really well. They've both got players who can dominate towards the end of a round. How is Icebox going to separate these guys? Well, it's such a hard call.
Yeah, you just see it on the face of it. Danny and Pegasus leading the charge. 19 and 11 from Danny. We saw 2 pieces coming out from him so many times. But you can see the first bloods there. Danny and Pegasus combining for 7 first bloods just between the 2 of them. Obviously, Relic and LSD at the bottom. Relic really struggling just to try and make some form of influence in that one. But yeah, we get our map 3 Icebox is going to be the decider here in the grand final. Rightfully so. Before we do jump into that one, obviously, we'll have a quick break, but we will shout out once again, as this is all for charity, guys. Please make sure you use the command in chat, !donate, to see SSAFA and Blesma's links. Please make sure you head over there if you do have some spare change and you want to donate, as it's all going to a very worthy cause. And we will shout out Voxy again. Voxy Tactics have donated 2,500 of their own hard-earned pounds in towards both of these charities, so a huge shout out to them, and obviously for setting up the prize pool that these guys will be playing for. So if you use !sponsor, you'll see the link to their game, free to play. Make sure you give it a download, have a go, and see if you can earn yourself some crypto, as you can manage to mine some while playing the game, so you never know. Thank you very much to Voxy for sponsoring this one. But yeah, guys, we will quickly cut it to a break, and when we come back, we will have our beloved deciding game, Game 3, to finish it off. It only seems right, to be honest, but yeah, that's how it will unfold. Will it be the Goose House, or will it be see you late? We will see in just a second, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit.
Cristiano Ronaldo, Suey.
Oh, that's about what I thought you'd look like. So you want to explore mystical worlds? Fight bandits, kill clan lords, craft godly weapons, and make loads of Not financial advice. Well, hello. Let's go. They're always stirring things up. And what's going on here? Oh, geez, will you look at that? Now, what is this mess? You gonna deal with this? I thought...
See the other side of my feet, but I can still feel it. It's on there. For me, that was hard. At that point, I thought, that's the end of my everything. I'm gonna be useless, will never, ever do anything for myself.
Because his car landed on top of mine, I broke 5 of the 7 vertebrae in my neck. I do remember when I was in the car that all the feeling in my legs was starting to go.
There was a lot of pain, obviously. Both legs were smashed. I could see that.
Since I was first introduced to Blexma at the hospital, they've been standing by my side. For me, in my darkest moment, it's only Blexma we sort up.
It's the camaraderie, and it gives you a real sense of feeling that you're still within the military family. But it's so much more than that. It's the welfare support to the widows, to the families, to the people that are out there on their own.
They support mentally, physically, emotionally, financially as well.
And as a result of the work that Blesma's put in towards the improvement of prosthetics, that is now filtering down to the National Health Service as well. So the work that goes on behind the scenes is phenomenal.
Blesma has always been there for me.
Blesma has always been there for me.
Blesma has always been there for me.
Buongiorno, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are here with game number 3, the deciding one here in the 5K Charity Invitational, sponsored by Voxy Tactics. We've had 2 really good maps so far. 2 even scores, though, Pablo. 13-6 and 13-6. So it only seems fair that we go to the decider on Icebox to see who separates these 2.
I think we should put money on it between us, because now I'm feeling confident. I think See You Later going to come out flying from the blocks and put the cosh right on the Goose House. The Goose House might have the momentum coming out of the previous game, 13-6, but again, this is anyone's, and we know that, you know, the likes of Patton can go absolutely huge, and Kem can go huge. So I think if we can get these guys, if they can start really quickly, really well, get some big kills, and I think more importantly, if they can end the rounds with the other 3 players getting the mopping up that duty they've been doing throughout the day, and just apply the pressure to the Goose House. But Major, you do get a slight feeling that the gears have been put through.
Yeah, and in trade, I think is the best way to phrase it. You can see there on the side of See You Late, Jonesy has taken the other place of Falcone. So yeah, we've got a sub in for See You Late, which isn't ideal considering it's the deciding one of a £5,000 tournament. But yeah, he's, as the coach, coming through to come and support the squadron and hopefully provide some oversight and some innovative gameplay himself. Say in replacement of the sub. But yeah,
what a time to come in as a sub.
I know, no pressure, mate. You just gotta go for it. You just gotta go for it. But yeah, and a quick shout as well. We've had an update coming through from Jasmine. Obviously, a shout out to Jasmine and to Listo behind the cameras. They are providing all of your beautiful POVs and sceneries as well for you guys to watch in the gameplay. They make our life a hell of a lot easier. So shout out to those guys. But yeah, Jasmine has let us know that what we have raised so far, which is absolutely incredible, by the way. SSAFA, we've managed to raise £1,297, which is the score that you see on the bottom. And for Blesma, we've managed to raise £1,332. So thank you to everyone who has donated, and a huge shout out as well to Voxy's Tactics for donating 2,500 of their own pounds, split across both of the charities. That's an absolutely incredible number. So we have had an incredible time casting over it. Obviously, yesterday's games were brilliant as well. And we're down to see who is going to take home the lion's share of the prize pool as well. So £2,500 going to be split between the top 3. First place gets 1,500 and second place 750. And I think third is 250 if my maths is correct. So yeah, huge shout again to Voxy. But feel free, guys, to put the commands in the chat. If you do want to donate quickly before the end of the stream, use !donate and you'll get the links there for Blesma and for SSAFA. And then if you use !sponsor, you will also see the Voxy Tactics link where you can go and download the game, which is free. It's RPG. You earn crypto as well while you do it. So if you get bored, if you're waiting on the train, sometimes like I do, and you've got naff all else to do, give it a download, see if you like it, and see if you can earn a bit of money in the meantime as well by playing it. So yeah, huge shout out to Voxy Tactics for making this all possible. And we will quickly shout out Aiden behind the scenes, because I know he's stressing big time. And it's always funny to hear someone else stress that isn't usually me. So yeah, huge shout out to him as well for helping it all happen, because I know he's been struggling in the back through all the madness. But yeah, Pabs, it's been a great day nonetheless, isn't it, mate?
Absolutely awesome, mate. I haven't been on the mic in a long time, so it's been a glorious feeling to be back, and I love VAL. I mean, the difference between this and, you know, the years we've spent casting COD can be, you know, summed up in the vibrance, the complexity, and the levels of tactics that this game has got over a game which is largely just, you know, rushing kills. So this is always beautiful to cast over. I always feel like I'm learning something new, because there's so much depth to this game. And then when I come back to it, they've added characters and these, you know, it's just the levels of depth. We are into the last game.
No, replays, Pabs, replays.
Oh, is it replays?
It's replays.
It says in big letters, replay. Yeah. Oh my days. I was like, what the hell's going on? What have you done to me, Chafin? But yeah, no, we are getting into this final game now on Icebox as well. This is the first time I've cast over Icebox today, so it's going to be super interesting to see how these 2 teams, you know, face the challenge of this quite compact map. And it's not, you know, there's a kind of 1 or 2 areas where the sniper can be relatively successful, but this is largely a close quarters map. Is this play in favor of the Goose House? Is Pegasus going to be as effective as he has been in the previous maps? I feel the momentum is with the Goose House right now, Major, but this has been a glorious weekend of VAL so far.
Yeah, so we are just waiting. I believe Relic's PC was due a reboot So we'll just throw some replays up for you guys to watch throughout that we've had so far in this tournament. We've seen some really big moments, and obviously the clips that you can see at the moment are coming courtesy pretty much of one of the teams that we expected to go pretty much all the way. The Goose House have been running through people pretty much until the grand final, where they chuckled the first map and dropped it 13-6. So it definitely lit a fire underneath them, that's for sure, because map 1 went in favour of See You Late, Pabs, and I think in map 2 we saw kind of that wakey call that they needed, because all of a sudden they played very, very well in map 2 and took that themselves 13-6 to get us to this point now.
Yeah, and I think as much as the map counts are the same across both maps, there was a definite, complete difference in the way that they were achieved. The Goose House, I felt they were, very disciplined, very strong, and very efficient in the way that they took that map 2. Where you felt in map 1 they were super complacent. You always felt like there was another gear they could go through. See You Late, just feel that they changed things. See You Late to. I've been told off that many times about the name. I'm just going to call them Club from now on. But yeah, it just feels like that they've been different from round to round. Sometimes they're super aggressive, sometimes they're overcautious, sometimes they get it absolutely nailed on, and when they do, they dominate a round, and then sometimes it's the complete opposite. They just, we've seen a 5-stack in B over on Ascent. We've seen again a 5-stack push in defense that got them all killed in one go by Danny. So sometimes I think they make kind of insane decisions, or they're not following or the instructions that they should be following. It's an interesting approach, but it engages madness sometimes. It's brilliant, but you get the feeling that the Goose House, with that extra discipline, extra layer of tactical awareness, are just going to be very strong in this final.
Yeah, I'm interested to see kind of, again, it feels as though it's been Patton and Pegasus who have been really doing the God's work in certain situations here for both the respective teams. So it wouldn't surprise me again on Icebox if we see both of those players running Jet and see how that one unfolds. But yeah, we've had some brilliant games across the board. A shout out to all of the teams that have been involved in making it happen, because we have been on the receiving end of some beautiful clips and gameplays, as you guys are seeing, as we're still waiting for map number 3 to get underway. But Pabs, we obviously made predictions at the start. You went for See You Late. Map 1, you were feeling very happy with yourself. Map 2, maybe not so much. So are you sticking with the boys of See You Late, or do you think the boys of the Goose House are going to maybe clean this one over the line and get it done?
I'm going to stick with plan. I'm going to keep with See You Late. I do feel like that I think the Goose House are very disciplined. I think they've got enough experience. As an organisation, they always have very strong VAL sides. I think they were very complacent in map 1. I think that was a surprise to them. I just think that maybe See You Late, if they can, I don't know, if they can dissect what they've done in the previous game in map 1, and then apply it now, that kind of very quick ability to assimilate information and transform it into the rounds. I think if they can get Chem firing, if they can get Patton firing the way they have been, they've got a great opportunity to at least apply more pressure than they did in the previous map. I just feel you planted your flag with the Goose House. They're just so disciplined, they're so capable. What's the differences for me is what's Jonesy going to do coming in at this late stage? Is he going to absolutely ruin the chemistry that they had in the team? Is he going to offer them something? Is he going to be able to be that kind of like fundamental, like, I don't know, in mystery that the Goose House can't unlock, be that kind of square peg in a round hole for the Goose House? I mean, we'll wait and see. I'm going to stay with See You Late.
Fair enough, mate. Well, I'll stick to my guns. I think the Geese will get it done. We'll have to wait and see. I say, regardless of who takes first place, it's been a brilliant tournament nonetheless, and we've been blessed with the deciding map on Icebox ready to go. And yeah, one thing you mentioned, Pabs, obviously it's a lot more open, this map, for certain areas of it. Obviously you've got kind of the potential for some of these operator plays to be made. We know how good both Pegasus and Patton are with that operator. Again, we might have another case of going blow for blow with these two to see who's going to implement their way on the map. We are going to get the agent selection pretty much completed, and we see Viper, obviously, Pabs, with a long poison wall, her ability to kind of fend off some of those opening pushes with a lot of utility. We're seeing both sides going to opt to go for Viper in this one, but it's going to be an interesting game nonetheless, Pabs, to see who's who's going to really implement themselves? I definitely feel as though whichever team makes a strong start is going to be the one that maybe comes out on top of this one, because yeah, we've seen it in the opening games, game 1 and 2. Whoever really got off and running was the team that kind of ran away with it.
Yeah, I think Icebox is one of these very compact maps that you need to get into a rhythm if you're going to be able to compete or do well. And I think if you lose that rhythm early on, it can absolutely throw you for a curve. There's just the engagements happen a little bit quicker than they do in the previous map, so you're going to see a lot more earlier engagements. So and when they do happen, it tends to be quite quick, free flow, and you're going to see everyone kind of backed up into the same area. So I just think if you lose that rhythm, and it's something I think see you later are more likely to do than the Goose House, that it could be problematic. Listen, we could end up eating our words at the end of it, and we could be sitting on top of a see you late kind of like whitewash, but who knows. I honestly think it's going to be a really exciting round. To think if See You Late can get off the blocks nice and early and get some kills, put some pressure on the Goose House and start making them question their tactics.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well, you can see on the side of the Goose House, they do have that Killjoy, so there is going to be quite a lot of information for players going on flanks. However, on the side of See You Late, they don't really have that. They've obviously got the Sage being utilised, so they don't currently have anything that's going to give them information on a potential pinch. But Patrick, tell you what, he's going to give them information as he puts a bullet straight in Pegasus as those players go for an instant pinch. Nice work from Patrick. First blood on the cards, and wow, kill feed very, very green in the early stages of this one, but Patton replies with 1.
Yeah, nice 3v3 with just hitting the minute mark, and the spike hasn't gone down as of yet. There's a little bit of attempt to try and get control. It is the transition that's going to happen as See You Late going to look to potentially make that very long run over towards B, and you can see already TGH just starting to transition over. They have got players over towards that A site, but you can see this is going to become an absolute festival over towards this B site. So again, they've got to watch that long, because that is where the problems can happen. But right now, only on the pistol round, so a lot of work to do. When we see that spike has gone down, nice plays by See You Late, and that gives them a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, the Viper utility just to pop the smoke to keep that man planting alive. And now 2 players back yellow crate. Are they going to manage to read this? LSD's going for the swing. Oh, the right click is so clean, but it doesn't get the kill. Patton gets 2 really big kills to maybe get this round sorted. And Jonesy, Mr. Super Sub, comes through with the final kill to get that first round on the board for See You Late.
Yeah, really nice to see an attacking round on the board from the start as well. It is going to be big kills coming out of Patton. Nice effect if it's what we want to see from him. Jonesy gets a kill on Amari. Amari with some windy shots. I think he's feeling the pressure towards the end of that round. And that is a player I think they could apply, a little bit of pressure to. It's someone I don't think who particularly enjoys being in that kind of environment. So, yeah, maybe something for See You Late to think about. But really nice play, and they're going to be very happy to go 1 up on the board. Hopefully we're not going to be coming back to this at a 13-1 point. Hopefully these boys can push on and get some kills.
Yeah, Pegasus watching that cross. Whoa, you can see there's a lot of players weak on both sides. Pegasus forced to back up here. How many picks can he get? He only needs a chest shot onto Keme and Relic. Can he manage to do it? Relic is obviously going to utilise that Sage heal, but Patrick is watching the flank, which Danny is just toying with the idea of, and both teams running Rain are not necessarily a character in the high levels that we tend to see a lot of, and the shots of Relic, he's going to get a lot of bullets into players there. They're so weak at the back of the site, and Jonesy and Relic are just going to pin them back, and the Spectres' shots are clean. They manage to get those kills. They do have an issue on the flank, though. It looks as though Scythe has been red, though. Patrick's going to go for the swing. Patrick gets the kill, and all of a sudden, 2 versus 4 with the bomb down, 1 versus 4, as unfortunately, it's going to be a very difficult position for the poor man in Danny, and he catches a bullet straight to the dome. 2 rounds for See You Late.
Yeah, again, looking very strong. And again, it's what we wanted to see them come out firing on all cylinders, being very aggressive. It's nice to see Patrick and Relic getting off the blocks as well with some great shots, really accurate as well. So this is looking very good so far. Nice 2-round deficit. They give themselves the buffer. The Goose House looking all at sea. And whether they, again, have kind of maybe more offensively minded coming into Icebox. But, we know how confident a team like this should be. The Goose House have always had strong VAL sides. So at some point, expect them to just change up. This is where we expect to see a little bit of a mix-up in the way that they're defending and maybe a little bit more aggression coming out of that. And there we see LSD gets a really important kill on Patton.
Oh, man. Danny's so weak. Manages to slither away. The ability of Rayner able to overheal just in case he does manage to get that pick and heal himself back up again. But bomb in the hands of See You Late is slowly working its way over towards the A site. When this push comes, though, that will be the question. The Sova drone goes in. Not really much to show for it, apart from what they knew already, that there's going to be a few players here. The Stinger's not going to be an ideal gun for this one, and Keme use a couple of bullets. They collide with the wind, though, as Pegasus is going to back up. They've still got to deal with a man on the site. Danny will, however, fall after being incredibly weak, and now Pegasus kind of left on his lonesome here. Oh, the reload might... No, never mind. I thought the reload was going to get the better of him, but the shots come through. Jonesy grabs one. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Jonesy's been a really big kind of instigator of pushes, a really good tradesman as well, getting the trades when he's needed. It is 3v3, and that is still going to be very little time for the boys from TGH to try and get down. So right now, advantage CULA. Could they go 3 rounds to the good with some impeccable plays? And this would be really important. That's a huge kill. Patrick goes big. It is going to be Amari with another kill on Relic. It is going to be 2v2, and that clock is going to be ticking. That's going to put them in the advantage, though, and can Jonesy be the super sub?
Well, bomb's ticking. Scythe gets the kill. Defuse comes in. And although they were trying to run the more preferred eco round, and just trying to get a little bit of a bonus coming through there, it wasn't to be. So it will be the Goose House making their mark for the first time in this third and final map. But nice work there nonetheless. And Jonesy, Mr. Super Sub, doing what he needs to, perhaps, for a while. He's doing a good job.
Absolutely. This is, we talk about this, shouldn't really happen. It should be a chemistry breaker. But Jonesy comes in, he's the kill leader. I just feel that if Patton can play his life a little bit better, if he can survive into the end of the round, he's got more ice in his veins to be able to deal with 1v2 moments or 1v1 moments than, say, some of his other players. And that could potentially be something they need to think about, is keeping Patton alive. Kem as well, another player that can kind of play like that. But right now, TGH back with a bit of momentum. That's a big kill here. Danny absolutely goes off there, drops Patton. As I say, that Patton being the first, but Jones, he's gone. This is not looking great for See You Late.
Yeah. So Relic has managed to get himself further pushed up on the site. He will actually decide just to drop down and think better of it. They don't have the bomb in hand, though. One thing they do have is the potential. I'm not sure whether or not Relic has got his wall. He does. So they could potentially try and play the plant behind the wall, which we normally see. It's whether or not he'll be the first man through. It looks as though he's going to get pushed up quite quickly here. And he is going to get tagged up, so they know he's there. Patrick's got a big gunfight to win, though, and he's able to win it onto LSD. So LSD falls. 3 versus 3. Nice shots from Pegasus, though, to reply, as it now sees them still with the one-man advantage. What are they going to try and do with this bomb? They are going to grab it. They've got to be careful, though. Patrick's pushed up mid, but you can see the lurk coming through. Kemi's surely going to get shot on the side. Oh, whoa. Okay, for a second, then I thought he might have been able to do a madness. Scythe, though, the king of lurking, able to do it once again. And with the bomb drops in spawn, it is not looking ideal. Patrick, I think, has kind of resigned to the fact that this bomb is probably not recoverable at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely side with some really nice patient play there, just to watch them push out. He gets that kill, and it is going to be the 1v2 and a 1v3. And I do think Patrick's just decided to sit back and just keep hold of his gun. And again, really interesting to see Pegasus, just such a really impeccable player. He gets a pick and just ducks out. He doesn't try and get a second, doesn't try and follow up for any potential trades. He just plays his life. I think it's something that Patton needs to really consider doing. Obviously, Amari's had a really great start to this game. It's a player that he's a player that hasn't particularly done amazing or lit the scene up in the last 2 maps, but again, just goes to show you the strength and depth of the Goose House, that they, players can step up at any given point. But it's not a great sign at See You Late, having to rely on the sub to potentially go off. Patrick as well, a player that's been, someone who's picked up and mopped up the pieces towards the end of rounds, is the kill leader. So you feel if Patton and Kem can pick things up, this could be a massively different game.
Yep. So what is the approach? Looks as though quite a clean split. Patton, I'm pretty sure he heard that footprint. Oh, the shot from Keme, though, with the Marshall. Does not miss, and it collides for a kill. Danny will manage to trade him out, though, with some nice shots. Scythe is still over here, but there's a lot of players, and the knives are now going to get popped, and a good shot from Relic is going to open up this B site. There's currently nobody here. Scythe was the only man over towards B, and you can see how far pushed up they are. Jonesy's going to manage to catch one, and Patton grabs one as well, and this is looking like an absolutely stellar round. High in the sky, and knives in the face of Amari is going to be the outcome, and Patton is going to put to bed that round and take that one on the board for See You Late as well.
Yeah, really important big kill for Kemi on Pegasus to start things off, and then there's just really no answer at all. And it was the timing. There's just a kill, then a kill, then a kill, then a kill. Just makes the round feel super dominant and really good play. Again, Patton back in his rightful position as the kill leader. Jonesy, just the super sub doing so well, but we're starting to see Kem start to come back into the game. This is a worrying time for the Goose House. This is starting to feel very much like map 1. I feel if they're not able to slap back, especially from this defensive end, this could be problematic for them.
Oh, they're playing with fire here. I'll tell you what, he might hit a shot in a second, Pegasus. Out he goes. Wants nothing more.
It'll be too cold for him by the looks of it.
Yeah, quick reposition. There's a lot of players there. There's a lot of information as well. Is Patton going to try and smoke and fly across to form the distraction here? Well, there's the wall. Oh, but the wall's not going to stop you from that. If you peek it wide, that's exactly what Relic does. They tried to fend off a little bit there to plant the bomb, but unfortunately the swing is just going to come back to bite them. The wall has now been shot. The Viper utility isn't going to land in the right spot, though, to stop the plant, but we are going to see the Nightmare coming through, and as a result of it, are they going to bully their way through? Danny grabs one as Pegasus grabs a kill as well for the Goose House. It's now 2 versus 4 for See You Late. They know where Patton is. He's kind of stuck in this position. It's going to be so difficult for them to get out now. They're on the defuse. Is he going to get the man off the bomb, or he's going to fly high? He grabs one. 1 versus 2. He doesn't have the ammo, but he's got the reposition. Oh my God! Holy expletives! What a round of moment there from Patton. How do you... I can't even fathom how you do something like that. But holy, what a round.
Clip that and send it to his mum, because that was just immaculate right there. Unbelievable play from Patton to add 3 to his tally. What a clutch that is one for the ages right there. To See You Late a 2-round deficit, a 2-round advantage that they probably should never have gotten. One of the finest ends to a round we've seen in a while. See You Late absolutely dominate the end of that round. I'm mind blown, really. I'm mind blown. I wish I could shoot like that in any game, honestly. God, it's insane performance. But yeah, TGH, I mean, they're on the back foot now. I mean, my confidence, I'm not surprised there's a timeout, because my confidence would be out the window. I'd be reconsidering my profession and everything. Unbelievable performance right there from one man.
I've literally just got an image of the Goose House kind of round the table, like, right, okay, what happened? And they're all kind of sat there, kind of scratching their head, like, I don't really know.
Just got to delete it.
I mean, it was difficult enough to watch. It was difficult enough for us to watch and keep up with what was going. It was kind of like a blur of movement and bullets, and somehow Peyton just hits every single shot he needs to, flies between players, and cleans out all 3 of those players, by the way.
The Goose House coach needs one of them Men in Black neuralizers.
Yeah.
just to get it out the system, just delete it from their brain.
I just don't even know. I don't even know how to explain that one. That was just one of those where you just got to sit back and clap. That was just absolutely incredible from Peyton. And if he's going to keep doing stuff like that, the Goose House, they are really going to struggle, because that is outrageous coming through from him. So, well, I mean, we've not really gained, so God knows how the Goose House are going to after that one, but they now trail by 2.
Can you imagine Patton, the adrenaline in his hand? I wouldn't be able to hold the pad. I'd still be celebrating.
Yeah. Jesus. Well, deep breaths. I mean, after the explosive end of that round, we've had a very, very slow start to round number 7. And it looks as though the boys on the side of See You Late are going to maybe take that bomb over towards A. Are they forming a distraction and maybe trying to form B? You can see a lot of Killjoy utility is over towards that B site. And Patton is leading the charge. Is he going to work some magic? The alarm bot and info is there. Surely you're going to see a Goose House quick adaptation here. The wall is down, but the wall falls, and they haven't planted the bomb behind it. So it looks as though now Keme is going to get the bomb down. So we will now see that spike planted. Is LSD going to get some bullets in? No, the blind is going to back them up. Oh, never mind. Scythe is actually going to grab a shot through the wall from just spraying with the Phantom, and it's an important pick.
Yeah, and also straight onto the defuse to try and bait out See You Late. It is going to require huge moments. Patrick and Relic, though, going to stand up and get to the challenge. Pegasus, though, is going to drop Patton. That's an important kill. It is only 4. Make that a 3v4 with TGH. Now with the slight advantage, it is going to be next pick, all important. That is absolutely huge. But Twitch and Mari straight away makes it a 1v3. This is going to be so difficult for Jonesy. Makes it a 1v2. Side is on the defuse, though. He's got to get it. Gets another kill, but is it going to be too late? Side on the defuse is going to bring it back to 1 round, Major.
Oh, man. The ends of some of these rounds. I don't know how many more we can take of this. They're coming right down to the wire time after time. It looked as though for a second they might be able to clutch up on that one, but Scythe just sticking to his guns, didn't let go of the defuse. If the shock dart landed, I don't know whether it would have been enough to kill him, but the stick comes through and the round comes through. More importantly, that was a huge round needed there for those boys.
Yeah, massive round to bring it back, get the confidence back, and I think the memory of Patton getting a 3-piece at the end has been absolutely flouted there. So yeah, great play by TGH to bring this back to 1. But the question remains: we know that they've got the discipline, we know they've got the kind of personality that will just see them through. The question is, has See You Late got the same kind of determination, consistency that's required to push on? They have got that 1-round advantage. And they've just got to go big. They know they've got the players, though. Patton and co are just, we know he can go big. Jonesy's done so well. What is this round 8 going to bring?
Yeah, Peyton's been so good. Can he keep it up? That's the question. The Goose House are going to do their absolute best to make sure that he doesn't, and this man on your screen is going to try and do that as well, but it's going to be Kemi with the first blood. Pegasus falls. Danny will drop Jonesy, though. Those struggles do continue just a little bit in later rounds, huge, but big kills from Kemi. Is he going to be able to push up far enough, though, to command a potential plant? You can see on your mini-map there, number 4 on the side of the Goose House.
Oh, this will be interesting.
But
this
look
is going to be
at
interesting.
LSD. He's so far pushed up. He's got a stinger as well. He's going to opt to aim down sight, and he gets the kill. He's going to manage to retrieve the weapon as well. He's got 2 players pinching him. Patrick from one side. Is he going to react quick enough? Oh, big kills from LSD. He's a man that normally has some really quiet rounds, but 2 huge kills come through for him. And now Keme finds himself in a really sticky situation. 1 versus 2 required. Might be able to catch out one player in mid. Whew, just about gets away. Is he going to get in time to plant the bomb? He should do, but you can already see the rotation going to be imminent to try and stop him from planting this.
Yeah, this is going to be, potentially a big pinch as well. He's potentially going to be able to get this bomb down, but I think he's going to go for the fights first, try and bait someone out. And it's a huge kill. The next kill's all important. With only 6 seconds remaining, it is going to be the defenders with the win. Kem not able to do it in the end, and that's going to bring things back to parity, Major. What a grand final we've got so far. We haven't been able to put paper between them. 13-6 in the first map, 13-6 in the second map, and 4-all right now. Incredible performance from these 2 teams, making this grand final a spectacle to behold. The question is, who's going to step up? Which player is going to go big? Right now, we can see Peyton for the boys at See You Late trying to do everything he can, but across the board from TGH, everyone contributing, and we, I just don't even know where to call it, Major.
Well, don't sleep on Jonesy. I mean, he's coming as a sub, and he's still rocking a fair few numbers. So a great performance from the man on your screen here. He's opting to go for Sova in this best of 3 final map. So 4 apiece. Peyton has popped knives, and he has got a lot of space over towards the B site. Again, it is just going to be one man lurking. He's going to have to deal with. Keme's pushed through, but he doesn't check the high ground. Danny is out. Dismisses. Off he goes. Patrick's watching mid. He's seen the head of one player there. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. The wall bang comes through, and Pegasus falls. So the first blood, unfortunately, doesn't pay off as we're back down to even numbers. They've still got to deal with Danny, who's back sight. So the Goose House draw another kill. And now it's 4 versus 3. But that bomb is over towards the B site. They've distracted a lot of players.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a lack of warm-up from Jonesy there. Doesn't check the corner, but this could be huge. Peyton drops LSD, the hero of the previous round for the boys from TGH. So it's going to be 3v3 with the star player of See You Late, or still alive. There's a lot of work for TGH to do. This is going to require some big balls to come and do this job, and it's going to be, it's going to be really difficult right now with that spike already planted.
Oh man, and one player backside is very, very weak, but they get the kills, and never mind. Never mind. It is now all of a sudden all on Scythe, and he gets one. Hello. Doable. Still weak, though. Got to try and push in towards the smoke. I think the time is not going to be his best friend, no, and Relic cleans him up. So See You Late. Grab a re-game round, and they take the lead again, 5-4.
Yeah, really nice play. Really disciplined from them. They held back and then pushed at the correct time, gets the ult down, and then uses it to try and push in and get those kills. So nice plays from See You Late, and it's going to give them that round advantage. This, I feel like, as the game's gone on, that these teams have kind of, they've got closer and closer and closer to each other in terms of their capabilities, in terms of how they match up, and it's just again, putting paper between them is just going to be impossible at times. I also feel like See You Late have matured over the map as well. There's seen a lot less impulsive decisions from them. We're seeing a lot less kind of insane plays that we saw in previous rounds. So big moment right there, and it's going to be Peyton with a big kill on side, who's been largely the big player for TGH.
Yeah, quick shout out as well to my good man Lindsay for dropping the sub. 17 months, by the way, Lindsay. It's worthy of a few more. Thank you very much, buddy. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Part of the COD squadron. Love to see it. Thank you very much, buddy. Hope you're well. But yeah, 5-4 and 4-3 on lives in favour of See You Late in this round. But again, just playing slowly. Nothing to Twitch. Oh, but saying that,
big from Twitch.
Amari is able to get that pick. And it does mean that it's now a 3 versus 3. Peyton, the man of so many first bloods, is able to maybe get another one. Oh, he puts a bullet in, but he doesn't get the kill. Oh, but he doesn't miss that one. Oh, I thought that shot surely hit from Pegasus there. It didn't quite, though. So they will get an opportunity to plant here. Peyton is still underneath. Spike will be planted. Nothing going to come through on the offensive side, but we are going to see the Nightmare coming through on the side. They know he's here, but Peyton causing some more damage. Is he going to check up top? No, he's not. Amari drops down. Can he get the final flick? Amari with some big moments there, and again ties it up. 5 rounds apiece. Apologies, I can't read.
Listen, I tried to cast over a replay before, so don't stress. At 5 rounds apiece, this couldn't be more close. The parity is extreme at the minute with each team with star players. You know, we've got the sub in Jonesy. There's so many stories within this game right now. 5v5 with some incredible plays. The big surprise for me has been Amari. Amari stepped up, you know, from being that kind of player that sweeps up at the end of rounds. You know, not someone who goes particularly big. He's been getting 2 pieces consistently in this grand final. And you know, if you're a team that have had players in the bottom 3 that have been getting, you know, 4, 5, 6 kills, that is a huge contribution right there. And you've enabled them to keep parity. And this has been one of the most tense games we've cast over in a long time.
Oh, and another sub. Thank you very much, Thomas, for the 3 months with Prime. Thank you very much, mate. Hope you're well, buddy. Hope you're well. And yeah, if you guys are just joining us, you're here in a grand final of a 5k charity tournament. So plenty to play for. And Peyton's got knives again. He just gets them all the time, this man. Is he going to manage to do some damage onto Danny? Oh, Danny's heard him. What's he going to do here, Peyton? He's backing up just a little bit here. Maybe deciding better of it. And Tina with the tig old biddies. Thank you very much, T. And now knives in hand. And the wrap over towards A is coming through. They do have the Killjoy, Alarm Bot, and stalling over here. LSD has also got ultimate as well. So 3 ults on the side of the Goose House to work with if they're going to try and work a retake here. Is LSD going to tuck himself far enough away in the corner? No, he's going to actually decide better off it. Off he goes. The knives come through from Peyton. He gets one, but the trade comes through instantly from LSD. There's going to be more players swinging. Can he collide with anyone? No! The shots aren't going to be good enough. He knows that there's another player around this corner, though, Amari, as the eye gets the information that he needs. And it's still going to be a chance here for them to converge on this bomb site. Nice shot from Amari. He's slowly starting to come to life here. His teammate Scythe clears out one. The rest comes through though, so Patrick gets a second go at this. It's now 3 versus 2. Danny gets a pick. Can the Goose House form the swing here? Is it going to be enough? Jonesy all alone. Whoa, I'll tell you what. The coach has got the flick though. He's on the bomb. Oh, for a second I thought he might be able to work a madness. Not quite able to. 6-5 lead the Geese.
I'm just going to have to take the cap off for Amari because he is playing some incredible Valorant right now. He is dominating this game. And he's got his team into the lead. TGH was struggling so heavily before. Now they've got a 1-round lead. It's been an incredible performance from a player who's been largely quiet. Jones, he gets dealt with in the end. The super sub who came out all firing, all cylinders firing, not able to clutch up in the end. And right now, See You Late, it's starting to look like they're on the back foot, and this kind of promise and potential that we saw from the Goose House, that we kind of recognise out of this team, slowly but surely, Major, scarily being fulfilled.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
bang.
Pegasus.
Straight in the face. And a quick shout out to Bushy Mike for dropping the sub as well. Thank you very much, buddy. Hope you're well. GG's today. Good GG's there, mate, today. Thank you very much for
some lovely reaction kills from Big Mike.
Some beautiful moments there from Mr. Bushy Mike. Thank you very much, buddy, for dropping the sub. And now They've got to deal with Pegasus here with the op. If they don't shift him out, this is going to be difficult. Kemi's going to go for the swing, but there's help. Oh, what a flick on that. Holy moly. Jonesy gets one as well. They do manage to open up the site. See you late. But you can see 2 players on the flank here coming through. Whoa, Jonesy is still hesitant before planting this bomb. Where are they going to try and plant this bomb? They might actually try and push all the way through and plant it from the other side. And maybe not. Maybe they're going to try and push all the way. They do actually manage to bait out the Killjoy ult as well. So they think they're getting this bomb down at B. They're not. They're sneaking over towards the A site. If they're quick enough, they might be able to get the plant. But the sense of LSD might be absolutely perfect here. Turn around every now and then. Oh, man. He's not going to be able to get the kill, though. They will manage to get their way over towards the A site, and bomb should go down.
Yeah, that's a very cautious, very clever play coming from See You Late. They've got a big job on their hands, though. It is going to be a 2v3, so they're going to need a fairly early pick. Is that going to be the one? No, it is going to be Sight against the 2-piece. Drops Kemi, drops Jonesy. The defuse is going to be in, and that's going to be a 2-round lead for TGH from being 2 rounds in the deficit. And Marion side teaming up to just absolutely dominate See You Late.
Oh, man. My God.
I just want you to sing a bit more.
Yeah, I just felt like going into song.
Turn around.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, please, they're right next to you. It doesn't matter regardless. He manages to get the kill. But my goodness, yeah. This is why I don't sing. It's just not fair.
Yeah, I think we need to keep you strictly to farm animal impressions.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus. Which one do you want me to butcher? That's the question. As Listo, she said she was going to do this. She goes full helicopter mode, ready into the second half. But yeah, 7-5 on the defensive side. They will take that, the Goose House. But we are by no means done in this one, Pablo. It's still a point of where on earth do you plant your flag at this point? This one is going right down to the wire, it seems. Some big moments coming through. Peyton again. I'll tell you what, if they win this, you've got to stick an MVP on him because he's been absolutely lights out for See You Late. And rightfully so, his team are still in with a shout of taking this one. But first blood in the opening of this pistol round is going to go in favour. Danny, though, with some nice shots, is able to get 2. Danny gets another one. The overhill's going to come through as well as he hunts down more. The shots are going to be good enough. Yes, they are, alongside his teammates. Very quick opening round.
Yeah, you get the feeling that the Goose House are very much an offensive side, so I just felt that they were going to come out of this absolutely flying. They took up some incredible positions, and they just made sure that they didn't really get under any pressure. Really nice play from them. They've put 3 rounds to the good, and this is the first time in this grand final we have seen a 3-round deficit. So right now, this is for me as a swing round. See You Late. Really need to get this on the board. Are we going to see a classic See You Late overreach, impulsive, aggressive push? They've got to go big on defense. We've seen them go wild before in defense. So Are we going to see that now? It's going to be an interesting question. What is the answer going to be? Or TGH going to continue to dominate into the end part of this grand final?
Yeah, and a quick shout out to Sam as well, one of the RAF boys, for dropping the sub. Jeez, we got a high train in the grand final. No, not Sam Raiden, Pabs, different Sam.
Was it the Sam that played today?
Equally as handsome. Yeah, Sam 12, yeah. Thank you very much, buddy, for the sub. But first blood goes in favour of Scythe. And now, what will See You Late decide to do with this? The bomb is still sat right in the back. This next kill has to be big. The right click. Oh! Not enough! He's so
Amari's
weak.
On fire.
Oh, actually, it might not have been a right click. It might have just been a one-tap. Somehow, he still managed to stay alive. And Pegasus gets a pick onto Kemi. This one's falling apart a little bit now for See You Late. They've got to be careful. It's obviously not a round which they're favourite to win because they had to just stick with pistols. Bomb goes down. This is going to be so difficult to take, and I don't even know if the poor lone soldier, you can see number 8 on your mini-map all the way across the other side, is going to bother trying to take this one. Patrick, is he going to bother? That's the question. He probably will. Unfortunately, it might not end well for him, and it doesn't. Pegasus picks up yet another kill, and 4 rounds to the good now. Oh, the Goose House, they're equally flying up high now, and they are looking very, very good, it must be said now.
We've talked about this before. They just always seem to have a couple of extra gears to go through, and when you've got Amari doing as well as he is doing, I just feel that it becomes very, very difficult to kind of restamp your authority on the game. And right now, that 4-round deficit, we talked about that swing round being when they got to 3 rounds. Well, I think it's going to play on the mind. It's a big gap to try and, solidify and consolidate. And right now, it's just looking very, very tasty for the boys of TGH. And you just got to, I don't know, the mindset's got to be different now. See you later. I've got it so difficult. I don't think they appreciate being defensive. I think they prefer being slightly more offensive. It plays to Patton's ability. But we'll see. This is a big round. Again, they need to slowly chip this away. I think if they get into double figures, TGH, this is going to be horrible for See You Later.
Yeah, Peyton's got a man right next to him as well. I think it's Danny, who's just lurking underneath him. Woo, peekaboo. There you go, Peyton. Another big pick. The man at the top of the leaderboard trying to do his utmost again. This is a round they really need to win with the utility they've got and the Vandals in hand. They can't afford to drop much at all here. So can they take this round? They're going to need at least another round where they force the Goose House onto a forcing save as well. The wall's up, but the wall's not quite clean enough, and Relic gets a pick. The bullets go straight through the wall into the face of Pegasus. And if there's one man they're going to want to keep quiet, it's going to be him. Relic's going to be forced to back up. The opportunity to plant the bomb is now going to be here. They're going to just slow down this opening push. But can they do it enough to get the picks? Whoa, Peyton, so weak. But unable to get the pick is LSD. They need this next kill and they need it soon. Whoa.
Yep, there you go. LSD with a big kill there. That is going to be still 4v2. I mean, you've got to look to Peyton. It's on the end. Kemi goes absolutely huge, though. And this Major is a player that we've seen go huge in previous maps. He's been relatively quiet, other than the odd sniper kill that he's been able to get. It is someone that we've largely seen challenging Peyton for that top spot, so that could be all important. He's brought it back to a 3-round deficit. And again, they just got to keep that momentum, keep that level of caution, and just, you know, don't do anything too silly. We don't want to see another repeat of what we saw in the previous map where crazy tactics start to come into play. You just need to stay solid, stay cautious, and get your picks. Right now, the advantage Major is still with the Goose House, and you would feel the momentum is still kind of with them, but I think they just got to make sure they get first pick. If Pegasus can get first blood, it's usually a good round for them.
Yeah. They need back-to-back rounds here. They need this round. If they don't get it, you do fear for them. Danny gets the first pick, though. He just swings onto Patrick. And now they've dropped the Viper. So will it be more difficult for them to try and maybe regain the site? It will now, because they won't have any sort of smokes or walls to work with. And unfortunately, their controller falls. Jonesy going to be holding down mid-tube. He is going to have one man in Danny just slowly edging his way up. Is Danny going to check inside this, or is he just going to walk past? Jonesy's going to have to try and either hear him or get a bit of a sixth sense onto him, because they are working towards B, and oh no, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. If you keep an eye on number 6, the wall is down, the info's there, and he's going to push out as a result of the info. Danny manages to lurk, gets the pick, and he's managing to make a perfect read onto 2 players, pushing out the back. Oh, big kill from Keme. They needed that one, but you can still see that Relic is lurking. Can he get the kill through the wall?
Huge,
that's huge, but he drops. Pegasus falls, and we are going to hear the Rainer ult popped. Next kill, though, if you see you late, they need it now.
Yeah, huge. They need to go absolutely massive, and the problem they've got is Scythe is making his way through mid. This could be the perfect flank. I don't think they're going to read it either, so they've either got to get these kills, Kip, before he can get around the back, or they're going to have to, make sure that they watch both ways. There's way too much for them to do here, I think, and the time it's going to take. Look at that number 2 guys on the map, just making his way slowly but surely round. You can see Patton is the kind of player, but it's going to be Pegasus and Sight are going to see it off. That's going to put them into double figures, and Major, they are back to a 4-round lead.
Yep, and more importantly, you can see the economy on the side of CL8. It is in the mud. So arguably, if all things go to plan for the Goose House, they're probably going to take this round and go within 2. So can they form an upset here? They just need every single round they can get at this stage. Obviously, the closer they edge towards that infamous 13, it's just going to make life so much more difficult for CL8. And now as we load into round 17, what have they got on offer here? There is a couple of players over towards A, a couple mid, and you can see the lone man. And unfortunately, Keme pushes up, gets caught on the cross, and that is not a first blood you want to see. Relic's going to do the same, and LSD, that's usually the spot I sweat on when I need a kill, to be honest. But he's able to catch one man out, 5 versus 3. This round's not looking good either.
No, already looking very promising for the Goose House. They've maintained that dominance, maintained that consistency, but more than anything, their shots have been unerringly accurate. And right now, it feels like See You Later just throwing themselves into the fire. It is going to be Patton, though. Is he going to play patiently? The flash goes out. He's going to get taken down with a beautiful bit of play by Pegasus again. That star player. And the shot's going to come from Jonesy. Can he get the second? Oh my days, he's back and forth. It is going to be an attacking round win. We are 11-6, mate. We are 2 rounds away from the Goose House potentially taking £1,500 in what has been an incredible grand final so far.
Can I just say, that flick was absolutely disgusting, by the way.
Oh, it was dirty.
That was absolutely hideous. That is outrageous. It's a shame it didn't get a round win because it was worthy of one, it must be said, but 11-6 now.
I don't think my mouse can do that. I don't think it's got it. It's not built into it.
Yeah, I could do with one of those things installed in my mouse to be able to do that. That'd be nice. Yeah, if anyone's got any tips on how to do that, holy. But yeah, 2 rounds now needed. And this is another round where if See You Late drop this, they're going to be forced onto another eco round. And it will not be easy.
That's going to be a match point eco round.
Yeah, exactly. So they're going to be forced, really. This one has to go in their favour, otherwise it's pretty much chalked. But can they do it? It's not impossible. Can they manage to fathom their inner fanatic and form some huge comeback? It's going to have to start on this round, though. Peyton with the op. Couldn't ask for more, really, if you need something. Is it going to be him to form potentially a resurgence here? He's still holding this angle. You can see there's 2 players just toying. And Danny, if he peeks out towards that left-hand side, might end up being mincemeat. They have got Relic lurking over towards middle, and Pegasus gets the first blood. Smokes up in mid. Is this going to be the green light they need? They need this next pick. If they don't get it, it's probably gone.
Yeah, this is going to be huge right now. No. That's a big fight. Patton doesn't get the pick, though, and that's going to be him backing up, and it's not what they need right now. Patrick is going to get Danny, though. It is going to be backed up there, and Mari, the star right now of this grand final, gets it, but Patton goes huge. It's going to be a 2v3, though, advantage with the Goose House Skype on the plant major. That bomb is down 2v2.
Yeah, and the Viper ults up as well. And Peyton, he's only got an operator to work with. I say only an operator. Do they just try and save this? Or do they invest it? You think they might be better off maybe saving it? The last thing they're going to want is to drop this operator on the back of a round where they're not going to have much to work with. Peyton gets one. In the smoke he goes. They need to try and find out where Scythe is. He's still got so much health to work with. And he's going to put down the poison. Takes down 1. Takes down 2. And Scythe makes the magic work. And he puts tears in the eyes of See You Late as they now find themselves 1 round away from taking this grand final.
This is a £1,500 game for the Goose House. 12-6 in what has been an almost back-to-back mirror image of the previous map. Incredible plays coming out of Amari throughout the game, but Side with the clutch right there goes absolutely huge. Puts himself as the kill leader for the Goose House, who are now only, potentially a minute and a half away from tying up this grand final. What has been an incredible weekend of Valorant. It is going to be a big stretched out defense coming from See You Late, and again we're going to see a little bit of caution coming out from the boys of the Goose House. They know how important this, but Major, they've got a 6-round buffer to win this entire tournament.
Yeah, you can see they're running 2 Spectres and some light armor as well. It's not ideal, but it's not impossible. The early part of the round seems to suggest that this might be an A push. You can see the Viper wall going down over towards A. Again, they're just waiting to see if they give them anything to bite on. You can see on the minimap in the bottom left that Sage wall has been invested quite early on here. So are they just going to wait this one out? Wait for the utility to burn? Sage wall has now gone over towards the B site. So what do they decide to try and do here? Danny's been so good at getting opening picks. There's a little bit of information for them as he's forced to drop down from that top plat area. But this next pick might be the calm before the storm. Everyone is holding their angles. And we are now going to see those knives. Danny again. There it is. First blood onto Jonesy. The man subbed in falls. They need to try and make the trades, but Danny gets another one. Patrick's at the back. He's only able to get 1 pick. Pegasus, though, with knives, grabs one. 2 versus 4. LSD's going to get caught out, though. Relic with the res. So now it's 3 versus 3. But he's only got the pistol to work with. He needs a weapon. He's in the poison, and he somehow manages to get away. But Peyton, he's been the shining light in this roster. Can he make the play that his team needs to keep themselves alive in this grand final? Kemi falls. They're falling by the wayside. 1 for him. Peyton now 1 versus 2. Tries to cautiously hop the bomb. Gets 1. Peyton, though, does he know that he's last man up behind him? Is he going to peek this? Surely. Oh, Peyton gets the kill, and somehow they stay alive in this. If one man was going to do it, it's going to be him.
You know, if they win this, that is the swing round right there. Patton goes absolutely off in that game. He's been the star of the See You Late guys the entire series. He's dropped so many kills.
God.
One player does deserve to win a grand final. It is Kim, but they've got to do it. They've got a 5-round deficit. The question is, Major, they played that so cautiously. Can they maintain that level of discipline?
Oh my goodness. Well, you can see again. They're forced into a position where they've got 3 players running light armor and Relic's on a judge, so I'll be interested to see what the play is. Wall goes up. Is he going to try and work something? He needs to get out. They are trying to force him out. It's got to be quick. They do manage to get a bit of a tag up there with that ultimate. Jonesy's got to be careful. He's playing with fire and he got burnt. Danny with 1. Danny with 2. He's been so good in this series. He's getting another potentially a mid, and Danny gets 3. He's still on for the ace and potentially what could be the last. And Danny gets 4. Oh my God. Is it going to be the ace? No, but you can see damage is pretty much done. Patrick somehow needs to work an absolutely mountainous streak here. He needs to clear his way through all last 4 remaining players. It is going to be such an ask for him here. They know roughly where he is. The Goose House have planted the bomb. They're holding the angles, and that is game, set, and match. Your Game On 5K Charity Invitational Tournament winners are going to be the Mighty Geese.
Again, they do it. They are unstoppable feathered beasts right there. Danny goes absolutely off with a 4-piece in the end. Can't quite get the beautiful ace, but the Goose House are going to come away with 1,500 smackaroonies for all their hard work this weekend. And what a final they gave us. What a run they gave us. But See You Late take a bow. See You Late have been absolutely awesome the whole day and made the grand final of it. And you've got to say, Major, Patton, take an absolute bow, son, because you did everything you possibly could. And at times other players were great. Kemi was great. Jonesy coming in as a sub was good. We saw a couple of the lads for them going big in the ends of rounds. But really, you've just got to look to the strength and discipline of another, really good Goose House side.
Oh, man. To be fair, some of the plays that we have seen out of some of these lads have been absolutely disgusting. And unfortunately, the final score's on the doors, but you can see how that one panned out. Danny leading the charge. He had an incredible 4K. Apologies, I've almost lost my voice. It was that good, that grand final. Danny 22 and 17. Peyton, though, not too far behind him, 22 and 16. But you can see the consistency there from Pegasus, who's been brilliant all tournament long, it must be said, and it will result in the Goose House coming out on top. Commiserations there to See You Late. They put on a hell of a grand final there, it must be said, at 13-6, 13-6, and 13-7. But we unfortunately do have to have a winner and a loser. But I tell you what, not really. When you're taking home 750 quid, it's not really considered an L. I wouldn't really consider it one, to be honest, anyways. But to round up this tournament,
LSD at the bottom there with a full bucket of milk for 300.
Don't be horrible.
You've got to love that from the boy. No, he contributed strong in the previous games. There's always going to be someone propping up the leaderboard. But yeah, incredible performance from the Goose House again. And commiserations to See You Late have been absolute stalwarts throughout the day.
Yeah, so I will just put on those replay clips of all of the weekend's games. They have been absolutely incredible across the board. And it's been a tournament that's been an absolute pleasure to cast and to host. Say a huge shout out there to Voxy Tactics for putting up such an incredible prize pool for these guys and for donating an incredible amount to charity as well along the way. We've managed to raise, I think it's the best part of maybe £2,700 now for both Blesma and SSAFA. And yeah, a huge chunk of that obviously coming through from Voxy Tactics. So again, I know we've been saying it all evening, guys, but please do use the chats spam user, !donate and !sponsor to see those charity links and to see Voxy's link as well to be able to head over there and download their game if you do indeed want to have a go on that free-to-play RPG crypto mining game. So yeah, head over there and show them guys some love as well. And if you do have any spare change in your pocket after an incredible series that was seen on display, head over to Blesma and SSAFA. But yeah, an incredible tournament to cast over. And I mean, Pablo, the Geese, we know they're very, very good, mate. And unfortunately for See You Late, they just didn't quite have enough in the tank to see the Geese out.
Mate, it's always a pleasure to cast over them. It's always a pleasure to cast over the Army and RAF guys and the Navy boys. So it was really kind of you to send the invite out. So it was beautiful to cast over. But yeah, the Goose House are they're an unstoppable force. Some of the players that we've seen them, have this year have just been incredible. They're just top level VAL players, and they just seem to do well. They just seem to know what's good. You can't argue with the commitment and the contribution to this tournament from the See You Late guys. Just incredible performance. Get to the final, and then they applied enough pressure. They made it difficult. It wasn't easy for the Goose House in any way, shape or form. They did have to step up to the plate in the end. I think they saw that map one and were completely blown away by the quality, and they've just had to step up to take those next two maps. But yeah, great tournament all around. Big shout out to obviously Jazz and Listo in the background, doing all the real heavy lifting that we know that they do. So yeah, thank you to those guys as well.
Yeah, we've got to thank everyone involved in the running of the tournament. Again, Aiden as well for stressing himself out to the point where he's pretty much bald. But yeah, huge shout out to Jazz and to Listo for being able to observe some of those glorious moments that we saw. Obviously, Peyton with some huge plays, and the boys of the Goose House just consistently performing and producing clip after clip after clip. But that is going to be it from myself and Pablo this evening, guys. Thank you very much to everyone who's tuned in over today and to yesterday as well. But that will be it from us this evening. Hopefully we have some more Valorant action in the form of AVG cough cough coming up as we give them another subtle nudge to get some more back on the screen. But yeah,
I promise I'll know the names of all the characters and,
we're gonna
and ordnance by that point.
Yeah, we're gonna get Pablo on his homework as we get ready to go for that one. But yeah, thank you very much to everyone who's dropped by the stream, all the people who have dropped Prime subs and drop their own subs as well. Thank you very much to everyone, and just for chilling in the chat and being interactive and watching the beautiful Valorant action in front of us as well alongside us. So yeah, thank you very much, guys. We will hopefully be back sooner rather than later, but that is it from us at this Game on 5K Charity Invitational. And yeah, thank you very much, guys, and we will see you all later on, hopefully for some more Valorant action. Cheers, guys. We will see you then.